shorter than him, standing at only about his chest. Her hair was matted from sweat and grime. Whether the dirty blonde shade was from filth or just its natural color, Drake honestly couldn't tell at the moment. Beneath some leather armor from his own stores, he glimpsed familiar, tattered clothes. The difference now was her deep brown eyes were no longer dead. Now they were lit with a fierce determination. The woman who had tried to escape when Drake had freed her in the forest was no longer there, but instead someone ready to stake her life on something.
Claire Osberg, level 11.
She looked Drake in the eyes, her voice soft and shaky, but the emotion behind the primal stare she held with him hit him like a ton of bricks.
I want to help kill those goblins. I want revenge. I want revenge for everything they've done. Chapter 75. Starting the Party.
Drake looked the woman up and down again. She was still malnourished, and her cheeks were slightly sunken. Have you eaten? The best thing you can do.
I don't want to eat. I don't want to rest. I want to help. I saw what you did last night, what you did in the woods. You can kill them all. I'm sure of it now. You can get them for killing my brother.
She began her tirade, but Drake raised his hand, stopping her. No, first you eat, then you sleep. Then, I promise you, I will listen to what you have to say. A healthy mind lives in a healthy body, and your body is weak right now, he said, a commiserating expression on his face.
Very funny, coming from someone who just snapped at someone else a moment ago.
Nato chided. Guilty, but do as I say, not as I do applies, he thought, hearing Claire shout back.
But—
No buts. I'm not going anywhere. You come back in 6 hours or so after resting and filling your belly, and I will listen. Claire gave Drake a fierce scowl, but turned back around and stomped off.
It would seem you have a habit of pissing women off.
True. It would seem my track record is getting worse and worse, Drake conceded. Next. What's your damage?
Amir Fidel, level 10.
Yes, sire, liege. The young man, Amir, started as he stumbled over his words. Drake placed a hand over his face, the sound of Nato cackling inside his head louder than his own sighing. I have to do something about the way Theo speaks. He chuckled wryly. Look, just shot is fine. What do you want? Yes, I heard your speech and saw what you did at the goblin camp and wanted to help. Okay. So, like everyone else, is there something specific you want to help with? What class are you? Drake asked. The roundabout answers were starting to irritate him.
Do not be rude. He is nervous and wants to help.
Nato reprimanded. Right, my bad. I'm just on edge. No, that's a poor excuse. I need to do better. I will do better. Drake agreed, sighing. The man, who looked about 18, give or take, had black hair and fair caramel skin, and wore a similar leather outfit on top of tattered clothes. Before he could speak again, Drake apologized. My bad. I didn't mean to be so brusque about it. I've just been... Never mind. It isn't an excuse. What's your class, Amir? You know my name. Oh! An identification skill. I'm an advanced cleric class, I guess. I can't heal anymore, but I have support class skills that are helpful, but not. The longer Amir explained, the more he began to wince at his own awkwardness. Drake put his hand to his temples. Okay. What skills? Can you show me? He asked. Show? Just think of showing me the skills and class you have, and I'll see a window, Drake explained. As he finished speaking, a blue-hued window popped up in front of him.
Wealthmaker, level 10, rare. Wealthmaker, rare. A support class that improves the quality of treasures obtained by the user and their constituents. Treasure Trove, P1, 0%. F rank. Increases the drop chance of higher-grade items from defeated enemies. Extends to party members. Increases the chance of drop by 10% from common to rare. Increases with proficiency. Increases the chance of drop by 1% from rare to epic. Increases with proficiency. Bonus. Monster cores are automatically removed from defeated monsters you have slain or assisted in slaying, including party member kills, and are placed into your inventory unless full. Experience pool. P1, 15%. F rank. Increases the gain of experience for all party members. Increase the range at which party members can gain experience in relation to one another. 5% increase of gained experience. Increases with proficiency.
Drake's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the descriptions. Then he eyed Amir, confused. How on earth were you captured? Your skills alone would make you a coveted person, no? Amir's face turned downcast. Yes, at first that is what everyone thought. But without my healing spells I had no combat competency. And my skill doesn't mention it in the descriptions, but the increase in drop rarity doesn't seem to apply within the tutorial. So the experience gain I offered didn't help much when I was just a liability, and the gain didn't outweigh the time it took to kill the monsters, as well as the amount that was shared with me. Drake took his words in for a moment, then asked inwardly, Nato?
I would say that the experience alone makes him worth having, with the amount of monsters you kill.
That sounds promising, but what about the other skill?
It is a normal thing that the system is known to do. Leave parts out in descriptions, as you know. But a skill not functioning within the tutorial, I'm afraid I do not know. It could be a restriction on the skill by the sponsors, but that would only further cement that a primordial is responsible.
Drake mulled over it for a moment. Amir, do you have open skill slots? He asked. The kid looked hesitant to answer, but after a short pause did, nonetheless. Yes. I actually only have my main class tree filled, and nothing else. The group I was with had a person in charge who hoarded the drops we got, but because I wasn't helpful after getting my class rank up, they took the stuff I had gotten as a cleric. I couldn't get more after that, as I can't fight monsters in groups like others. Then they kicked me out, and I was captured by the goblins. But I promise I'll work hard. With how many you kill, I'm sure my skill will help. He began shouting desperately. Please! I just want to help. I'm sick of being so useless after helping so much as a cleric. Drake looked at the man sympathetically. What do you think, Nato? What kind of stones would he need? The assistant didn't answer right away, giving Drake a moment to pick out one more familiar face from the small group. The gruff man he had knocked out in the cage stood before him, his arms folded as he scowled back until Drake met his eyes. Drake gave the man a terse nod, then listened to Nato as his attention fell back on Amir.
Since he is a support class, he would want the best available. I would suggest greed stones, just based on his class. As far as sub-tree stones, it is hard pickings. He would want something in line with soul mastery, but for a second, I do not believe there is one within the tutorial based on the monsters and what we have found so far. Possibly he could get something he needed from a quest reward, or the shop thereafter?
I thought quest rewards were random.
Only to a point. You will not receive something you cannot use, class-wise. Even the necromancer stones you received you can technically use, though there is a restriction on them within the tutorial.
Drake hummed as he opened his inventory, glancing over the stones he had currently. He could give Amir a soul mastery stone. He had plenty from his run-ins with monsters. But greed stones were rare, and he had only killed a few of the treasure hoarder goblins so far. And the ones that he had killed recently were still outside the walls. That left Drake with only one stone presently. He went back and forth in his head for a minute as he looked at the pensive Amir. Finally, he clasped the man on his shoulder. All right, I think we can work with this. Go over there for now, while I go through the rest of the people who showed up. Drake told Amir, pointing to a spot near the tents. Amir nodded excitedly, and ran back through the group.
You are going soft!
Nato hummed in Drake's ear. And you are being as bipolar and annoying as I am. Can you pick a mood, please?
I can go back to threatening to stab you if that's what you are into, stupid dumb ape.
Better. Drake quickly fixed his expression as he saw the gruff man step forwards. Then he cocked an eyebrow at the even gaze the man offered. They stood at about the same height, the man a little higher. Damn it. He's over 6 foot. Do you need something? Or do you want to hit me for knocking you out? Drake asked. The man scowled, and his face surprisingly turned to one of remorse as he scratched the rough stubble on his cheek.
Hudson Lawrence, level 12.
I'm not too good with apologizing, so you won't be hearing sorry from me, pup, Hudson said in his heavy voice. Drake screwed his face up at the word pup, but stayed silent as he listened. But even a stubborn bastard like me knows when to say thank you. You did right by bringing me here. I've always been stubborn, and I wasn't going unless someone made me. Hudson groaned, scratching the back of his head. I just wanted to say thank you, he said, offering his hand. Drake was genuinely surprised by the man's candidness, and took it with a firm shake. The hand was calloused and rough, reminding him of a friend who used to work in a machine shop. You don't have to thank me. I did hit you, after all, so we're square. May I ask where you used to work? Drake questioned, taking back his hand. Hudson raised his own brow at that. I used to be a welder before all this tomfoolery. Got dropped in as a warrior because I wasn't all that familiar with the explanation the man gave me in the White Room. So I defaulted to whatever the first class was. A man?
Everyone gets a different construct.
Nato answered quickly before Hudson went on. Then when I got to level 10, I picked something familiar. Got myself turned into a machinist. Get to plop some little metal pea shooters on the ground and they go to work. They was doing just fine. Until they went and got busted up in a fight and I couldn't repair them. Oh, why's that? Don't have the material to make more. Can use the regular iron the Knowles had, but it don't quite cut it anymore against them higher-level cocksuckers. And the goblins. Oh, they just tear through the damn things. Not to mention, I need monster cores to power the little contraptions. Hudson spat. Like actually spat on the ground. Drake grimaced a bit, then smiled wide. Hudson? How strong would you say those little boys of yours are? Oh, I'd say pretty damn strong. When we was fighting the Knowles, they were going toe-to-toe, and the gunner ones? I could probably kill 2 or 3 before they went down on their own. Drake patted Hudson on the back. An enormous smile formed under his mask. Oh, Hudson, my surly old boy, I think you and I are going to be great friends.
Chapter 76. Let me get back to you on that. What is that asshole's problem? Chelsea shouted as she hurried back to her tent. That guy wouldn't even hear me out. Sure, I didn't pick the best time, but we need to hurry. I don't know what Chris might be doing to the rest of the group. To Megan! Chelsea wrapped her arms around herself as she stammered on, thinking of how she could rectify the situation. Then her eyes found Jacqueline, hope blooming in her core until she saw the woman was screaming to herself angrily. Jackie? Chelsea asked as she closed in, still mumbling something. Fuck that idiot! I'm not even 25! Bloody fucking asshole! How dare he even think I came over to get at him? Bastard's probably a right virgin, rubbernecking every girl that passes him. Fuck! I'm not even 25! Jacqueline roared as she sat down in a huff, her arms crossed. No luck, then? Chelsea asked. Fuck that prick! Wouldn't go back there if you paid me! Chelsea sighed. No luck for her then either, she thought as she looked back at the few people still hovering around Drake. They were slowly dispersing, leaving only a small handful of people now, before the sound of another horn blew in the distance.
Drake turned his attention from the woman in front of him at the sound of the horn. Looks like that's my cue. Everyone who I've talked to, please stay together and familiarize yourselves. Once I've beaten back this group, I'll come right back, and we will get started on some things, he shouted. After he got a few nods and hesitant yes, sires, that forced him to shudder slightly and wince at the title, he left the crowd. Taking a light step forward, he launched himself to the earthen rampart. Once he had a better view, he slightly frowned at the field in front of him. I really have to do something about this. It's a literal mess, and it's going to be a problem for sanitation soon, Drake said, taking in the hundreds of goblin corpses strewn about the field. Pushing out his aura slightly, he vaguely noticed someone next to him, who he assumed was Theodore. A bit further out were some invisible figures below him on the other side of the wall, drawing his gaze. "Little rats," Drake grumbled as he pointed a finger in their direction. A yellow magic circle crackled to life. The lightning from the spell shot forward and arched between the two. A sizzle and shimmer later, 2 goblin redcaps slumped against the outpost wall, charred black.
Subjugation Quest, 12 of 50 Redcap Goblin Assassin F rank. Reward, Experience. Communication Crystal, F rank, Common.
Drake peered through the forest tree line, but only saw sparse, unconcealed goblins here and there through the brush. Seems like they are changing strategies again. They aren't rushing in after the horn? Theodore? Yes, my liege, Theodore answered, his head already in a half bow. Why didn't you tell me there were redcaps below us? Do you not have an identification skill yet? This one regrets to inform my liege that he was unable to acquire such a skill, or spell, in the initial rounds of stones thou hadst bestowed upon me. Truly, this one was hopeful to gain such skills when we returned, but hath not had a spare moment to do so, with the new occupants. Yeah, it has been a bit hectic. All right, go get it done. I'll take it from here. It'll be hard for anyone to be a lookout if they don't even have a detection skill. Drake mused aloud, trailing off. Might this one suggest mine eternally bound? She is a ranger, after all, and hast the ability of farsight. Oh! Wait. Are you sure she's, all right with being up here? She could get fired at. Theodore brought his hand to his mustache and twirled it thoughtfully for a moment. This one has a perfect solution. Please wait just a moment, my liege. I will be swift as the diving falcon, he said, a small grin beginning to form under his facial hair. Why am I doing this again? Tom asked worriedly as he held a shield in both his hands. That is for the greater goodeth of the camp, my young patron. My liege must striketh fear into the foul beasts remaining in thitherward forests, so thou must fortify our positions henceforth, and for that thou art most necessary, Theodore stated in a booming voice. Harley stood next to him with her bow, wearing a face of disbelief. Drake snickered as he listened in, keeping his gaze towards the forest. I'm not sure I agree with this. I may be a tank specialty, but I don't think I can stop anything the goblins throw at us, Tom complained. Hogwash! Shouldst thou not be able to stop their set attacks through thy skills, thou must merely use thy body to protect mine eternally bound.
I am beginning to believe you are rubbing off on poor dear Theo,
Nato murmured. 'Tis for the best, dare I say? I don't like this. I'm leaving, Tom said as he began to scramble off the rampart. Drake finally had to step in. Whoa, just a moment. Mr. Scaredy Cat, I mean Tom, here, he said, pulling an enormous tower shield out of his inventory, which cracked in the ground below them as it thudded to the rampart. This is something I got from one of the lieutenants. It should stop anything in its tracks, short of an attack from a general, and I'll be the only thing a general will want to hit because I'll be forcing them to deal with me. 'Kay? Drake said with confidence, checking the shield.
Man Steel Tower Shield, F grade, uncommon. A large tower shield made from mana steel, has unusual durability. 315 to 354 physical damage reduction. 420 to 440 magic damage reduction. 10% critical damage reduction.
Nothing'll get through this, I promise, man, he said again, slapping the shield with a gong before leaning it towards Tom, who nearly fell off the rampart trying to hold it up. Okay, maybe it won't be okay. This guy is a tank, right? Drake thought, looking at Tom worriedly.
That is what Theodore and the man himself said. You should have skills pertaining to shields or durability if that is true.
Drake looked at Tom holding the shield and thought about doing a little test. He conjured a small ice shard in his hand and pointed it at the shield. Letting it loose, the shard collided with the shield, and it was easily deflected upwards as it ricocheted off the mana steel. Ho-ho! Would you look at that? Drake snickered in surprise. Okay, we're good. All three of the other people present looked at Drake aghast. What? I needed to make sure, he said, his hands up in the air in a shrug. I used to think you were cool. Now you tried to kill me. This is why they say never meet your heroes, Tom said, shrinking away. Hey, I'm no hero, never pretended to be. I just hit things that I think are bad and shoot magic at stuff. Tom moved behind Harley.
Mr. Shot, I think you are scaring the poor man.
Harley finally said, a bit of exasperation on her face as she looked out into the forest. Drake waved his hands dismissively. It is what it is. But hold that thought. I think I hear something, or feel something. Drake paused as he felt the ground rumble slightly under his feet, the small pieces of dirt on the rampart vibrating. All four of them looked outward to the forest now, as large contraptions began emerging from the tree line. You are shitting me. Are we in Lord of the Rings? Drake shouted in amazement. Out of the forest came a horizontal line of medieval catapults, counting well over 20, all manned by teams of goblins. At the head of each was a familiarly outfitted goblin, marking them as squad commanders. Are we in trouble? Tom asked. Another horn blew, and a line of catapults fired in succession. The large boulders of earth hurtled through the sky. Shit, like I said, hold that thought! Drake cursed, counting the number of projectiles in the air. He might have the concentration for 5 spells, if his arm weren't constantly draining his mana. With a snap, it became dust in the wind, replaced by a ball of water. He activated his water endowment for his next spell. 5 yellow magic circles appeared before the rampart. Each one snapped and crackled, balls of lightning condensing above them. Oh, I've been wanting to try this one for a minute. Everyone, cover your ears! It's gonna get loud, Drake shouted gleefully. His mask snapped into place. Sagita Magica, he began. The boulders in the air hurtled closer by the moment. The circles tilted in the air, tracking their movement. Convergentia fulguralis infinitus! Drake boomed above the thunder. 5 orbs of lightning erupted from the magic circles. Each one found its mark with an earthen boulder. Each boulder shattered into dust in the air from the collision. But the magic circles didn't fade after the initial gatling. Like clocks, they rung loud, launching round after round of lightning, almost as if Thor himself was striking the rampart. An endless number of them flew forwards, crushing the boulders in the air. And once the supply of ammunition was exhausted, the lightning turned on the catapult's crews. The entire population of the outpost stopped when they heard the ear-shattering explosions from the rampart, then the impacts like distant thunder. Drake looked on, satisfied as he saw the strikes land on each of the goblins' constructions. The entire line was in shambles. The goblins, manning them, scrambled to run away. But before he could fully decimate the lines, he doubled over in a coughing fit. My liege? It's all right. I just ran out of stamina. Damn, I've been neglecting it, haven't I? Drake mumbled. Checking his status revealed that the lightning spell alone had drained his mana reserves completely. Well, that's no good, he thought as he brought up his stats, putting an even 70 into his endurance, bringing it closer to an even 200.
Drake Wallen. Race, human. Tutorial alias, shot. Profession, minor P2 7% F rank. Class, unique elemental miller level 15. Vitality 264, 15%. Strength, 306, 20 plus 15%. Dexterity, 171, 40 plus 25% plus 40. Intelligence, 530, 15 plus 20%. Wisdom, 262, 20%. Endurance, 176, 20 plus 20%. Free points, 10.
Much better. Now, time to clean up, he mused. Somewhere in the depths of his skull, Nato was shaking her head.
Chapter 77. A-Team, meet Sherry.
With the immediate threat dealt with, Drake sat in meditation, leaving Harley and Theodore to keep a watchful eye on the tree line while his status recovered. Sometime later, Theodore lightly roused him with a shake of his shoulder. "Sire, they are gathering further catapults." "More? I thought we just broke like 20 of them." "Yes, 'tis unfortunate to say, but 'tis commendable that they have such a quantity of resources to throw hitherward. This one has concerns for the rest of the participants in the tutorial." Theodore reluctantly conceded as he stood straight, looking at the gathering of catapults. Drake pursed his lips, doing the same. I wouldn't be too worried. There is Bear at Shigure's, not to mention Shigure himself, though I don't really know his strength. I'm more worried about what is happening with the rest of the captives. Theo, could you get the people I gathered earlier? I want to get them to work right away. Especially that girl Claire. If she isn't at the gathering, go find her, please. Drake ordered. "With all due haste," Theodore replied. Without further ado, he leapt down off the rampart. Perhaps Drake should have constructed stairs for the normal folk. Once Theodore was out of sight, he did just that, raising an earthen staircase with a snap of his fingers.
Imbecile.
Nato laughed. Drake didn't reply, only coughing briefly before sticking his tongue out.
Mr. Shot, what are you doing?
Harley asked, hugging her bow. Just, tasting the wind. Bit salty, I think. He chuckled, earning him a mental kick from Nato. I think they're about to try again, Tom said sheepishly. Then you best put that shield up. If anything happens to Harley, you won't just be dealing with me, but another mage that can go completely invisible. Drake teased. Tom began to sweat. He pushed the large tower shield closer to Harley.
Stop teasing the poor boy. Can you not see he's about to have a heart attack?
Nato chided, but couldn't hide her light giggling. It'll be good for him. Bit of bullying might get his ass into gear. Drake chuckled inwardly. A fresh volley of boulders encouraged Drake to refocus. With his mask back in place, Drake decided to conserve his resources, opting for a single burning red magic circle. Sagitta Magica? He began again in a low voice. The circles flared to life as fires pooled into balls in front of him. Convergentia ignis. The fires condensed further, shifting to blue. Infinitus! They screeched into the air, colliding with their earthen counterparts. Quickly they overwhelmed the catapults. Oh, I love that I don't actually know Latin and can use that. Neggy, you really are one hell of a teacher, Drake said jubilantly.
Is he not 10? How's that work?
Not sure, but anime.
Neggy?
Both Harley and Tom asked. It's just from a show I know. Don't worry about it. It was a very good thing the mask hid Drake's reddening face.
Finally, I say again, people who do not understand your idiotic references.
That's harsh. Anime is my lifeblood, you know.
Yes, but that does not change that you are cringe beyond belief.
Drake sighed, unable to argue, so he simply returned to his meditation instead. It wasn't until he heard mutterings of a conversation that he roused.
Is he going to wake up?
He's just sitting there. I can hear you, you know, Drake said, cracking an eye open. A few more people than he had expected had joined, making 9 in total. The group had expanded to include Amir, Claire, Hudson, Theodore, Tom, Harley, and the last addition to his little group, Sherry. Sherry was a special individual that Drake was looking forward to seeing grow. She stood at about 5'2", with a short side bob cut, wearing glasses that were cracked on the left lens. 2 others had appeared that he hadn't expected to see for a little longer, but better now than never. Miss Chelsea and Miss Jacqueline, how wonderful of you to decide to join us, Drake said sarcastically, stealing a glance at Theodore. This one apologizes, my liege, but they insisted that they wished to make amends. For what? Trying to entrap me? Trying to guilt-trip me into helping them? Insulting my morals? Or insulting my intelligence? Drake said, smiling at the 2. Both winced at the list.
We plead guilty to everything but the entrapment,
Chelsea said.
Yeah, I didn't even get to speak long enough to try and do that one.
Jacqueline added, earning a glare from Chelsea.
My bad. Guess I'm still shook up from the cannon fire earlier.
There wasn't any time for Drake to indulge his annoyance. He rose to his feet. I'm very busy. What do you want? If it's an apology, I don't want or need it. There are far too many things going on around the outpost right now for me to care enough. Chelsea looked like she wanted to say something, but held herself back, taking a moment to think before speaking.
We want to help. We're willing to do anything we can to help,
she began, prompting a raised eyebrow from Drake. And in exchange? Chelsea bit her lip.
Only when you think the outpost is safe enough, then I'll ask.
A finger rose to Drake's chin as he considered the offer. Nato, how much will 2 more people burden my experience?
It is negligible with the amount you kill. Also, with the addition of Amir, they should counteract each other, even with the full party of 10.
What exactly is the distribution for the experience, then? It doesn't make sense that many people wouldn't be a detriment to the experience gain.
Experience is not quantifiable in the sense you are imagining. Each individual will receive a different amount, depending on a number of factors, whether that be the amount they contribute to defeating said monster, or their class orientation, rarity, skills affecting their gains, or individual rank and race. There are many factors, but to simplify it, very much so will be about even. Experience earned is not reliant on the cumulative experience of the defeated, but rather the contributions of the victors.
Well, that's very helpful. So, what you meant by negligible is that it won't affect me as much? Because I am the one doing all the heavy lifting? Huh. There came a very faint clapping inside his head, ending the conversation. Drake hummed. Then he looked at Jacqueline. What about my arm? She squirmed slightly under his gaze, turning to Chelsea for guidance, but Drake didn't miss the look. Soon, she had her answer for him.
I'm thankful for what you've done for us. All of us, yeah?
She said.
But Chelsea and I, we had a previous group, and they are being held against their will. Some poor bastards not even knowing the mad shit happening right under their snot-filled noses, and we want to help them before it's too late.
She explained.
So, even, yeah? You save them and I heal your arm? Square?
Biting the inside of his lip, Drake adjusted his mask to reveal his expression. With an even stare, he analyzed her own face closely, asking, Are you sure that's it? I have a sinking feeling there is more to that story that you are not telling me. Jacqueline returned his gaze. Then her dark eyes flickered back to Chelsea. He followed the look, meeting her eyes too. Well? Chelsea shivered slightly, her body remembering their last interaction by the gravesite.
There is more, but please let me explain it in more detail once this place is safe. I know it was selfish to ask in the way I did earlier. I was desperate, and I'm in a rush to just get there quick.
She began pleading before a gesture stopped her. Drake was gazing into the forest. It had been too long. The goblins must have regrouped by now. Nevertheless, he mulled over the offer. Would he be able to find another cleric as specialized as Jacqueline within the tutorial? Clerics were a rare commodity already. I'm going to go through with it. I need my arm healed, and they seem to be reflecting on their earlier behavior. Finally, he decided. It really does feel almost like having children.
It is not like I can stop you. Do as you wish, even if I do find it idiotic.
That's enough. I'll accept, but only because you asked so nicely. And I'm a sucker for people crawling back when they know they've done something wrong. Drake said sarcastically, a grin creasing his face. Both women's faces turned to scowls, but they stayed silent, not wanting to argue. Well, then all of you, welcome to the A-Team. First order of business. Drake raised a hand up in the air, but that felt too awkward with only the one. With a fresh earthen arm conjured, he continued. Is for a little exercise in trust. Let me introduce Sherry. Sherry gazed back at the sudden attention with little interest.
I just want more food, bro,
she said, looking up to Drake. Bringing his hand to his head, he sighed. God damn it. I have another natto. He whispered, but received a mental jab from Natto.
I do not act like that!
Drake rolled his eyes, then quickly addressed Sherry. Yes, I will prepare you some more food once the massive fucking armies are dealt with, okay?
Cool beans, bro,
Sherry replied, giving 2 thumbs up. Her expressionless face broke, the edges of her mouth curling slightly. If Drake had not been watching her, he would have missed it.
Isn't she just a bundle of energy?
Jacqueline scoffed, her hand going to rest on her hip. Her lack of sunlight, cortisol, and B12 intake is of no concern. What matters here is Sherry's class, and what we are going to be doing with such a unique, wonderful, caring, totally not life-threatening skill, Drake said, quickly deflecting. My liege, what class wouldst that be? Sherry? He gave the woman another cheerful pat, her glasses sliding down her nose. Is a pact maker, and you're all going under magical contract.
Chapter 78. Building Trust in a Murder Tutorial.
Drake carefully gauged the facial expressions of the 9 people. Each one made a different, screwed-up face, save for Sherry, who pushed up her glasses lazily and rubbed her stomach, which growled loud enough for everyone to hear. Mariasep, what kind of monster do you keep in there? Drake asked.
I haven't eaten since last night.
Drake laughed and produced a certain bag.
Hey, those are fucking mine!
Natto screamed. He willfully ignored the screaming construct and handed it to Sherry. Here, these will hold you over for now, he said, offering the roasted nuts. Sherry's eyes shone like stars. She snatched the precious bag away. All right, now that the hungry beast is satiated, we can talk about the contracts, Drake said. He turned to the rest of the wary group, clapping his hands together. I already don't like governments, pup. What makes you think I'm going to sign some contract with you? Hudson said, crossing his arms. Sire, thou knoweth this one wouldst follow thee to hell and back, but a contract does seem rather dubious, Theodore added. At his side, Harley wore a pensive expression. Drake raised his hands in a pacifying manner. I understand what you are thinking, but no, this is not going to be a contract from me to you. On the contrary, I will be going under contract for you. The surrounding expressions grew even more confused.
What do you mean?
Chelsea asked, stepping forwards a bit. Drake glanced at the forest. Judging from the positions for the catapults, he only had a few more minutes here. Look, I'll get straight to the point. I have a history of betrayal. Being betrayed, which makes me very bad at trusting new people. I don't want to have to keep checking over my shoulder and wondering whether some people need to be put in their place or not, he stated flatly. His eyes passed over Chelsea, Jacqueline, and Hudson. But I know some of you have good intentions in mind. Amir, Theodore, and Harley easily returned his stare. And I also know some of you just plain want revenge. His gaze settled on Claire, lurking in the back. She made no effort to meet his gaze, instead glaring murderously into the tree line. What does that have to do with the contract, sir? Amir questioned, finally speaking up. Everything, Drake declared with some enthusiasm. I told you all to get to know each other, right? Everyone nodded, even Claire, who was only mildly paying attention. So you all must have had a question or two you all asked each other about me. Yeah? All except Theodore, busy twirling his mustache, nodded. So here is the deal. Drake began, holding up 2 fingers. Sherry can hold 1 contract per level. Her level is 10, and we have 7 people here I can't yet trust explicitly. Theodore counted those in attendance, frowning. Sorry, Theo. Harley may be your wife, but I've only just met her. The butler merely bowed slightly. There was no helping such things. Back on topic. I will answer 1 question from all of you, collectively, and I will help each of you in filling out your class slots, subtrees, and skills, under the condition you take a contract to not speak of what information I give you until after the tutorial. And, in exchange, I will go under a condition for the contract to not harm you in any way, even if you were to try to harm me. With that, he clenched his fists shut and thought, That's just a matter of who wants it more.
What do you mean? It sounds like a very good deal for them, does it not?
Nato asked, confused. And that's the problem. If a deal is too one-sided, the other party is going to be suspicious. Yeah, I'm basically offering them the promise of being able to kill me after they get what they want without repercussion. So the natural reaction would be to look for the angle on my side, or turn it down outright. From the back came the first voice to speak up.
I'll take it.
Claire said.
Don't care about anything. Just want to kill those little green cocksuckers.
Well then, Drake said, his eyes widening a bit at the language. Anyone else? Sherry raised her hand.
Long as I get food, it's chill.
All right, that makes 2. Harley took a step forwards at a nudge from Theodore.
I'm fine with going under contract as well, Mr. Schott.
3. Having just finished mulling something over, Amir spoke up. I have 1 question, sir. Shoot. Drake's attention was already drifting to the line of catapults. What exactly is in it for you? Outside of gaining the use of your skill sets and building a team that is going to protect the rest of the people here so I can go kill the big, dumb, green Monster King? Amir nodded. The others waited intently for the answer. Well, nothing, honestly. If we're being transparent, I'm the one losing out here, but that isn't the point. I'm trying to build relationships that will outlast the tutorial and have you each help yourself, so that when we are finally outside of it, you can stand on your own feet. Well, and eventually come find me so we can continue working together. So I guess depending on how you look at it, I am getting something out of it. But let's just agree to call it, I don't know, 70-30?
Fuck that,
Jacqueline said. 80-20, 90-10, okay, 99.99 to 0.01. Final offer, but only because you've pressed me. Drake amended, earning him a roll of her eyes. Look, honestly, it doesn't matter. It's your choice. I've laid my cards on the table. You get skills, levels, and I get to benefit from your skills. I'd say that's pretty fair. Amir nodded. I agree. I will undergo the contract as well, then. Hudson was next in, scratching the back of his head, seemingly fed up with worrying about it. Well, I don't much like the bureaucracy of it. Much prefer just a spit and shake. But if it's how you're going to do it, I don't see a problem. You're giving us basically everything we need to survive for a little hush-hush. The man offered his hand. Drake smiled and shook it. I knew I liked you. Under that hard, gruff facade is an emotionally understanding hillbilly, and I love it. Damn right. Don't you forget— Wait, what? Being the last of the group, Chelsea and Jacqueline exchanged looks, quickly reaching an understanding.
We're in, only because we don't have a choice if we want your help.
Chelsea said flatly. Fair enough. Don't care for the reason, long as you play by the rules. And don't try to honey trap me again, he said. Jacqueline scoffed at that. And are professional about it. I do appreciate the honesty this time around. Wins you both some brownie points. But only the regular brownie points, not the double chocolate cookie ones. Now, Drake snapped his fingers. An enormous platform ballooned from the rampart, then spread upwards into a box-like shelter, providing privacy from the camp's other occupants. Here, Drake began, his ears and tail receding as a small, pink-haired construct emerged on his shoulders. Is the secret you will all need to keep. Meet Nato.
Hello, apes! May you live long and prosper under the benevolent tutelage of the great and all-knowing Nato!
She shouted, her chest puffed out, nose stuck high up in the air. "'Tis a pleasure that thou hast graced us once more, Lady Nato," Theodore said, giving a 90-degree bow. Nato nodded at the affirmation, but not everyone was in reverence of her entrance.
Oh, she's so cute.
Harley purred. Chelsea and Jacqueline joined her in swarming Nato. Even Claire turned her eyes from the forest for a moment to look at her.
Her outfit is so adorable.
Harley continued, stretching a hand out. A metallic gleam stopped her short.
Do not fucking touch me, you filth!
Nato shouted, wielding a dagger from her sleeve. Harley recoiled, as Theodore hid a chuckle behind his raised hand. Drake laughed louder. Feisty, isn't she? He placed Nato on the ground just as catapults loosed their payloads. All right, get your questions ready, and Nato already knows your classes. Accept the invites to the party, and let's get this ball rolling, shall we? Drake finished, mentally sending invitations to all of the people present.
Amir Fidel has joined your party. Hudson Lawrence has joined your party. Claire Osberg has joined your party. Chelsea Jackson has joined your party. Harley Mongrass has joined your party. Jacqueline Evans has joined your party. Sherry Turner has joined your party. Tom_the_King has joined your party.
Who the fuck is Tom the King? Drake asked, confused. After somehow going unnoticed, even holding his large tower shield, Tom finally piped up, raising his hand. Sorry, you guys were just all sort of talking, and I didn't want to interrupt, so I kind of just been staying here, silent. I promise I won't say anything to anyone. Please don't kill me, he cried, ducking behind the shield. Drake facepalmed, amazed that he didn't notice the man. He waved him off. Agree to the contract and you're square. If not, Nato has her way with you. The tiny construct's ears perked up at the mention of her name as she turned to Tom.
Certainly. Bow your head now in deference to this great, magnificent one. I am a merciful lord, you sad excuse for an ape. Follow me wholeheartedly, and I shall turn you into the slightly below-average ape you are truly meant to be.
Wait, only slightly below average? What's average, then? Tom asked, a dagger pointed stiffly at Drake.
That one. He is the standard ape, gorilla, enemy of all constructs.
I take that as a compliment. Silverbacks are majestic creatures, and Bondo apes scare the shit out of anyone. I heard on a podcast that they kill lions. Lions! Drake exclaimed, snapping his mask back into place. He turned to the incoming boulders. This was becoming a regular occurrence. Well, it's almost like swatting flies if you think about it, he said, looking up at the masses of earth flying towards them. I guess I don't need to hide the casting when I'm with them now. Several fire magic circles appeared silently. Drake lined up 4 bellows of flames in front of him, his arm disintegrating once again as the 5th and final one crackled to life. Short and sweet this time! Mana flooded into the flames, each one turning to blue, one after the other. Big 7! Sakura! Each of the 5 blue balls of fire shot outwards, colliding with the boulders and raining down upon the tree line, destroying the catapults.
You are doing it again! You only have 5 spells going and you shouted 7!
Nato yelled behind him, giggling. A soft mumble of snickers followed. Drake turned quickly, pointing at the small construct. All right, no food for a week.
No! You are a demon!
Chapter 79. Why are you here?
Drake sat down on top of the newly made, glorified box, peering into the forest. His legs swung back and forth as beneath him Nato raked the new people over the coals. With each dolt, imbecile, or ape, he smiled, beginning to count them like a game, as he ensured the goblins were dealt with. The past few hours had put them through the ringer. During a lull in the attacks, the little group finally reached a consensus and came to Drake. A quick tug on his pant leg from below alerted him to hop down. His gaze moved over the group that now seemed slightly more amenable. All set?
They are a bunch of fools. Not a single one has a full set of skills. Not a single one took the time to optimize their skills.
Nato shouted, her hands up in the air. Drake winced. But that should be all right, as long as we fill the remaining ones correctly.
It will be difficult, especially her.
Nato pointed at Claire.
Her support class is too specific and unique for the skill stones we possess at the moment. She requires lightning stones and water stones, but presently we are only receiving those from generals, and each are of rare quality. Luckily, her class skills substantially buff your spells, so we should be able to manage until the end of the tutorial. At that point, she should, if she is lucky, be able to purchase the required stones through the shop.
Claire deflated at being called out, but the information was necessary to formulate a plan. That's fine, Claire. Your class alone is worth the investment. In fact, even if we don't get a single stone for you to use, I wouldn't call it a loss. Also, there is a big thing I'm banking on for everyone once I squash the king. Drake grinned.
Be that as it may, we have other problem children.
Nato pointed to Jacqueline.
She is a healer, but somehow hasn't been able to get her hands on heal and prayer stones. Even after the ones you provided, she will still need several to fill out. The old man does not need much. The common stones you have can finish up his empty skill slots, unless you wish to wait for rarer stones.
Drake looked over to Hudson. Oh, what do you think, Hudson? Do your little guys need more bang for the buck, or can they hold out until we get better stuff? Hudson milled over the question, then answered, his eyes inspecting the ceiling as he ran through the logistics. I reckon for now I can only make 2 big guys, but with the pile of shit you've given me, and if you aren't lying about the mines, I can make as many of the stationary boys as we need. It will be really pricey, but with some mana steel and quality monster cores, we should be cooking, he explained.
Good! Then we wait so we can get you to tip-top toy-maker quality.
Nato sighed before continuing.
Dear Theo's woman has filled up her slot, so there was nothing I could offer there, but as a pure ranger class, she had few options in the way of stones in the first place. The annoying yappy one is also the same. Her skills are slightly better, surprisingly, but she is more of a reconnaissance-based class, somewhat a ranger version of Theo.
Nato's description earned her a quick glare from Chelsea. At an answering glare from Nato and a gleam of the dagger, her expression flattened.
The second to last will also require a lot of resources. You must already understand that young Amir needs greed stones for the majority of his skills,
Nato said, to which Drake nodded.
But thankfully, the food-snatching child
Nato screamed, then cleared her throat.
only needs common mage stones, outside the restraint subclass stone you picked up. Her main skills come from her base class, and every other skill will only benefit the effects of those skills, as well as keep her from dying too quickly, as she does not have the slightest combat usefulness.
Nato finished with a huff.
And this one...
Finally, Tom was singled out.
He is... I must be honest, even if he receives the necessary stones to complete and boost his class, that it would be a well-spent investment is doubtful.
Drake inspected Tom. The man shirked away under the gaze. He wasn't sure what to do with the man either. He was supposed to be a frontliner, but had no backbone to speak of. Inflicting purposeful trauma onto someone Drake hardly knew would be distasteful, so he was currently at an impasse on how to deal with him. Tom, Drake said. Yes? Why are you here? What do you mean? I told you, I just didn't want to interrupt. No, I don't mean why are you here physically in this place right now. I'm asking, what's your goal? Or what drives you to want to be here? I'm a nice guy and just wanted to help. And I would hate to leave Chelsea and Jack. A bolt of lightning cut Tom off. Leave the bullshit and the I'm a nice guy garbage for the old world. I'm talking about real drive, real motivation. Amir here says the same, that he wants to help. I know he sees the injustice after being locked up in a fucking cage and wants to change for the better. But you? Is the only thing that motivates you chasing tail? Or being threatened by someone stronger than you? Drake asked, his eyes going cold. Because if that is, then you're worthless baggage here. With how things are now, I don't need you if you aren't going to take this seriously. The makeshift room fell silent. Chelsea and Jacqueline shifted back and forth uncomfortably at being mentioned. Well, I don't know what you mean. I'm just a nice guy. Tom trailed off as Drake stepped forward. Tom? Have you ever heard of the saying, nice guys finish last? He nodded. Drake took another step forwards. What about the term that nice guys aren't actually nice guys? Tom shook his head, confused. How can someone nice not be nice? Nice guys? Nice men. Men who are always polite and never confrontational. Do you know what they are? Here Drake paused, then spat out. They are liars. They don't speak their minds. They never bring up when a friend is making a genuine mistake because they don't want to get into a fight. Nice guys lie. Nice guys are snakes. With every word, Tom took another step backwards until he collided with the rampart wall. If you want to say you are getting stronger, willing to kill monsters, all for a chance to sleep with one of them, Drake pointed to Chelsea and Jacqueline, that's fine. And I would respect you more for being honest. But if you want to lie to me, then tell me that you're just a nice guy who's doing nice things out of the goodness of your heart, specifically for them. You're not only lying to them, but you are lying to yourself. And it's disingenuous. Both of the women turned away from the confrontation, shifting awkwardly foot to foot. Sweat beaded on Tom's temple, Drake not breaking his gaze. Why, I think they're both pretty, yeah. Even Megan back at our old camp was really cool and nice and cute, he stammered. Chelsea turned back with a scowl on her face. I really just wanted to impress him. It's why I chose my current class, even. Drake placed a hand on Tom's shoulder. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with having attraction to someone. But you know why I pressed you? Tom shook his head. I need people who are going to have a baseline of honesty with me, and everyone on this team. I don't care if you like them. That's your prerogative and how you go about it, as long as you aren't forcing yourself on them or making them uncomfortable. I think it's fine. But the best thing you can do is become the best version of yourself now. And do it for you first, because they won't be the ones coming to your rescue. Hell, even I won't be. You must be the one who has to dig yourself out of your own shit every time when it boils down to it. You need to be strong enough to carry your weight and theirs. That's the class you chose. That's the road you've decided to walk. And I can help you get there, but you have to be the one to ultimately change, and do it for yourself first. Drake gripped Tom's shoulder tighter. Then he released his grip, scratching the back of his head a little sheepishly. Sorry about that. I just have a big problem with the term nice guy. Last one did frame me and try to kill me, but that's a story I'm not willing to share. Glad we got that cleared up. Hope that wasn't too awkward. He chuckled wearily. Trying to move the conversation along, he asked, Anyway, now that everyone has a plan for stones and such, what question have you all decided on to ask before we get the formal contracts all done? The group exchanged pensive glances in the wake of the intense scene. Only Sherry seemed to not care in the slightest, moving at her own pace. Waving her empty bag of food in her hand, she spoke up.
They want to know what class you are. Also, I need more grub.
Chelsea spoke up next.
Exactly. I think the biggest question is, what class are you? None of us have ever seen someone not only use magic so strong, but also be able to fight evenly with monsters of higher level in a brawl. It doesn't make sense. When everyone so far has had to specialize in one way or another, even if you had a high-tiered class, would there even be enough points to go around?
Classes, Drake stated.
Excuse me?
Jacqueline asked curiously. Not class, classes. I have 2 classes. And I wouldn't worry about my stats. I do just fine. Chelsea's mouth opened slightly, then closed, as if a light bulb lit up.
That person was right then. You chose to start over with another basic class? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard! How the fuck are you alive?
She shouted. Drake laughed softly as he remembered his choice. Nato stepped to his side, her gaita tapping on the stone below her. I didn't have a choice. I rolled a 1 3 times, Drake explained, his eyes glazing over as he tried to block out the memory. Amir laughed, then covered his mouth, coughing. That's impossible. Or, well, very unlikely. That is a 1 in 8,000 chance. Drake just laughed. Had he been very unlucky? Or fortunate all along? The others looked on in disbelief. Somewhere in Drake's gut, unpleasant emotions churned. He needed to vent. Despite all this progress, he felt he still had yet to reach his promised goal. I'm going to go kill something. We can do the contracts in a little bit, Drake said, nearly laughing. He approached the edge of the outpost's wooden wall. He snapped his hands, summoning yellow circles of magic. Each one crackled with more mana, conjuring enormous balls of lightning larger than his previous spells. Without uttering a word, he began firing the condensed spheres of energy into the forest, with no regard to where they landed, or if they were actually hitting the goblins. Nato sighed from behind the eerily laughing Drake.
I fear that you may have broken him,
she muttered. The tyrant's laughter grew louder as he fired off more bolts of electricity.
Yes, you certainly have broken him. All right, it would seem we shall have to break for a snack until he returns to his senses, or exhausts himself.
Nato finished, retrieving a bag of roasted nuts from her sleeve. Sherry spotted the food and moved closer to ask for some.
No! Filthy peasant! These are for I and I alone! Begone, thought!
Chapter 80. Contracts and Stipulations.
From the rampart, Drake unleashed his own special hell upon the distant tree line, surprising everyone with his sheer magic reserves. Chelsea whispered to the others, glancing over her shoulder every now and then.
Hey, is this really going to be all right? I think he may be crazy, if he isn't going crazy.
Nato perked her ears up and kicked her in the shin, forcing a yelp out of her as the group looked down, turning their attention to the small construct.
If he is going crazy, so are all of you. Certainly you have all seen trauma while in the tutorial.
She began, scoffing.
And you should all understand that with every skill you gain, you change and lose more of yourself to the abilities. Shot there has double your skill pool, so show some gratitude and respect, you yappy-mouthed bitch!
Theodore bent down, trying his best to calm Nato. This one understands thy meaning, Lady Nato, but these newcomers haven't had the pleasure of being in my liege's company for long. He spoke, then singled out Chelsea in particular. Thou hast only seen my liege's barbarism, and this one understands that it can be a thorn in one's mind. But, lest ye forget the gracious deeds he hast committed as well, filling thy bellies, giving thee roofs to rest under. Theodore eyed the rest of the group. Means to grasp power in thy hands. Saying so, Theodore stepped beside Drake to quietly converse with him.
That seemed rather selfish to say, didn't it?
Jacqueline grumbled.
The only selfish thing here is that two of you want to voice how your trauma and problems are more important than his.
Nato sneered.
You are not the only ones who have dealt with hardship since coming here. The only difference is that he understands that and does not fault others for it, whereas you seem to want to chastise him for trying to overcome and deal with it.
She spat, joining Drake and Theodore. It was Tom's turn to speak up. She calls that dealing with it? Claire approached Drake and the others before stopping and addressing Tom.
I would say he's doing a good job of dealing with it. Imagine if he truly broke like some of us and turned those spells your way instead. Do you think you would stand a chance? He seems to be making the best of his situation, using his frustration, faults, and anguish to push himself forward, and I'm going to do the same, killing every last one of those fucking green monsters with him. That's more than I can say for you.
She sneered, spitting the last word.
Pussy.
Claire joined the small group at the edge of the rampart, waiting for Drake to calm down. Phew. Well, that was just uncalled for, Tom mumbled. I don't think it was, pup. You are kind of a wimp for someone who likes to talk so much, Hudson said, making for the growing group. Sherry walked away without a word, her hand on her grumbling stomach as she mumbled the names of Italian dishes, her gaze distant.
Oh, shite. Are we really the old ones out again? Feels like we're the mad ones now. It isn't looking good for us, Chelsea, if this is how the going is going to get, you know,
Jacqueline said. Chelsea bit her lip in frustration, unsure where to go from here. At every turn so far she had slipped up, worsening her situation by rushing the process of rescuing Megan and freeing the rest of the group from Chris. Watching the gathering group, her fist clenched and shook, unable to hold back the anger and frustration of taking 2 steps back after just taking a step forward. But a gentle hand touched her shoulder, giving her a lifeline.
It's all right, Chels. Mr. Schott is a nice man, all things considered. From what I've seen, even if all you have done is insult him recently, it looks like he really values people who work hard, are trustworthy, and try their best to improve their situations. And I think you embody all of those, even if you are rushing it right now out of concern,
Harley said consolingly, letting Chelsea relax slightly.
I will talk to Theo about possibly having Mr. Schott make Megan and your group a priority. He did say he would listen to the whole story when he had a chance. You've helped me before, so let me help you. Take some time to think about the best way to explain your situation to him.
Harley gave a gentle smile, earning her one back as she moved next to her fiancé and linked arms.
That girl is too precious for this world,
Jacqueline murmured.
Yeah, she's a real sweetheart. It amazes me she married someone that speaks in gibberish that's wrong half the time. Is it wrong? Well, ain't that just par for the course for fake it till you make it, ain't it?
Chelsea trailed off as she considered the now calm Drake.
I really will have to think about how to speak to him. Damn it.
Drake took a deep breath that both eased his mind and provided air for his aching body. Checking his status, it was almost empty, and the only thing he had really accomplished was burning the forest. His impressive light show had netted him a whopping total of 0 experience. But he had relieved his stress, and that was something, and totally not a cope for him. Okay, Drake huffed. Now for the contracts. I answered your questions, but I guess a little more is needed for the explanation, other than just, I have 2 classes. So would anyone like more elaboration? Surprisingly, no one spoke up. Each only looked concerned. What? Drake asked, putting aside his mask. With the battle over, he recreated his earthen arm, settling for its subpar regeneration. I've never seen someone use spells like that, or even that many. How in the world do you have the mana pool for that, sir? Amir asked. Skills? Having 2 classes helps a lot, too. What skills? Amir asked again. That's something I can't say just yet. Lady's gotta have her secrets, you know? Drake said, winking. But in all seriousness, he motioned to Nato. Understanding, she disappeared again as his ears and tail reappeared. I'll tell you all later. I may have opened up a bit, but we've all just gotten started. Everyone has to earn that trust over the next couple days. Drake surveyed the people gathered, noticing some people missing. The last of the stragglers emerged from the makeshift earthen room and joined as well. Now, anything else before we get this underway?
Food,
Sherry said, pulling on Drake's black sleeve. After. I got some of those boars in my inventory, so I think I can whip up something really good. If the goblins are good for nothing else, they carry quite a lot of spices, Drake told her.
Fuck them. Get the contract over with.
Claire snapped. Drake made a sympathetic face at her. All right, then, Sherry, if you would. Sherry grumbled a bit, but grabbed Drake's hand as a pure white magic circle formed below them.
Infallible mistress of truth and law, be my witness in the writing of this tying of destiny, form creation of truth and law.
Sherry chanted, the power beneath them fading slowly. A prompt appeared in front of Drake as he felt a pull of mana from his body.
Would you like to form a contract with Sherry Turner? Details of this contract are as follows. You may not harm the contractor in any form. You may not retaliate in any form against the contractor. The contractor will not disclose any information deemed confidential between parties that has been agreed upon prior to the contracted agreement. The recipient will be required to protect the contractor for the full duration of the tutorial, under penalty of harm if broken. Breach of contract will result in a punishment of loss of experience.
Drake stiffened at the terms, not sure he liked the wording of under penalty of harm and loss of experience, but he had agreed to help them. These things went without saying. Lay in the bed you make, they always say. Know how far this harm goes, Nato?
I do not, but in most contracts it is reciprocal, so I would venture to say that if they were harmed, you would be harmed in a similar way. This would only go for significant injuries, cuts, broken bones, etc. You will not be getting small paper cuts as a recompense.
What about this loss of experience? How much are we talking? Drake asked, his hand moving to his chin.
Standard contract is commonly 1 level. The more requirements, details, stipulations, and clauses, as well as the more powerful the contractor, the stronger the punishments. So it is a blessing and a problem that the Hungry Mongrel is only level 10.
Got it. Thank you. And takes one to know one. Don't be too hard on Sherry. I want to add a small change to this, Drake said aloud. Sherry's expression pinched in annoyance, as if he was wasting her precious time to get her food. Make it so the harm won't count if a person inflicts self-harm? Sherry grumbled, but recast the spell. A new prompt appeared.
Would you like to form a contract with Sherry Turner? Details of this contract are as follows. You may not harm the contractor in bona fide in any form. You may not retaliate in any form against the contractor. The contractor will not disclose any information deemed confidential between parties that has been agreed upon prior to contracted agreement. The recipient will be required to protect the contractor for the full duration of the tutorial, under penalty of harm if broken. This does not include harm inflicted by the contractor against themselves. Breach of contract will result in punishment of loss of experience.
Perfect. Drake grinned. He mentally accepted the contract. There was another tug of mana from his body, accompanied by a chime in his head.
You have entered a standard contract with Sherry Turner.
Drake gasped slightly at the jarring drain of mana, Sherry doing the same. The subtle magic tether connecting them was hard for Drake to grasp unless he focused on it, but he did not miss the change. The palest blue threads shimmered between them. Fuck. Is it going to be like that for all of them? He chuckled sarcastically.
I did not enjoy that. That food later better be good.
Sherry grumbled, hunching down. Drake scoffed. Oh, the chef never disappoints. Standing, he grinned. Who's next? After a few long, arduous minutes, Drake received the contracts of all 8 party members, each leaving him slightly more exhausted than the last. Fuck, I think I might actually need to sleep after this. I haven't felt this tired since starting the tutorial, he thought.
This many participants for your first contract would be quite exhausting. It is good that you have such potent regeneration skills.
Drake smiled inwardly, gazing upon his newly formed group of future confidants. Good. Now that we have that out of the way, I'd like to say it's time for a good meal to christen the deal. But the goblins won't let that happen, it seems. Drake sighed. In the distance, the sound of a horn and drums roared, signaling the approach of another wave of goblins. They rose from the tree line, each one bearing a tower shield similar to the one Tom held. Behind them came the rolling sound of the catapults and thrums of footsteps, hundreds of foot soldiers following. Lovely. Looks like they've upped the ante. How accommodating. Drake smiled. Let's see just how well this new team works together, shall we? I can't wait. It's like Team 7 is back together.
Did not that team only consist of 3 members? You have double that, you buffoon?
Drake kept smiling, once again willfully ignoring Nato's correction that was, in fact, very correct.
Chapter 81. The Siege.
Drake rolled his arms, stretching out muscles increasingly fatigued from the past 2 days' constant fighting. And still, there would be more to come. For now, though, he was stopped as he looked to his status. Shit. I'm still running low.
Yes, well, that certainly happens when you go on pointless rampages. Maybe you will learn to vent in a more productive manner next time.
Nato chided. Drake couldn't argue with her on that. He had certainly lost his cool, resulting in this situation. Thankfully, he did have a small reserve of mana left, not to mention his water endowment's gradual regeneration, but it would still take him quite a while to fully recover his pool. Bad news, I blew my low mana pool, so we are going to have to rely on everyone else for the time being. Hudson, how many of your boys do you have ready? Drake asked, coughing over his near slip. Amir snickered, coughing to cover it. It would seem the young man had caught Drake's Freudian mishap, though he didn't draw attention to it.
Got none of the big guys made, since they take a long time to build and all. The stationary ones, I got 2 made and can set the rest of them up, but it will take a spell.
Hudson said, eyeing the outpost walls. He chewed on the side of his mouth, gauging it. That's going to be a problem. How much damage output can your sentries deal to those lieutenants, you think? Drake asked. Hudson mulled over the question, then reluctantly sighed.
Son, I'm sorry, but I haven't had to go against one yet. These boys'll take care of the average knoll, no sweat, and with how high up we are, I don't think them normal goblins will be a problem, long as they don't get a hit on them. Thing is,
Hudson grumbled, looking out at the massive sea of monsters,
I only got so many to go around. Damn near endless bullets don't help much when you only got 4 guns to pepper them with.
Drake nodded in understanding. Right. Well, that helps enough to give us some time, if they get close enough. Set up what you can and start churning out the little guys. We can worry about making the bigger ones when we have some time to spare. Tom! The man jerked at his name being called.
Yeah,
he answered, doing his best to stand up rather than shirking away like before. Time to show your guts. Your job is to block anything coming in that wants to break those little ones. Got it?
Yep.
Next were Sherry, Amir, and Claire. You 3, back to the box, or you can go down behind the wall. We don't need more targets on the wall. Sherry just waved her arm. Amir nodded reluctantly, but Claire grumbled and spoke up.
I don't want to hide. I want to help.
She shouted. And you will! I know what your buff does, and I will need it when I can use a larger spell. But until then, I need you safe and out of the way. If I have to protect you, I can't focus on recovering. I understand your hate and need for revenge. Believe me, but you are no help to me until I can cast something large enough to deal with them. Drake said evenly, meeting her blue eyes. Claire wanted to say something, but bit her lip in frustration. She spun, returning to the makeshift earthen room with the other 2.
I'm going to make them pay. I promised.
She mumbled under her breath.
Strong-hearted, that one. She will need help to recover her mind in time, though. She is hurt in a way only time will heal.
Nato said, with sympathy in her voice. Wow. That's actually very kind of you. I'm proud of you. Drake thought, smiling at the woman's back.
Silence, you ape! It is plain to see she is the most hurt among them. Even a blind man could see such.
I know. I just hope I can give her what she needs to grieve and come to terms with herself. When there's time, I'd like to hear what happened.
Pain recognizes pain, as they say.
Who says that?
I do. Now shut up and get to it. Those little green boogers in their toy cars are getting closer.
Drake glanced over his shoulder, and sure enough, the line of goblins had begun to advance. Hudson, hurry and set up! Tom, protection! Theo! Drake yelled.
Yes, my liege.
Cast your illusions to distract them while Hudson prepares what he can. We just need to buy some time for me to recover.
It would be this one's utmost pleasure,
Theodore shouted back in reply, as he moved to the side and began chanting his stage play of illusion. A black magic circle formed below him. On the edge of the outpost's wall, a myriad of monsters spilled towards the oncoming horde, but they would only buy so much time. Thankfully, we still have that other skill Theo has, the AoE fear, right? Drake mused. Then he turned to Jacqueline, Chelsea, and Harley. All right, now for you 3. Chelsea and Harley each had a bow in hand, and quivers strapped to their backs. The only difference was the jewelry adorning Harley, small gleams of green here and there. Drake popped another 2 rings and earrings into his hand, offering them to Chelsea. Here. Chelsea cocked an eyebrow.
What are these for?
They're dexterity rings. Or would you rather have strength ones? Chelsea and Jacqueline's eyes went wide. The ranger hesitated, inspecting the jewelry.
May I have 2 strength-based ones as well? My skills do scale off dexterity, but my base damage will increase on strength, so an extra 20 points will do a whole lot in the long run.
She asked pensively. Drake tried to meet Harley's eyes. The woman shied away from his gaze. Ah, so you need them as well, Harley? You know, you can just ask. I don't bite. Drake chuckled, popping 4 more strength-based accessories into his hand. Jacqueline waited, expectantly. Sorry, unfortunately I don't have anything other than strength and dexterity, Drake said, showing off the 2 green rings on his left hand. If I did, I'd be wearing them, but they are on the list. She quickly deflated, but Drake couldn't do anything about that at the moment. Instead, he addressed her again. Your job is pretty obvious, but if anyone gets hit, we need you to heal them up. I haven't had a chance to go over your skills, but do you have any bubbles, or is it just red healing?
Bubbles,
she echoed. Yeah, like shields or white health. You know what, just shields. Do you have any shielding skills? Drake said, scratching his cheek.
Dumb geek.
Nato giggled. Drake stifled a sheepish laugh as Jacqueline answered.
No, I'm just able to heal regular vitality.
Still, that's excellent. Then keep an eye on everyone. It'll be my job to watch you until I can go on the offensive, all right? So stay close. But not too close. Don't want you getting any funny ideas. Drake joked, grinning. Jacqueline scoffed and crossed her arms, a cudgel appearing in one hand. Now, Drake returned to Harley and Chelsea. I don't think either one of you can deal with the catapult, so leave that to me for now. It's going to hinder my recovery a bit, but we don't have a choice. I want both of you to prioritize hitting anything coming too close that might break the gate, he explained. He peered out across the battlefield, spotting some of the goblin squads transporting large trees. Things like those rams or any of the lieutenants that look extra nasty. I'll try to help where I can, but don't count on it exclusively. This is something I need you two to do. You are the only ones who can right now. Both women nodded and gripped their bows, then moved to the guard towers, where they had better vantage points. Each began knocking their arrows and firing. Every loosed arrow glowed a mixture of green and red. Drake was thankful they hadn't argued with him. The sound of the catapults, loosing their cargo in the air, stole his attention. They're starting kind of early with this, he mumbled, readjusting his mask. One-handedly, he summoned 2 crimson-red magic circles. 2 fireballs appeared. Without enough mana to fuel it, Drake didn't bother turning them blue. He wasted no time, firing off the balls of flame in the direction of the sparse first volley of boulders. They collided and exploded with the boulders, but couldn't fully disintegrate the rocks. The boulders only broke apart into smaller chunks. With their momentum halted, they fell downwards onto the goblin troops below, squashing the soldiers underneath them. Drake winced. Oh, that is no way to go.
No more than they deserve. Fuck those jack-offs.
Jacqueline spat next to him. That's fair. War is war, after all. How's the experience? Drake asked, wanting to change the topic.
It's not bad. Nothing monumental, though, looks like. No levels just yet, but feels pretty brilliant. Think I'm just a tad bit off till I get my next level in it,
Jacqueline said, gazing into the distance slightly, most likely browsing some of her screens. It must be Amir's buff at work. I can't imagine 10 people sharing experience and not having it be brought down significantly. Drake said, watching the line of monsters slowly encroaching, closer and closer. Jacqueline nodded but said nothing, her shoulders slightly shaking. Don't worry. They will never get close enough. Drake said lightly, I'm going to try to speed up my recovery. Every time they fire those catapults, feel free to hit me to wake me up. Jacqueline smiled, her small shiver evening out. Soon she smacked him in the side with her cudgel. Fucking ow! I said wake me up with it, not just hit me, Drake complained.
I needed to make sure of how hard I could hit, you get me?
think I might have made a mistake signing those contracts to not hit back. Drake sighed, returning to his meditative position. The next time he awoke, he saw Jacqueline pointing upwards with her free hand at incoming boulders. Drake checked his mana bar quickly, summoning 3 red magic circles. His status sat at slightly more than 20%, but it was still slow going, and the higher number of projectiles demanded more spells to match them. With each strike, his mana dipped a bit more, settling a bit below 20%. The catapults would be a problem, Drake knew. He needed to make a decision, whether he should expend his mana to take them out now, or let them slowly chip away and hinder his regeneration. His eyes darted to the oncoming line of goblins, getting closer and closer to the door, but Theodore's illusions still kept them at bay. Over the roar of battle, the sound of gunfire rang out. On Drake's right were a row of the now erected turrets, resembling small sentry guns out of a sci-fi show, peppering blue-hued bullets into the side of the goblins from above. There were a total of 5 now, with more being produced on the wall of the outpost. The steady influx of notifications showed the power of the turrets, but that soon stopped when the lieutenants came to place their shields in the way of the hail of fire. Drake looked down at the steadily moving mob, but he was forced to ignore them. The flood of monsters moving forward was slow. They weren't worth his concern right now. That was reserved for the catapults in the back, acting like heavy artillery. He needed to put a stop to them, so he could focus on helping with the front. Drake grit his teeth as he snapped, changing to his ice endowment for the increase in spell damage. His earthen arm eroded and disappeared as he summoned 5 crimson-red fireballs in front of him, all trained for the back line of the goblin army, right at the catapults. He was forced to use his entire store of mana to send off enough fireballs to strike the catapults down, unable to utilize his unique spell-making skill. But even then he was not able to get all of the catapults. Still, he got enough of them that their usefulness was severely limited. The barrage of spells had exhausted Drake's mana, canceling his spells as his hair faded to jet black. His tattoo was receding as well. He wasted no time in dropping to the floor in another meditative position. The only thing that kept him from immediately meditating was waiting for his mana to recharge slightly so he could reactivate his water endowment. It's gonna be a long night, he thought.
Chapter 82. The Siege, Part 2. Going Nuclear.
Jacqueline's cudgel smacked into Drake, forcing him to rub the side of his arm. But what irritated him more was the sound of banging against wood and the sensation of many monsters around the wall. Did I oversleep or something? Why are they so close already? Drake asked, looking upwards at the dark sky, checking his status as he did so. His mana was still low, but not overly so, sitting at about half. Still not enough for a spell to wipe out the remaining goblin horde at their gate, at least not normally.
It was bloody hard to wake you up. Sleep less like a thick rock, won't you?
Jacqueline complained, darting across the rampart towards Hudson, Theodore, and Tom. Several more sentry guns had been added to the wall, bringing a grin to Drake's face. Kinda cool how sci-fi fantasy that is. We definitely need more of those, like a lot more, he thought.
You have quite bigger problems to deal with currently than gushing over your nerdy passions.
Nato interjected. Drake coughed but approached the gate. The loud banging continued as the goblins rammed the gate with large pieces of timber. The lieutenants covered those holding the ram with their large tower shields. Yes, that does seem to be a problem. Drake checked the guard tower, glad to see that Harley and Chelsea were doing fine, still bombarding the goblins below where they could. Unfortunately, gunfire and arrow fire did not seem capable of penetrating the lieutenant's shields. Is it time to be the hero? I like where this is going.
Oh, Lord, please no.
You know, I'd like to tell you about a story." Drake started, his brows shimmying up and down.
Please do not.
This man, trained all his life to be strong.
Please, I don't care. Make it stop.
Drake smiled widely behind his mask. But this man could not overcome a nuclear bomb, so there was only one option. Drake shouted, spreading his arms. "Claire! Are you ready for your first taste of vengeance?" Drake yelled as the woman scampered up next to him. For all her fury and ire, she seemed fragile and timid when the time came.
I'm ready!"
She finally shouted back, her hands pressed against her chest. "Then let us make it rain pain upon them," Drake said, struggling to stay firm against his giddiness for the spell he was about to unleash. She nodded and began chanting her own spell.
"The heavens shine brightly down upon the land, but the world will not be protected from the rumbling of my heart. I call down the rain, I call down the thunder. Be blessed in your fury, my people."
She chanted, a large yellow magic circle forming below her that shifted to blue, then black.
"We are the wind of change. We are the storm that crashes upon the world. Storm colors rising!"
Claire's spell finished with a thunderous crash. Blinding white lightning struck her from above, enveloping her body. She stood unharmed, gasping from the power of the spell, toppled forwards from her exhaustion, only for Drake to catch her in a princess carry. He brought her to Amir, resting her down gently on the floor. "You did well. I will make sure to kill every last one of them," Drake said softly, but Claire had passed out from the exhaustion of the spell. "Make sure she's safe till she wakes up, Amir. Counting on you," he said, winking. "Do you know what that last option was, Nato?" She stayed silent, but Drake knew she had the answer. It was to become nuclear himself. He beamed underneath his mask.
"Beneficial magic from a party member has been applied. Storm colors rising, apply for 30 seconds. All lightning-affiliated magic has reduced cost by 50%. All lightning-affiliated magic damage increases by 150%. All enemies slain by lightning-affiliated magic replenish status by 1%.
Drake leapt to the edge of the outpost's wall, chanting his defensive skills. "I am the shield! I am the rampart! Bulwark! I am the wall on which my enemies billow! Unbreakable! Unblessed wings! Guardian's reprieve!" 3 flashes of green covered Drake. A 4th viridian flash snapped to life at his fingertips as he activated his wind endowment, his hair and tattoo cascading to mint green as they flared to life. Drake cannonballed into the crowd of goblins like a missile, crushing his launch point beneath his feet and speeding to the center of the horde. He threw his feet forwards, crushing the skull of a goblin as he landed, cratering the earth around him. Every goblin surrounding him struck him with all they still had. "Playtime is over!" Drake shouted. The timer on the buff ticked down slowly, each second stretching out as his adrenaline acuity extended seconds into what seemed like hours. The weapons and magic of the goblins clashed against his defensive shields, shattering them quickly.
Reprieval charge gained.
Now that it had come to this, Drake wanted every inch from his regeneration for this spell. Grinning, he switched out his wind endowment for water. Then he teleported before the weapons and spells of the goblins could harm his flesh. From on high, he stared down at the monster horde in glee. An enormous yellow magic circle snapped to life above him. His left arm raised as the lightning sparked in his hand, growing and condensing rapidly in the fractions of seconds. Losing an arm had improved Drake's ability to manipulate mana manyfold. Snapping his finger again, 2 smaller, light green circles appeared, one in front of his face, one beneath his feet. Drake looked down and spoke, the wind magic adding an ethereal quality to his voice. "Let the true meaning of Almighty be carved into your souls!" Drake roared, almost cackling. The lightning in his hand pulsed with every word as it condensed and expanded, sparks flickering outward, looking for somewhere to escape. But Stormcaller's rising provided Drake with nigh endless reserves, pouring in more and more. Drake softly uttered the word, the wind magic at his feet whispering to life. It oriented him downwards to the ground, right at the horde of goblins. Am. The wind magic at his feet exploded, propelling him downwards like a falling star from the heavens. Throwing his hand forwards, he lit up the sky with the condensed ball of lightning mana. Drake screeched towards the ground. Atomic. Despite being a mere whisper, the last word reverberated across the entire battlefield. It cascaded out over the horde just a breath before Drake's impact, his fist embedding deep into the earth below. Upon impact, his magic exploded the soil of the open plains. In a beautiful cacophony of explosions and rubble thrown skywards, the ground cracked and scattered. Lightning burst through the floor in every fissure, every split rock. The geyser shot up and then outward, growing exponentially larger with every beat of the explosion. The last of them formed a cascading effect as the spell lit the whole world. The party on the wall looked on in amazement and awe as they lost count of the number of monster kill notifications and completed quests they were receiving.
Shot has subjugated Goblin Lieutenant Zvitka Vovjarik, F rank, level 20. Experience earned. 150,000 TP have been awarded to a party member in compensation. Shot has subjugated Goblin Lieutenant Nomovic Vovjarik, F rank, level 20. Experience earned. 150,000 TP have been awarded to a party member in compensation. Shot has subjugated Goblin Lieutenant Senovic Vovjarik, F rank, level 20. Experience earned. 150,000 TP have been awarded to a party member in compensation. Shot has subjugated Goblin Lieutenant Ukovic Vovjarik, F rank, level 20. Experience earned. 150,000 TP have been awarded to a party member in compensation. Shot has subjugated Goblin Lieutenant Ionik Vovjarik, F rank, level 20. Experience earned. 150,000 TP have been awarded to a party member in compensation.
And the kill notifications continued to roll in as each person in the party found themselves leveling up from the well of experience they had received.
Well, looks like I bet on the right horse after all,
Hudson said, gazing at the pillar of white lightning as it slowly began to wane. There, within the center of the impact, was Drake, standing inside the massive crater that he had created. He remained still for a moment as the spell dissipated. His hands then curled at his side as he gave a guttural roar of triumph. His gaze panned to the gate, where many of the remaining goblins and their lieutenants stood, flabbergasted at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Surging forwards, Drake quickly dispatched them, adding to everyone's experience and TP gain, before falling upon the last remnants of the goblin army that had assailed his outpost, running desperately for the forest beyond the carnage. Moving swiftly, Drake sped after them, catching them in handfuls as he moved from group to group, slowly making his way into the forest. Only one person dared to speak up in the momentary lull.
Hey, isn't that from an anime?
Tom asked.
Chapter 83. Cooking, Cleaning, and No Rest. You have subjugated Goblin Butcher, F rank, level 17. Experience earned. 500 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Goblin Butcher, F rank, level 18. Experience earned. 700 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Goblin Forester, F rank, level 12. Experience earned. 300 TP have been awarded. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 200 Goblin Foresters, F rank. Reward, experience, random piece of F-grade equipment.
Drake ripped his earthen spike of an arm out of a goblin's chest. Unsupported, it toppled to the ground as he surveyed the wrecked forest clearing. He scowled as he panned over more cages filled with people, some chained to trees. After his flashy spell in the plains, Claire's buffs had allowed him to quickly recover. This let him clean up the rest of the monsters around the walls of the outpost. He was also pleased to find out that everyone in the party had gained a level from the fight, Sherry even gaining 2 and reaching 12. Drake afterwards scouted for any sneaking monsters near the outpost and went to finish off the retreating goblins. For the first time, he would be taking the fight to them. Hopefully, it would allow the outpost some real rest once he cleared out the immediate vicinity. What awaited Drake instead were small camps set up in a semicircle around the outpost further into the forest, each one with logging operations set up to build the catapults and vast amounts of supplies to keep the fight coming to them. Drake had made quick work of the camps so far, not having trouble with any of the monsters that defended them. What troubled him was the number of cages and people kept within. Drake had finished razing 2 camps to the ground, and between the 2 there was a total of 100 people, at least, scattered throughout them. That not all captives were kept in cages made the fight more challenging as well. Unable to dispatch the monsters with larger spells, he had to use more precise measures and make the fight hand-to-hand. Once the battle was over, Drake plucked the key from a jailer's neck, hoping it matched the locks. Thankfully, it did. The captives were soon freed, none injured too severely. That was good. This wasn't the last camp Drake would be raiding today. Seeing things would be fine here for a little while, he made an announcement. "All right, get in the cages until I return. I still have some more of the forest to clear." Drake told the freed captives stonily. Sheer exhaustion and the atrocities he had witnessed dulled his gaze.
Who are you?"
a man said, rubbing his wrists. "I'm no one." Not far away were some tables which had been used by the goblin butcher. Still strewn across it were the remains of those Drake hadn't been fast enough to save. He struggled not to think about them. "Someone who's been a little too late recently. Now, get in the cage. I don't have time to argue."
"But what if they come back?"
he shouted. "Then you will be safe, in the cage, until I get back. I won't leave you here to rot, but I have other people who need to be freed. Now move or I will make you move." The now freed captives stared at the camp's carnage. Soon they obeyed, and Drake helped them back inside the cages. He left as much food and water as he could fit inside the cage, as he had done for the previous camps. Ignoring the complaints of those within, he shut the cage and locked it. Drake shot forwards, his lightning endowment activated, speed increasing to something the naked eye was unable to follow.
Drake, I understand being cold, but do not forget they are victims, not the perpetrators. Also, do not forget that you are not responsible for what has happened here. The goblins are the ones who did this to them. It is not your fault that you cannot save them all,"
Nato said, trying to console him. "It isn't that. I'm not egotistical enough to think I can save everyone, but I can't help but think if I tried a little harder, I could have maybe saved at least some. I've never been one to expect or calculate for loss. That just isn't something I want to accept. I know that it's something that happens, but I want to struggle and fight so that it's as little as possible. I want to get strong enough to make it 0. Drake said, staring ahead while traversing the forest.
"That is admirable, but please do not hold it all on your shoulders. You are just one person."
Drake didn't answer. He knew she was right, and it was pure hubris to think that he could stop all the losses in the tutorial. But that was not what went through his mind. As his power grew and grew, he couldn't help but think that he might have no choice but to stand up, not just for himself, not just for his family or his friends, but for his own ideals at large, for the people that were under him, the people who needed him, maybe even his entire race. Was he kidding himself? He couldn't possibly know. There had been billions of people before the tutorial. It would be a fallacy to believe himself the strongest, that it was up to him alone, but that didn't stop him from feeling responsible. A shriek derailed Drake's internal dialogue as he arrived at the next camp. A few meters ahead of him was a butcher, dragging a woman across the ground to a table dyed in red. The monster only noticed the newcomer for a second, before Drake's hand gripped its head, ripping it from its body with such force it stood stock still before it slumped to the floor. Drake landed, then quickly doubled back, picking up the woman in his arms. He deposited her next to a tree, the sound of horns and drums ringing out behind him. "Stay here and out of sight. I'll be right back," Drake said, then snapped his fingers, his hair shimmering white. Converging on Drake were the forces of the goblin camp: foot soldiers, shamans, butchers, and jailers. Every monster held some form of weapon or spell in its hands. But Drake was in no mood. With deadly precision he tore through the flood of monsters. At the tip of his earth-shaped right hand was orange molten goop. In his left, his tattoo flared to life with increased mana. His right hand pierced through anything it touched with a sizzle of flesh and the scent of scorched innards. He pushed it into one goblin's head and then the next, using each body he put down as a foothold to shoot forwards and repeat the process. His left arm did the same, hurling goblins in every direction. Within seconds he had taken down the camp. A trail of havoc and smoldering bodies was left behind him. Then he felt another figure enter his aura's field. Looking over his shoulder, Drake wasn't sure if he should be happy or irritated.
Uptick of Fuv Krutz, level 25, F rank. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 10 Goblin Knight. F rank. Reward. Experience. TP. Random piece of F-grade equipment.
Emerging from the tree line was a mass of gray iron. Only small gaps revealed green flesh, its white teeth clenched underneath its metal visor. In one hand was a broadsword, in the other a large kite shield smeared with blood. Drake snapped his fingers. Ice replaced his earthen arm, as his hair and tattoo were tinged orange. The two locked gazes in a tense moment. Drake grinned behind his mask. "I hope you last more than one punch. I need to let off some steam." "Marked!"
Staring out into the forest isn't going to make him come back any faster, Theo, Chelsea said, but she too kept watch, using her identification skill to scout for any lurking red-capped goblins. "I'm sure Mr. Schott is just fine, Theodore," Harley said, consoling him with an arm around the shoulder. "I don't think there's a single monster out there that can even hurt the man." Theodore watched, but placed a gloved hand on Harley's.
"'Tis not the vile monsters that lurk those night-black woods that this one fears. 'Tis those monsters that walk falsely in human flesh that haunt me,"
he said softly, moving his free hand to his thigh. "What do you mean by that, love?"
"Let us just venture that there art just as worse fiends in the tutorial that doeth unspeakable acts. Barbarism and cruelty, 'tis not exclusive to monster kind."
Chelsea grimaced next to him. She knew well what he was alluding to. Behind them a grunt sounded, and Amir spoke up.
"Claire is waking up!"
He shouted. "Where am I?" Claire mumbled hazily, her eyes snapping to attention. "The goblins! Did he kill them?" she shouted, gripping Amir's shoulders.
"Yes, Schott, sir. Schott managed to kill them all, thanks to your spell. You should check your stats and levels. We all gained at least one from the fight thanks to it,"
Amir explained, a weary grin on his face. Hudson spoke up from his fiddling with another sentry.
Looks like the crazy pup is coming back. And he brought a whole mess of lost sheep."
Out of the tree line came Drake. Following behind him was a line of well over 100 people. Each was no worse for wear than they had been upon being rescued not long ago. The line of people passed Drake as a few began to sprint for the outpost over the battered and ruined field leading up to it. Drake followed up the rear, ensuring everyone made it out of the forest. "Looks like we best get down there and help out, yeah?" Jacqueline said as she turned for the earthen stairs, the rest of the group following behind her. Claire was the last to rise up and follow. On shaky feet she stopped and looked out over the destruction she had not witnessed. "I helped him do all that?" she murmured under her breath, counting the line of people slowly coming through the gates. She moved from the wall to overlook the mass of people coming, spotting Drake as he came through the gate last. He patted Theodore on the arm and gave a shake to Amir and Hudson, the rest only getting nods. Apparently, he felt Claire's eyes on him as he raised his head and grinned, giving her a goofy thumbs up, then tossed her a crystalline stone. Skill stone, lightning, rare. Unlocks one random skill from the lightning tree. Requires one open skill slot. Have an unlocked mage main class tree. Claire held the stone in her hands, then pressed it against her chest. "Are you sure you don't need it?" she hollered to him. She saw Drake shake his head, holding up 2 more stones.
"No, don't worry. I found some very helpful goblins who happily gave me some."
Claire couldn't help but crease a grin. It quickly returned to her near-permanent scowl as she looked down at the stone again, reminding her that she needed to get stronger herself, so she could help wipe them all out.
"All right, looks like we have a hefty new batch of people, and I need a bath like Mineta needs a girlfriend." Drake chuckled, walking past the new group of people towards the grouping of tents in the outpost. Behind him the gate closed, and he began the task of getting everyone settled once again. "Okay!" he shouted, using his wind magic to amplify his voice. "Clothes and weapons you can use are here. Tents, here. Put them up yourself. If you need help, find someone. If they say no, you tell me, and then they get no dinner. No one likes going hungry, so let's all be friends, yeah? Food will be prepared by yours truly in an hour on the other side of the already made tents. I'll be setting up tubs of warm water near the mines in that direction." He pointed. "Take what you need to clean yourselves inside your tents. No one get any fresh ideas or I'll kick the shit out of you. Everyone good? No, don't care. You got 3 rules to follow in this outpost. Ask one of the nice people who've been here for a day already what they are. You break 'em, I break you. Have a lovely evening." Drake finished his tiresome speech. A sea of confused faces looked back at him, but he picked one out with his finger, beckoning her over.
"Yeah?"
Chelsea asked, her brow raised.
"Nice introduction. Almost as good as the intro constructs."
The sights he'd seen in the forest still weighed on Drake's mood. He ignored the jab. "After I've finished making dinner, you, Jacqueline, and I need to have a talk," he said evenly. "Find me by the graves once you've grabbed some food and are done eating. I'll be there the rest of the night anyway." Drake left for the makeshift mess hall, not waiting for a response. Theodore briefly appeared beside him before Drake said something inaudible to him, sending the butler back to Harley. They both departed for the top of the outpost wall. Jacqueline walked up next to Chelsea, her arms crossed.
"He doesn't look to be in a fine mood. Bloody bastard looked like he'd seen war crimes,"
she said.
"Jackie, if I'm being honest, I think he might have." Chapter 84. His name is Chris Springs.
Drake retrieved as many barrels as he could from his inventory, arranging them in rows of 2 alongside the outskirts of the tents. He then began to fill them with steaming hot water. A line was steadily forming, every person in the outpost eager to wash the filth from their bodies. Some were more eager than others, as pushing and shoving broke out amongst the people waiting. Drake sighed and snapped his fingers, a loud boom sounding. He had used wind magic to amplify his snap, getting everyone's attention. Using the same spell, he made his voice heard. "Everyone plays nice or you ruin it for the rest of the class," he said, gazing across the crowd. "Any more fighting and no more free stuff." Those who had been fighting hastily returned to the line. There was some sparse grumbling here and there, but the lines began moving smoothly once again.
You have learned some very neat tricks recently.
Nato snickered. "I need them for some of the stuff I'll be doing now. And the better I can control the smaller stuff, the easier it'll be for the larger destructive spells."
It seems you have reached another poor state of mind. Do you care to speak on it?
"I'll be all right, Nato, thank you. If I had to say something, it would be that I'm concerned." Drake thought, returning to setting up rows of cauldrons for the newcomers.
Concerned?
Drake moved his hands quickly, setting up the large pots, campfires, and spit roasts. Yeah, I've started to notice it more and more with every fight I'm having. But I am becoming increasingly enthralled by the combat. I only feel something when I'm on the edge. These fights are barely cutting it anymore, and that's not all. Drake trailed off, skewering an already skinned boar from his inventory and placing it on a fire. He began seasoning the cooking meals he had set up. Nato interrupted him.
That is not all. What else is changing, Drake?
She asked, concern apparent in her voice. Right. I can feel my humanity fading each time I level up. It's strange. It's as if I'm performing a habit that I don't understand anymore. The smiling, the interactions, the talking, and sympathy in general. When I saved those people, I didn't feel sorry. I didn't feel the same amount of empathy I know I should have, that I knew I used to have. It felt like I was just going through the motions because I knew I should. I only feel alive, feel something more when I fight now. Is that the effect of the skill stones? He asked.
It is one of the drawbacks of the higher rarity stones. You are also progressing impressively fast, making me fear that your psyche may not be able to keep up with the trauma you are facing.
Trauma? I don't think I need that type of sympathy. You should save that sympathy for those who are actually being abused, Nato. If you haven't noticed, I'm the one shelling out the punishment for the accused lately. He scoffed, filling another pot with water, food, and seasoning.
That is trauma, Drake. You may not feel it because you have gone through it so much as of late, but you are killing thousands, snuffing out lives, even if they are monsters. But not weeks ago, you were just a normal man watching TV shows and drawing on your tablet for a living. You are far too unforgiving of yourself.
Forgiveness isn't something one gives themselves. It's salvation given by the grace of others. Drake thought, a realization coming to him. I see. I know what I have to become then. I will do what I must to survive. I will become whatever this tutorial and system needs me to be in order to protect what's important to me. Damn the consequences. I'll let someone else judge me when the time is right and it's all over.
Well, that is rather dramatic, but if that is what you wish, I will help you do so. Maybe stand trial together, you dolt.
Drake smiled underneath his mask, finishing the last of the pots. He looked up to see a line of people again, forming near the food this time. Picking out a few people, he gave them instructions for the food. You, and you. Turn the pig every 5 minutes. You, and yes, you. Stir the pots every 10 minutes. Pigs are done in 2 hours, the pots are done in an hour. Don't burn my food, Drake said, adjusting his mask to reveal his grin. Unsurprisingly, his joke did not go over well with the new people, after witnessing a darker side of their savior. His grin was visibly shaking. Well, aren't they rude? Drake thought, snapping his mask back into place and making for the graves.
Yes, well, they did see you put your molten hand through quite a few goblin faces, not to mention what you did to the first knight.
Nato chided when memories of the scene made her wince. Hey, I wanted to see what happens when you use water magic to put the water in the monster. And now I know.
Yes, you the goblin reinforcements, and everyone inside the cage next to the goblin now know, and I'm sure they appreciate it greatly.
That's why I put out the hot water, Drake said aloud, offended. Nato gave a mental shake of her head. He faced the rows of the graves. At least I don't feel as much now, so this sucks less, I guess. No, am I kidding? It sucks even if I can't feel the pit in my stomach. He mumbled, digging the first hole in a new row. Drake continued in silence for nearly an hour before he felt a pair of people draw closer. He could guess who they were, as otherwise he would have heard Theodore calling him.
Well, this is Blake,
Jacqueline said.
Jackie.
Chelsea whispered.
My bad, love. Never been good with these types of situations.
It's all right, Drake said, not bothering to face them. Not knowing how to handle something like this means you haven't had to deal with it. I envy you for that.
Mr. Shada.
Chelsea started, but a raised hand cut her off. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not the one who died. Save it for them, if you want to give it. Drake said, unintentionally cold. Sorry. I'm dealing rather poorly with some things. Just... no. Please, tell me about this friend of yours and what you want me to do about it. You'll have to forgive me for multitasking, but with everything I don't know when I'll have another chance. Chelsea and Jacqueline exchanged a look. At a nod from the cleric, Chelsea stepped up beside Drake.
The man's name is Chris Springs.
She started. This time Drake turned. Wait, the blonde prick? Good-looking, tall, nice smile, rather charismatic, but secretly an asshole with an evil, juicy center? He asked, his brow raised.
Yes, how did you know?
He tried to get me into his little group at the start. I turned him down because... Never mind. So, you want me to kill this guy because he's too good-looking? Maybe turned you down or did something, then...
Drake!
Nato snapped. My bad. I jumped the gun. Drake adjusted his mask, showing off a sheepish smile. Sorry. My intrusive thoughts got ahead of me. Continue, he said.
No,
Chelsea said, slightly confused.
You hit the nail on the head, pretty much. Chris seemed like a nice guy at first, but his true nature quickly showed when the tutorial started throwing stronger and stronger monsters at us.
She moved in tandem with Drake as he made grave after grave.
He used his charm to get close to 50 people together at one point, but what we didn't know was that he had done so only to have himself be protected.
Drake spun his finger in a circle. Asking Chelsea to turn for a moment, she complied, and Drake placed the remains of a person into the grave, then moved to the next. Protected? How? From the strength he showed when he grabbed me, I assumed he was a warrior? Chelsea stayed where she was for a moment, mulling something over.
He apparently had people he knew in the tutorial, and they found people who were easy to manipulate.
I see. So he tried for younger people? Mostly women, and many thought he could easily bring under his wing and manipulate to do what he said? Drake offered, recalling Tom.
For the most part, yes.
Ha! That means he thought you were easy to manipulate. I always knew you were an imbecile, but even the stupid evil villain guy thinks so.
Nato laughed. Drake ignored her as he listened to Chelsea go on.
I was much the same. They found me a little after, I'd been chased out from the group I had come into the tutorial with, and had run into them. The one who vouched for me and helped me get into the group was, Megan.
And this is the friend you want to save?
Yes, she's the one who kept me from going crazy all those restless nights in the dark. I will do anything you ask, even...
Drake held up his hand. Please. I have enough crazy women around me. I do not need more. And value yourself more. I understand you want to help your friend, but I was going to do so regardless. Drake glanced at Chelsea with an endearing grin. I only needed to know how much you cared for her. And from what I can tell just from this, is that you do so immensely. From the fight earlier, I can also say you know how to take a hit and stand back up. You obviously don't like me, but decided to work with me regardless to help her. And right now, in this situation, that is good enough for me. Drake fully turned to face her. You and Jacqueline have only just become a part of my group, but I can tell you're good people. Even if one of you, or, well, both of you, have a smart mouth. But anyone who can willingly sacrifice themselves for another, for friends and family, is someone I'm willing to help. All I need to do is ask me, he said, holding out his hand. Preferably politely, he added with a light chuckle. Chelsea looked bewildered at Drake, her face cycling through expressions in rapid time. Disbelief, concern, anger, shock, joy, gratitude, and relief, that then finally became a smile. Her left hand moved to meet Drake's, her other covering her mouth as she whimpered behind it, tears of relief and joy cascading down her face.
Please save my friend. Please save my friend, Megan.
She shouted, soft gasps resounding through the area. Drake gave her hand a firm shake as they met. "With pleasure," he said. Now, if only Jacqueline could learn to be as polite.
Piss off, bloody idiot!
She shouted from behind. Baby steps, we'll get there. He laughed. Now, let's go see a mustached man about finding an evil villain.
Chapter 84.5 The Dazzling Tyrant. Magnificent! Such beauty, such inspiration, thought Aono. I must draw this, quickly! Aono quickly summoned her mana stylus and mana paper, both produced from her only skill as a non-combat class, artist. Aono was a one-track mind type of woman. She loved to draw. She found inspiration from anything. The birds flying in the morning sun, the construction workers ordering around the laymen as they worked on buildings or roads, even the sight of people eating at a roadside stall. Anything could and would be used for her art. And once she was pulled into the tutorial by some infernal system, she lost her ability for the art she loved. The system pushed onto her classes for which she cared not. Of them she chose mage, and begrudgingly became efficient at it, as using the staff they provided allowed her to somewhat paint with the mana she found. Her happiness spiked, however, when reaching level 10 offered her the option to change to an artist. She cared not that it would remove all of her combat potential and make her a non-combat class. All that Aono cared for was being able to draw once again. Properly draw. No more using her staff as a makeshift utensil to scratch in the dirt. She had witnessed so many scenes in this tutorial, and every single one had inspired her to draw. But she could not, leading to dull, sleepless nights writhing in frustration, desperately wanting to. It was all she could think of, all she could dream of. And now, finally, she could. Now, finally, she had found it. Found him, the most brilliant subject, the pinnacle of inspiration. The way the man moved from goblin to goblin, tearing them to pieces with such grace and poise, did everything for her. Her eyes could not be torn from him. His hair, cascading from hue to hue, his eyes changing just as quickly, the devilish ears of pink fur he wore, the same pink squirrel tail he donned. The stylish black robe trimmed in gold, a shining golden pauldron adorning his left shoulder. His fiendish, red, black, and white half-mask, its frightening teeth gripped a cool blade of white. The two subtle fresh scars on the side of his face, one just above his right eye. His creativity and brutality with spells sent shivers down her artistic spine. She could barely hold back a girlish scream as her pen moved over her canvas. Elegance, truly elegance in its purest form. I must paint him. This scene, it must be done. I have a moral obligation, she shouted in her mind. Her fellow captives screamed and shouted annoyingly, but what was worse was how they jostled each other, blocking her view of the man. She was forced to rise from her sitting position to get to the edge of the cage. The man was quickly dispatching the goblins. Then Aono saw him, the goblin warrior who stood across from the man. "It's the epic JoJo standoff!" she squealed, earning her a few confused glances. She put brush to paper, capturing the moment, when she heard the man say something she almost didn't catch.
"I hope you last more than one punch. I need to let off some steam." "Marked!"
the man roared, then shot forwards, disappearing from Aono's vision. The next moment she heard a crash, and he reappeared on top of the goblin. The man's glassy ice arm melted, entering the monster's helmet. His other arm gripped its throat, preventing it from struggling as he poured more and more water down its gullet. She looked on in awe as she witnessed the man's tyrannical one-sided fight. The monster swelled and bloated, its armor barely able to hold the ballooning container before... Pop! Aono finished the brush strokes of the scene on her mana paper. Holding it up to the torchlight, the green blood and bits of goblin victims slowly slipped off its back, seeing the beautiful manga outline she had created. "Elegance!" she shouted out loud, looking over the mana paper that was still splattered in green blood, screaming once again with fanatic glee. Title: The Dazzling Tyrant! Chapter 85 The Road to Finding Chris.
Drake finished the graves while Chelsea and Jacqueline talked amongst themselves. Both seemingly went back and forth on how to go about finding Chris, and who they could rely on when they did. Soon the crack of dawn shone as the bright yellow-orange of the sun pierced the darkness, cresting the distant tree line. Drake placed the last of the victims' bodies he had been able to collect into the grave, carving the headstone in the same way as the others, and, after a short silence, he turned to the pair of women. "All right, time to get this villain-slaying arc started," he said, walking past the two.
Bruv, did you do that on purpose, or are you really just that childish?
Jacqueline asked, following. "Are you asking because you care, or have my devilish good looks captivated you enough to tease me relentlessly like on those shows?"
You see, he's doing it again!
She shouted, turning to Chelsea.
Sir Shot, I've been wondering that also, to be fair. The spells you use in the fighting are all strong, there isn't any question there, but the way you speak and the jokes you use, is there a reason for it?
Drake stopped for a moment, then faced the pair. "Do you want the truth?" he asked.
It's why we asked you, right bloody arse. Now land already, will you?
"First, that was a very rude way to ask," Drake said, giving her an even glare. "Second, I do it to keep myself sane at this point. The stones I used were strong, and it's outpacing my ability to stay mentally stable. Let's just say it's one of my roots grounding me from going entirely crazy. So I'll settle for a bit childish and crazy over going full-turn ripe supervillain crazy. Unless, of course, you'd like me not to." He smiled, his left hand zapping with electricity. Both women shook their heads, no.
What stones did you use?
Chelsea asked. Drake pursed his lips for a moment, debating if he should divulge, but decided to tell them, as they had opened up a small bit about their friend. "I've used more than several rare stones and 2 epic stones. And let's just say I have some more slots to use for the rare ones we pick up along the way."
2? How the fuck did you get 2 things like that?
Jacqueline shrieked, louder than she intended, drawing some gazes from people around the food area as they passed. Her head dipped and ears became a shade darker. "Just some luck with the quests. And don't forget I had 2 classes, so I had 2 class quests. That helped some."
I see.
Chelsea said solemnly.
I guess the secondary class was a blessing then.
"Absolutely not," Drake replied immediately. Chelsea's face screwed up in confusion at the terse answer, although Drake didn't see it. "Look, how much work do you think went into getting my class to this point?" he asked, stepping onto the first earthen stair-step to the rampart.
Just as much as anyone else? Maybe double, since you have 2 class... Oh.
You're half right. I have a title that forces me to gain double the experience of the previous level, so you can probably understand just how many monsters I've had to kill, and honestly, he said, hesitating on a step to address them, I'm pretty surprised I haven't gotten a title for the number of monsters I've outright killed so far. There was a chime, accompanied by a notification.
Complainer, this is not a real title. You're just a whiny little bitch.
Drake scoffed and swiped the notification away. The previous fight had left some others he had yet to sort through. For now, he just continued up the steps. The other thing is, to gain that much experience, I also had to kill monsters well above my level. I'm not going to say the benefits of the secondary class aren't worth it, but it does take far more hard work that, if I didn't have any other choice, I would have shirked immediately. That is, until I realized I needed the strength provided by the dual class to protect what I need to. He finished, trailing off as they reached the top of the rampart. They all looked out to the broken and battered field that was now the plains outside the outpost, the bright sun now above the trees, illuminating the piles and piles of monster corpses. Oh, Drake said, remembering something. I have to talk to Amir about the cores. Wait, that means Theo is out of a job.
He has other uses.
Nato snapped. I suppose he does now, doesn't he? He was a great investment, if I do say so myself. The trio approached the guard tower, spotting Theodore and Harley both talking happily as they kept their eyes trained on the horizon. Drake was surprised to see Claire and Amir with them. Well, aren't you two getting cozy? Why are you both here? Drake asked.
Need to be here if those fucking goblins come again. I want the experience and help wherever I can.
Claire responded, scowling for a moment until her expression softened to something more neutral.
And, thank you for the lightning stone. I'll be sure to use it immediately.
Don't mention it. Have you used a rare stone before? Claire shook her head. I see. Wait until I have some free time to use it, then? Rare stones can have some adverse effects, all right? He said with concern in his voice. Also, Amir, how did we fare on monster cores with your skill? Amir perked up from next to Claire when his name was called. For a brief moment he looked distantly at something, then refocused just as quickly. We have collected, 1,600 cores in total. If you hadn't given me more dimensional bags, Sir Shot, I wouldn't have been able to carry them all, I'm sure. Amir laughed wearily. That is a nice haul, I will say. Did we really kill that many over the past 2 days? Drake wondered.
You mean, did you kill them?
Claire amended.
It does not matter who killed them. Those cores are rightfully mine.
At that, Nato popped out of Drake. Hey! Who said you can come out? Drake shouted.
It is fine. No one will see us here for the moment, and I would like to stretch my legs. Now, boy, the cores!
Nato demanded, her hand outstretched. Amir looked hesitantly between the two. Look, it's an even cut. She can have my share, Amir. Everyone take some. You're going to need them for currency outside the tutorial, if the little glutton there is to be believed. Drake smirked, pointing to Nato with his chin. Nato's head swiveled to give Drake the death stare. He stuck his tongue out at her.
That is 160. Cough it up. And not one less, but certainly feel free to round up to 200, dear boy.
Nato said, raising her chin with a sinister grin. Amir again looked to Drake for help. Drake smiled and sprayed Nato with water, drenching her. 160, no more no less. You can give me the ones for Sherry and Hudson. They don't look to be here right now, so I'll find them myself. He said, ignoring Nato, who had run over to him, stabbing at his metal boots with her dagger. Right. Amir distributed the cores to everyone present, and they all put them into their inventories. Theodore spoke up. My liege, thou hast mentioned the use of said cores in the world outside. Dost thou knoweth the uses of such? A little Miss Grumpy here, Drake said, now blowing warm air on Nato. Hasn't mentioned specifics, other than they will be turned to currency, so think of this as a salary for now. Theodore nodded, twisting his mustache thoughtfully. Now, Theodore, I have to ask you something, Drake said, moving the stream of air back and forth away from Nato. Her teeth bared each time the warm breeze changed. Anything, my liege, Theodore said. He pressed a hand to his chest, showing off his new gloves. Oh, those are fancy. From a quest? Drake asked. Indeed, they are of quality most rare, increasing this one's ability to concealeth others, as well as decreasing the mana which is used. 'Tis quite the boon, if this one must say. Perfect. Drake brightened. I need you to go find this man Chelsea is looking for, Chris Springs. You and her are going to go find him, is that all right? Theodore stared pensively at Harley. Drake nodded. Don't worry. I'll make sure she's safe. You have my word. I will die for her if it comes to it. May she not accompany us thither, my liege? Theodore asked. Unfortunately not. I need someone else who can see through stealth like her that I can trust. My aura is very useful, but it can't cover the entire outpost's walls. That's why I need to see Hudson as well. He pointed to the sentries that now lined the outpost. I need to know the extent of the sentry's abilities, and I'm interested in his big boys. A giggle sounded from Drake's feet. Looking down, he saw Nato snickering, a suggestive grin on her face. Drake tapped the back of her with his foot, forcing her to stumble slightly forwards, then looked to Theodore for an answer. Theodore took only a moment to tighten his gloves, then bowed. With all due haste, my liege, 'twill be done. No, not that much haste, Theo. Drake smiled, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. My liege? You look like a car wash rag, my friend. You and Chelsea get some rest. You've both been up all night. 2 hours of rest after a hot bath. Both of you take all the time you need to clean up, and make sure to tell your friends you care for them, since you won't be seeing a hot bath or them for the next couple of days, I'm sure. Drake said. He plopped 2 large tubs in the room and filled them with hot water. Chelsea's eyes sparkled at the sight of the large wooden tub filled with steam. Dropping it in her inventory, she scurried. Theodore gave Harley a significant look, placing the tub in his inventory as well, then descended the steps of the rampart with her in tow. What about you 3? Want a hot bath? I got up here for a bit. Get some real rest, Drake offered. Amir and Jacqueline both nodded, accepting similar tubs as they left. Claire, on the other hand, stayed, absently rolling a stone in her hand.
Aren't you tired as well? I don't think I've seen you sleep since we've gotten here,
she asked. Nah, I don't sleep. My class, stats, and skills let me stay up pretty much indefinitely at this point. Speaking of which, I think I have some time now to help you with that stone.
Oh, please.
Nato grumbled.
I am still here, you apes. The room is not exclusively yours.
Drake smiled and pulled 2 chairs from his inventory, both facing out to the horizon and the still rising sun. He patted the seat next to him. Ignore her. He scoffed. Let's get you some new skills, yeah? Claire nodded and timidly approached the chair. Oh, Drake said, his brows rising. Sorry about having to carry you earlier. Didn't want you to fall on the floor. Claire looked surprised that he had said anything, reflexively covering her mouth.
I understand you had to because I passed out. Thank you for telling me,
she answered, sitting down and nudging the chair a small bit away from Drake. Would you tell me what happened? I want to understand more, but only if you're willing. We can sit in silence and just watch the sunrise instead. I could use the quiet for a bit myself. Claire looked pensive, but before she could answer, a high-pitched voice from between them interrupted her.
Hey, Mr. Asshole! Where my task is my chair?
Chapter 86. Is this what they call bonding?
For the next hour, the trio sat in relative silence, the only disturbances between them the rustling of clothes, and the sounds of distant chatter from the direction of the tents. Nato had fallen asleep in Drake's lap, a pool of drool forming on his right pant leg. Looking down, he gave a quick sigh, but he was used to her being a handful. In Drake's good hand he held 2 small clear crystal stones. Claire held a third in between her cupped hands. They both stared into the distant rising sun, just content with resting and watching the horizon. At least until Drake became restless. He had been so busy the past week that he felt that if he was not moving forwards with something, he would drown in boredom. Every moment he wasn't making progress was a moment he fell further and further behind. Taking a breath, he tried to relax himself. For the first time in a while, Drake pulled up his skill list.
Skill branches, primary, Elementalist P2, 37% F rank, 0 out of 5. Mage Sight P2, 38% F rank. Heretical Mind P2, 33% F rank. Multiplicative P2, 82% F rank. Elemental Endowment P2, 16% F rank. Elemental Conflux P2, 5% F rank. Secondary Shield Miller P1, 86% F rank, 0 out of 5. Warrior Stamina P2, 27% F rank. Guardian's Reprieve P1, 94% F rank. Aura of Command P1, 0% F rank. Martial Strike P2, 11% F rank. Empty. Primary Subtree Internal Mastery F rank, 0 out of 5. Of the Apex P2, 15% F rank. Weak Point P2, 13% F rank. Tempered in Flames P2, 35% F rank. Tyrannical Aura P2, 14% F rank. Empty. Secondary Subtree Soul Mastery F rank, 0 out of 5. Mana Manipulation P2, 19% F rank. Atrophy of the Mind P1, 17% F rank. Cower P1, 21% F rank. Sound Body and Mind P2, 15% F rank. Purity of Soul P1 90% F rank. Tertiary Subtree. Weapon Mastery F rank 0 out of 5. Hoarder P2 17% F rank. Fully Loaded P1 0% F rank. Weapon of Choice P2 14% F rank. Adrenaline Acuity P2 23% F rank. Empty. Quaternary Subtree. Empty.
Still playing around with the stones in his left hand, he perused his current skills progression. He was making headway with most of his skills, considering it had only been a few days. Hard work really had allowed him to start closing the gap between himself and the upper ranks of the participant ladder. Though he was miffed by the stains that were some of his skills. His fully loaded and aura of command skills both sat at a still abysmal 0%, but hopefully that would change, now that he had a party upon which to use the command skill. A few quests had also been completed, with more on the way. Additionally, there was a large amount of equipment he was still waiting to cycle through after all the commotion. He had, unsurprisingly, leveled up once again after saving so many captives in the forest, but Drake wouldn't be surprised if the goblins had even more hidden elsewhere, sadly. He was only able to grit his teeth, instinctively imagining what might be happening to them. Another sign his ability to empathize was waning. As his profile showed, his stats had truly ballooned once again, with some free points to spare. All thanks to his passive skills, which boosted the growth of his intelligence.
Drake Wallen. Tutorial alias, Shot. Race, Human. Profession, Minor P2 7% F rank. Class, Unique Elemental Miller level 16. Vitality, 274 15%. Strength, 314, 20 plus 10%. Dexterity, 200, 40 plus 20% plus 40. Intelligence, 582, 15 plus 15%. Wisdom, 270, 15%. Endurance, 20 plus 15%. Free points, 50.
Looks like I have a few points for a rainy day for now. I was able to bring up my endurance, thankfully, but it did cost almost my entire stat pool. Now dexterity is lagging behind a bit since I've lost my arm. It was true that he had steered away from close combat in favor of using his mana manipulation, almost fully leaning into it with his near 600 raw stat point. But he was concerned he might soon need to place more into his physical stats. He didn't want to lack the growth needed to fully utilize his skills, after all. Breaking him from his thoughts, Claire struggled to speak up.
I'm sorry, I'm just not ready to speak about it just yet, but since we have time, can we use the stones?
Broken from his trance, Drake realized she was looking at the stones he clutched. Here I am, ignoring the person I was trying to help and console, he thought, admonishing himself. Yeah, no, that sounds good. You go ahead. You've used some of the more common ones, right? Claire nodded, gripping the stone warily.
Here I go,
she said. Drake observed, ready to step in if needed, but was captivated by how the use of the stone looked from the outside in. He had never seen someone use a stone in front of him, not even Theodore. Claire went into a trance almost. A faint white glow crept up the arm, gripping the stone, finding its place in the center of her chest, before webbing out to every part of her body from her center. She gave a gasp for air, and the light subsided, he assumed signaling the end of the process. That was much quicker than I thought, Drake said with a look of concern.
It felt like that took a lot longer than it should have.
Claire eked out through gasps. How was it? Good skill? Drake asked, a smile tugging at his lips as he tried to keep the mood up. She returned the smile.
Yeah, it's another buff skill, this time for water magic,
she said proudly, her face glistening with sweat from the subsumption process. Drake gave a hearty laugh and brought out a cup of cool water from his inventory, as well as a few other things.
What are you going to do with those?
Claire asked, pointing with her chin at the leather straps he had brought out. I have been neglecting some things that I said I needed, so I'm going to get it done now while I can, he said, punching holes into the straps with his earthen hand and twisting them into a small pouch.
You aren't going to use your stones?
Well, he continued to fashion the leather into a small pouch, doing his best not to wake Nato. Last time I used a rare stone, I nearly killed Nato, and the time before that, I nearly killed her again. Oh, wait, that's right. The last time I didn't nearly kill her, but my skill did go out of control, and I made her very, very shaky. Not good in a shake-weight way, but like a pale-face, sweaty way. Claire eyed him concerningly as she kept silent, sipping the water from the cup. She was obviously content not to see him use his stones now. Drake was no leather worker, but did his best to work with what he had. Making some straps and using the strings of leather he had cut off, he attempted to sew together the pouch he had been procrastinating on. And done! Nice. Just what I needed, he said proudly, pulling several of the potions he had gotten from his inventory and pushing them into the small rings of the pouch. 4 red pieces of jewelry were also added from his inventory.
That, looks, nice.
Claire lied, looking away. Drake held the pouch up to the sun, spotting a few gaps. Some of the pieces were falling apart already, as one of the flasks slipped from a ring. He quickly caught it as he chuckled wearily, placing it and the rest into his inventory, and setting the leather on fire now that it was ruined. Well, it was worth a try. I guess it's time for quest rewards, then, he said, trying to change the mood. Claire perked up at that, shifting in her chair slightly. She had already cashed in on some of her own quests. Her luck hadn't been as good as some of the others. Drake pulled up several of the quests, going through them. A black die materialized in his hand.
Quest complete. 20 of 20 Goblin Lieutenants F rank. Accept rewards? Yes or no? You have been awarded experience. Please roll for equipment rarity.
Drake grinned at the prompts, having not seen them in some time. His pulse surprisingly rose as he held his breath in anticipation. Breathing deeply, Drake tossed the die lightly against the floor. It bumped against the wooden wall of the outpost, then came bouncing back to them, a 16 facing upwards.
Wow. You have some real unfair luck there, don't you?
Claire said with a glare. Ha ha. Drake chuckled, holding out a hand for the item. A red shawl dropped into it.
Halo Shawl of Possibilities, F-grade rare. A shawl made from the wings of the volcanic fire drakes of the elemental planes. Effect: allows the user to pull freely from their inventory regardless of combat status.
I don't think I should use this. The dragons are gonna kill me, Drake mumbled.
Huh? What did you say? That's a really nice-looking scarf. It's so strikingly red.
Yeah, nice. It seems it's a shawl. But would you look at that? Well, that fixes my problem. Drake smiled, wrapping it around his neck. With a light snapping sound, the shawl fixed itself in place with some system feature or magic, much like his mask had done, startling Drake. If it was magic, mage sight couldn't detect it. The fabric unraveled from around his neck, creating almost a halo around his shoulders, the ends of the shawl adhering themselves to his forearms. That is oddly cool, Drake said. Now how do I test it? He glanced at Claire, who was still wide-eyed. Hey, Claire.
Hmm?
Can you hit me?
Excuse me?
Well, I need to test the shawl, and for that I need to be in combat, Drake said. There came a sudden, sharp pain in the side of his arm. Nato had woken up, sinking her teeth into his arm. Guess what, you friend? She said through her closed jaw. Drake looked down with a straight face at the small construct, then tried to pull something from his inventory. A second later, a red vial popped into the air above Nato's head, smacking her with a clank. She fell backwards, her hands rubbing the forming bump on her head. Yeah, looks like it works, thanks. Drake smiled.
Chapter 87. Morning Glory. Claire
giggled at the banter, her laughter light and easy. Drake held back the riled-up Nato, appreciating the woman's smile and laugh. He was happy to see her starting to cheer up, focusing on things other than how much she wanted to kill the goblins. He understood that it would never go away. Scars like that didn't heal so quickly, but seeing her able to distract herself was good. "Well, Nato, what do you think about some food while I finish what I need to?" Drake said.
Food?
Nato asked, her ears and tail perking upwards. A slight dribble escaped the side of her mouth. "Yes, food," Drake repeated. "Claire, would you mind grabbing her a barrel?"
A barrel?
Claire stuttered. "I said what I said. Please and thank you." Claire nodded and left the earthen box, only stopping for a moment to look back. Her smile was gone, a lonesome frown replacing it, before she turned the corner and down the stairs.
Why did you have the young lady leave?
Nato asked, wiping her mouth with Drake's sleeve. He grimaced, cleaning off his sleeve with a spurt of water from his other hand, then drying it with his wind magic quickly. "I have a few stones to use and a quest reward I didn't want her here for. I trust her, but if I get something useful out of this reward, the less information out there, the better." "Also," Drake offered the shawl. "Is this going to be a problem? It says it's made from drakes."
Ha! Nothing would be easily made from the likes of yourself.
Nato giggled with a pointed finger, but pouted when Drake eyed her seriously. Huffing, she snatched up the item to look more closely, then pursed her lips.
I would think not, although dragons would be angered by you holding onto an item made from one of their kin. An item from a volcanic drake would not count. I would even go as far to say that anything up to dragons themselves should be fair game. When we begin to get into the realm of B-grade items and equipment, we may need to start worrying about it. But anything within the F grade is fine, so far as it stays below epic grade,"
she explained. "Well, that's comforting, but why? Aren't dragons dragons? Is there a difference here I'm missing?" Drake said, crouching to pick up the die from the floor. Nato sighed, but nevertheless explained, if only in mock reluctance.
For dragons, kin is important, but it is just that, their immediate family.
She began.
You can read from the description, it says, volcanic drake.
Drake nodded, waiting for further elaboration.
Well, that is just a species. It is not a brood name or moniker. Generally, lesser species of monsters or higher races will be given generic names. It is the same for elementals, titans, dragons, ogres, elves, and so on and so forth. In this instance, we are talking about nameless monsters. If the item description mentioned a specific name, such as draconic of such and such, then we would have a non-metaphoric flame up our tushies.
So, what exactly is the lesser species of humans? Wait, don't answer.
It is apes! You ape!
Nato cackled, not missing her chance. Drake sighed, shaking his head, admonishing himself for falling into such an obviously laid trap. He quickly brought up the second quest he wished to finish, excitement and anticipation beginning to spread in his mind after such a long time.
Quest complete. 50 of 50 goblin jailers F rank. Accept rewards? Yes or no. Experience has been awarded. Please roll for equipment rarity.
Casting the die to the floor, Drake watched as it turned and bounced on the ground. Eyeing it carefully, he tried to curb his expectations in real time.
6, 17, 3, 1.
Fuck!
You certainly cannot win them all, as they say.
Nato said, not so consolingly as she picked her nails. Yeah, well, it was bound to happen. He sighed, holding his hand out for the item. What dropped in his hands were 2 leathery bracers, with some small fur protruding from them. Wait, isn't this? Another item plopped out into his other hand. They were the identical twins of the bracers.
Leather bracers, F grade common. A crudely made pair of bracers meant for warmth rather than protection. +1 defense proficiency. 5 to 12 physical damage reduction. 3 to 9 magic damage reduction.
Drake stifled a laugh as he looked at the pair of identical items. Well, at least I'll have extras, he said, trying to stay positive. He reflected on memories of coping with how he'd gotten his dual class. Drake quickly put on the bracers, flexing his wrist to see if they fit, only to hear a faint tearing sound. The leather was stretching and ripping already. He hadn't even put on the second one. It forced a weary laugh from his lips. At least flaring his tattoo didn't rip the bracer any more than flexing his arm had, he found.
Certainly it is a good thing you have extras. The bracer looks like the last button on a dress shirt worn by an anime character,
Nato said, then slapped her face, realizing what she had just said. Drake chortled, flexing his hand a bit too much. The leather bracer ripped fully in half. Ah, damn it. He sighed. At least I have a lot. He replaced the ruined bracer with its mate, careful not to destroy this one. He opened his inventory once again, checking something he had been hoping for, since he remembered his fully loaded skill was still stuck at 0%. But now, with the addition of his shawl for his shoulders and his massive amount of shitty leather bracers, he hoped it would fill all his slots. Opening the screen, he saw the same figure, his right arm blacked out. Asshole system, he thought, clicking his tongue, but quickly returned to task. The figure on the screen had all of its slots filled now, as he had hoped, his hoarder skill allowing him to pseudo-fill the accessory slots even without the use of a necklace. Even his gloves, which should have been empty, were replaced by his tattoo rings. Apparently they had counted in the place of proper gloves. Thinking about it, it did make sense. His tattoos did cover his entire hand, like gauntlets. And with that, he had fully equipped himself, giving him the long-sought-out 50% boost to his combat abilities. Next was the final quest he was able to complete, thanks to slaughtering all of the goblins' camps.
Quest complete. 100 of 100 goblin butchers F rank. Accept rewards. Experience has been awarded. Please select a weapon box of your choice.
Drake looked over the options of weapons, surprised that each one was of rare quality. Perusing the selection, he stopped on several weapons that might be useful for him.
Dart and chain, ink tattoo rings, mana gauntlet.
But there was one that caught his eye the most.
Two-handed staff.
Oh, this might be my jam, he thought. It took Drake a few minutes of mental back and forth, comparing the pros and cons of the staff over the other three. The dart and chain was something Drake liked aesthetically, and would honestly help with confusing those about what his class really was. But in every other department it was a con. It most likely didn't have high magic damage, and Drake wasn't sure practicing with a brand new weapon would be the best use of his time. Especially considering he still had to learn real hand-to-hand combat. Right now, his style was mostly smash their face in till they're dead, or tear their head off. He would very much like to change that, as soon an opponent would likely come that he could not kill in a single punch. Learning a new weapon from scratch was just too much of an investment for him when he had yet to master his current main weapon. So the dart and chain were sadly out. Well, I could always just make one with magic, Drake thought, consoling himself. The ink tattoo rings was another possibility, being his main weapon at the moment and having served him well. So having a possible upgrade through the weapon box may be worth blowing off the others. But in the same vein, he already had them. The mana gauntlet was much like the tattoo rings. His main source of melee damage currently was his hand-to-hand combat, mixed with his destructive style of magic. The gauntlet would be a nice option, if it was a guaranteed upgrade. But on the same coin, would it really be better than his current equipment? But with the staff, the possibilities were endless. A goofy grin creased his face.
What are you making that disgusting face for again? This is almost the same as... No, Drake!
Nato almost hissed. He locked eyes with the construct as he mentally confirmed his decision, grinning ever wider.
Selected F-grade staff weapon boxes reward. Confirm. Yes or no?
A box, almost as tall as he was, materialized from a flash of light. The box seemed to be made of very high-quality finished wood, with exquisitely well-crafted markings and engravings on the outside. A golden latch adorned the side of the box, and the hinges also shimmered a beautiful gold. Yeah, don't need this. What's in the box? Drake yelled with anticipation as he flung open the cover, pulling the staff from the box all in one motion.
4-petaled Morning Glory Staff, F-grade rare. An exquisite staff carved from the wood of an elder darkwood treant. The Morning Glory Blossom cradles 4 elementally attuned crystals of equal power, granting the weapon an ethereal allure. 35 to 42 physical damage, 833 to 937 magic damage, 100% increase in elemental magic damage. Special effects when killing targets with specific base elements. Earth. Magic defense is increased by 1% per kill, can stack up to 20 times. Duration 15 seconds. Fire. Increases magic damage by 1% per kill, can stack up to 20 times. Duration 15 seconds. Air. Magic expenditure for your next spell is reduced by 80% on every 100th kill. Water. 5% of mana is regenerated on every 20th kill over 10 seconds. Cannot stack.
Oh, I do not deserve this! He declared gleefully, holding the new staff in the air. The dark, almost ebony wood was smooth to the touch, curved into a beautiful spiral at the end. At the crown of the staff, the wood splintered into 8 curling points. Grasped by each pair of points, or petals, was a glimmering crystal. One of faint crimson, another of serene blue, another of tranquil yellow, the final of a robust, earthy brown. This looks too good to be true. It makes no sense, but I will name you Chunjinmaru. Wait, no, that's the wrong weapon. Drake said, going back and forth with himself.
Cease! That name! You do not mean to—
Nato shouted, almost concerned. I'm not doing anything. Drake lied, placing the staff into his inventory, then used his new shawl to practice switching between his rings and staff. After a few repetitions, his excitement mellowed by a level. Unfortunately, the shawl was not as perfect as he had hoped. It only allowed for the items to be taken in and out within the space, but it wouldn't allow him to equip an item instantly. That's fine. Just makes for more cool equipping scenes. Wait, does that mean I'm a magical girl? Oh, no. I have color-changing hair. Nato gives me ears and a tail. Fuck! Drake howled.
What are you going on about now, you dolt?
Drake stood straight and lied through his teeth. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A few calming breaths later, Drake absent-mindedly toyed with 2 skill stones. He was wary of both of them for the same very good reason. 3 open slots were left in his skill tree, but he was rightfully concerned about the repercussions of using more higher-grade stones with his current mental state.
Skillstone, Oppression, rare. Unlocks 1 random skill from the Oppression tree. Requires 1 open skill slot. Skillstone, Lightning, rare. Unlocks 1 random skill from the Lightning tree. Requires 1 open skill slot.
Now, today has started off as a relatively good one. Saved some people, killed some monsters, had some quality time with little 1-foot demon, but is it going to stay one? Drake whispered.
I heard that, you fucking moronic ape!
Chapter 88. Tom's Special Power.
How has it been a good day exactly, Drake? I should not have to tell you.
Nato started.
I have yet to acquire the sustenance I was promised and deserve. Where is that girl with my meal?
There is something oddly funny about a 3-day-old, 1-foot-tall child. Nato's glare stopped him from continuing. Woman, he amended, calling a grown 5-foot-some woman a girl. You act like one of those land ladies from anime.
And whose fault would that be? Lest you forget I was derived from you. May you also not forget that I am made in an image that you would enjoy and find comforting. That includes parts of my personality.
I can't forget something you've never told me. Wait. Does that mean I like tsundere? Or am I just a... No, I can't handle this monumental moral dilemma right now. Drake said, grinning as he joked.
Monumental fundamental moral dilemma, is it? Certainly it is the latter. We both know quite well how much you liked to get yourself knocked out, at least until recently.
Hey, okay, that might be true, he said, shrugging his shoulders. But back to my point. Am I all right to use these? I still don't feel like myself, honestly, but I can't put gaining power on hold. The goblins seem to be ramping up the scale of the attacks as well as changing strategies, and we only have... Drake trailed off as he glanced at the quest.
Time left until the Goblin King joins the fight. 4 days, 16 hours, 29 minutes, 34 seconds.
A little less than 5 days until the king joins. And with Theo out finding Chelsea and Jacqueline's friend, I don't think we have a way to find him unless I go out myself. And there's no telling what might happen if I leave. That's honestly really taxing to think about. Unless we can just wait until the king finds us?
And the man-child Tom's friend. Don't forget him.
What?
Do not forget about the buffoon, you moron!
Nato said, again, thumbing to the corner. In the corner with his shield was Tom, motionless, with a sheepish look on his face. Drake stared, flabbergasted that the man had gone unnoticed for so long, even with his aura and ocular skills. Tom waved at Drake awkwardly. Hi, he muttered. How long have you been there, Tom? I've been here since Claire was here. I didn't want to interrupt again, so I just stayed quiet in the corner. Tom answered, his face beading with cold sweat. Drake placed a hand to his face. Tom, you have less presence than Theo does while his skills are on. How in the world are you a frontliner? He scoffed. Honestly impressed the man could sit so still for over an hour and elude his skills. I don't know. Honestly, that kind of sounds like an insult. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an insult, but it's not like I'm trying to do it. I guess people just don't notice me. Yeah, the monsters spot me right away, though. Tom, do you want to change that? Drake asked honestly. Yeah, of course I do. I don't think anyone likes being ignored. Then you need to start by at least speaking up. No more sitting in corners waiting to be talked to. Can you promise me that? Yeah, I could do that. Okay. Now, go get some rest and food, man. Tom nodded, then placed the shield in his inventory, starting to walk out of the earthen room, but Drake stopped him for a moment. And Tom, he said, eyes flashing to gold and mouth tugging a smile. It goes without saying, right? Tom nodded quickly, then bolted down the steps, nearly tripping a few times.
You bully that child far too much.
Nato finally snickered as she spoke up. Yeah, well, I think it's better me than someone who's going to actually bully him and kill him. Well, sometimes tough love is what even grown adults need. I think I know that better than anyone, Drake said, a full-blown smile breaking out across his face.
Is it from your past? It is quite the odd reaction to be given tough love and smile for it, no?
Yeah. I loved my father, but he wasn't the hardest on us. He gave us everything we ever asked for. Money, games, food, clothes, you name it. He even gave me money for pot one time because I said it helped me with my headaches.
He certainly sounds like a very loving father, I will say.
Nato smiled back. Yeah, he was the best. But being smothered in love doesn't always help prepare you for the real world or the dynamics of society. And especially the job market when you leave high school and college. Anyway, my point is I met a few friends while playing games, and they ended up being the best male role models I could have asked for. They were way older, but they had been through it, you know? Telling me everything to look out for, what to do, what not to do. But I ended up having to go through the mistakes anyway to really learn. Then it got to the point where I hit the bottom after, and that's where the real tough love came out. And they kicked me off my ass and got me moving again, Drake said. Realizing he'd gone on a tangent, he stopped. He briefly thought of how those two friends would be faring during something like this tutorial, then quickly dismissed it. They're probably living the dream and loving it. I wouldn't be surprised if they both willingly chose a dual class. Shaking his head to dispel the nostalgia, he turned back to Nato. All right, serious time again. What about the stones? Am I greenlit for takeoff, or are you going to keep Maverick down? Drake asked.
I am against it. Your growth is remarkable, there is no denying that fact, and that is the problem, as I have said. At least give it a few days. You need to assimilate your growth better. I wish nothing for you but to get stronger.
Nato said, pausing to chew on her bottom lip. Okay, but...
However, mana vessels take time to change, and there is normally a standard growth rate. Have you noticed how well-adjusted some of the others are? They react how a normal person would to most things, and have become accustomed to the tutorial's brutality while still maintaining their human emotions.
Nato explained. Yeah, well, I've been anything but normal, so I don't think that's a fair assessment.
Drake, I am serious. Please, for your own sake and mine, give it a few days. With any luck, the goblins will ease up on their assaults, giving you time to rest, and you will still have plenty of time to assimilate the stones when you have stabilized. Then you can have your little fight with the Goblin King.
Drake deflated at the word little, but took it to heart, vowing it would be the most annoying reference-filled fight Nato would ever have the displeasure of witnessing. Yeah, sure, he answered.
No, not sure. Wait, you agreed?
The little construct blinked, confused.
Why would you agree so quickly?
No reason. Come on, let's go find Claire. I'm actually hungry for
Wait,
once.
certainly you are up to something!
Nato shouted as she chased him to the edge of the earthen box. Maybe, but I'll never tell. Drake grinned, picking up Nato as she merged with him, still flabbergasted.
Ah! I see what you were going to do, you dolt!
Ah, shit, I forgot you can read my mind and memory.
You think you can get away with this?
Drake fully ignored her with a casual whistle as he strode down the steps of the rampart. Cry all you want, I've got to see a man about a robot, Drake thought. The tent area had exploded into liveliness with the wide assortment of newcomers. Drake snapped his mask into place as he walked, just in case, eventually finding Claire before Hudson. She was finishing filling some barrels with food, receiving some disgruntled looks from the other residents, but she hardly seemed to notice. Amir was next to her. Both began to walk in Drake's direction. Why does that look so awkward?
Claire seems only to have opened up to you. I assume she is just hard to talk to for everyone else?
Nato replied dismissively. Claire and Amir both spotted Drake at the same time. Her face lit up just as Amir's visibly slackened in relief.
You came down from the rampart. Is anyone watching the wall?
Claire asked, peering over his shoulder to the wall. The sentries have got it for now while I go find Hudson. Do you know where he is? I have to ask him about the bigger robots. I believe he is in the far tent near the mines, sir. I think he wanted to stay close to his supply of mana iron ore. Where is... Amir started asking as he looked around for the little construct, when his gaze fell upon the two iconic red ears appearing on Drake's head with a pop. She's right where she should be. Kind of seen and not heard, Drake said flatly, his grin hidden behind his mask.
I will hurt you. There is very intense pain in your future, ape,
she hissed.
Why do I hear music?
Claire asked. It's just your imagination. Now, Amir, would you please lead me to the tent? I think it'll be good if you guys weigh in on everything also. Are we going somewhere? A voice sounded from behind Drake. Ow! What the fuck, Tom? Drake shouted. Sorry. You did tell me to speak up, so I did. Right. Well, good. Actually, good. You're here as well. Let's all head off to see Hudson. Drake finalized, checking over his shoulder to see if anyone else had snuck up on him. Are my skills not working or something? He silently wondered.
Neither does your brain, so it would not surprise me in the slightest.
Nato answered. Fine. I deserve that. And I also deserve the food Claire got for you.
Touch it, and I will leak every dark thing you have ever looked up on the internet.
Okay. Claire, make sure to hold tightly onto that bowl of food for she who will not be named, Drake said, cold sweat beading down his face.
Sure, are you okay? You are really sweating. I've never seen you do that even with the goblins,
she asked, concerned, as they all began walking in the direction of the mines. Yeah, she is completely right, sir. Are you having backlash from the fight? Amir added. Oh, wow. He's going, slightly pale, Tom said. I'm doing fine. I'm just having my fiercest battle in the tutorial yet. All three of them exchanged looks as Drake speed-walked away. Hudson! Drake shouted as he pulled back the tent's entrance flaps. What is it, you lunatic? Can't you see the sign outside that says I'm damned busy? Hudson asked, looking up from his chair. Nope. Sorry. I can't read. Anyway, how's the big robot coming? I need to know the specs when you have a moment. Huh? Son, you all right? You look a little paler than usual. Yeah, I'm good. I'll be better once Claire gets here with the food. Just then, Claire, Amir, and Tom entered behind Drake, and with an enamored scream, a small pink-haired glutton wrenched herself from Drake's body and latched onto Claire's stomach.
Food!
Nato cheered.
No, Claire.
Claire said, pointing to herself, then looked up to Drake.
She isn't going to eat me, right?
He shook his head. If I'm being honest, I think she would eat anything if you called it food. Just bring out the barrels, give her a spoon, and let her deal with the rest. But that barrel is like 10 times the size. Where is she going to fit it all? Tom said, looking away under Nato's glare. The same place she puts everything. Into the endless black hole she calls a stomach. Drake chuckled, earning a glare from her as well. Drake looked around the tent, not seeing much except for the slowly forming base of 2 metal legs, standing in the middle of a silver magic circle. Oh, that's cool. How much longer until it's finished? He asked. I reckon maybe a few hours. I never made one of these big boys before, and the skill description doesn't mention the construction time. Hudson replied, scratching the back of his head. Good. That means we can bother you, hang out for a bit. I think it'll be a great team bonding experience. Also, the sentries on the wall, can they detect invisible targets? Drake asked. Yup, but only in a very small area. They'd have to be basically on top of the things. But we were able to get them all over the place, so things are wrapped up tight on the wall. Perfect. With that, Drake pulled out 4 chairs and set them down in front of the magic circle. Then we can watch the equivalent of paint drying, but with a robot. How much equipment do you have in your inventory, Shot, sir? Amir asked, taking both a seat and a bowl of food from his own inventory. Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Sir, I am not, and I have never been a weatherman or weather boy, Amir said, his face painted in confusion. You know what, never mind. I have a large quantity of stuff. Let's just leave it at that, all right?
Serves you right that he does not get your silly reference. I have been waiting far too long for normal people,
Nato said, still koala-hugging Claire's side. Yeah. Go and eat 10 times your own body weight, Drake said, waving her off and turning his head back to the magic circle. Now then, Hudson, what exactly can this big guy do? Claire brought out the barrel of food for Nato, joining the rest of them. After Drake thanked her for the bowl she offered him, the 4 of them turned their attention to the man on the other side of the magic circle. Well, if what the system says in the description is correct, thing's just a walking tank. It'll have the same fancy-schmancy bells and whistles as the sentry guns up on the wall there, but a hell of a lot more powerful. They won't be stuck in one place, Hudson explained. And, damage, what are we talking about on that front? That there, we will just have to see, Hudson said, revealing a toothy grin.
Chapter 89. There are Theodore clones in your future.
The wait for Hudson's big giant, or semi-large, robot did not go as smoothly as Drake would have hoped. Soon after entering the tent, the sound of gunfire came from the top of the outpost walls. Naturally, Drake was quickest to act, and was relieved to find that the sentries had taken care of some redcaps that had tried to sneak past. Well, at least we know they work against the annoying ones. I am a little miffed I didn't get the kills, though. Still need a few for the quest, he said, slightly disgruntled.
Subjugation quest. 23 of 50 Redcap Goblin Assassins F rank. Reward. Experience. Communication Crystal F rank common.
Drake went from checking the quest to surveying the horizon, expecting to see another company of goblins at their doors. Instead, he was greeted by a soft breeze and the warm midday sun. He mused, extending his aura for good measure and scrutinizing the area closer. Am I disappointed? He thought finally, his lips pursing.
Possibly a disappointment as well.
Nato giggled. I'll have to come back to that, he determined as a trio of individuals left the outpost's gate. A few leaps later, he joined them, addressing two of the three first. Are you both set? Have the supplies you might need? Potions, weapons, armor, skill stones? Drake asked.
You sound like a mother sending her children to college.
Nato laughed. Maybe I am. Doesn't hurt to be prepared when the chicks leave the nest to go find an evil manipulative son of a bitch. Yes, this one and Miss Chelsea has a set of 5 potions each, thanks to my liege's battle earlier, Theodore said.
And I gave them each an extra from my set,
Harley added. Chelsea looked a bit apprehensive as she twiddled with the string of the bow earned from another quest reward. Its dark wood looked similar to Drake's own staff, so it may very well have been of rare quality. What's up with you? Normally we can't keep you quiet, he jabbed. At first scowling, she then mellowed into a hard-to-decipher expression, sighing. Are you constipated? Drake asked, not sure what to make of her scrunched-up face.
No, you asshole. I'm just not sure how I can thank you after how I acted. It wasn't right to judge you like that when you came to save us, and I just couldn't help seeing Chris and what he did to us and you.
Yeah. Well, I am kind of an asshole sometimes, so it's fair play. And leave out all the weird thank you stuff. Makes me all itchy. Drake said, scratching his back awkwardly. Besides, teammates don't thank each other. It's expected to help out. That's how a party works. With a nudge to his mask, he revealed a smile. Chelsea paused for a moment, absorbing his words. Then she broke out into a chuckle.
Please put your mask back on. That smile is too goofy.
She laughed, holding her sides. Drake's expression hardened as he struggled to hide his disbelief.
She certainly has you at that!
Nato chuckled, laughing as well. Here I was trying to be cool and nice. Chelsea forced herself to breathe deeply, her laugh eventually petering out.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Thank you for letting me do this.
She shouted, then turned to Harley and Theodore.
And thank you both for helping me with my selfish request.
Before they could respond, Drake interrupted with a wave. What did I say about the mushy shit? Get out! Get out, get out, get out, will you? Ugh! It's just Mariusep. Go find your friend and come straight back, he said, staring seriously at Chelsea. And I mean it. I've already put Theo in enough danger lately, and if you two aren't back by tomorrow morning, I'll burn down this whole forest. He sent a firm nod Theodore's way. The man bowed at the waist, his hand over his chest. This one will return hitherward, be it through hell or high water. By your will, my liege. He turned to Harley, his gaze softening. And for you, my love, be safe.
You don't have to worry about a thing, Theo. I think I'm in the safest place I could possibly be in this hellish place.
Harley answered him. As Drake watched their farewells, something struck him as missing. Well, where's Jacqueline? I thought she would be saying goodbye, he asked, looking around.
She's still sleeping. The fight last night took a lot out of her, and I couldn't bring myself to wake her up,
Chelsea said with a sidelong grin.
She might wake up in a few hours, but everything took a lot out of us.
Drake gazed silently at the tents. Everyone was tired, frightened, and more than likely confused about what was going on. But he was a leader that people needed. At least he was right now. I'll do my best to keep her safe as well. Don't you worry. It's hard to keep her away from me with that crush she has on me.
She doesn't have a...
Chelsea stopped as a realization struck her.
You knew?
She asked, embarrassedly. I mean, it's hard not to. Big, strong guy comes in, then a woman he hardly knows approaches him with an offer in exchange for something he conveniently needs. You'd have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not see the manipulation from a mile away. Nice try, though. I did find her pretty cute, just not my type. Drake replied. Chelsea's mouth hung open for a moment, then closed slowly before she asked him something she was becoming more and more curious about.
Then what is your type?
Not you, or her. Drake said flatly. Now go on. Your friend is waiting. Stay safe and stay hidden. I don't exactly want to piss off Smokey the Bear in the middle of a goblin invasion, but I will if I have to. Theodore interrupted, pulling Chelsea away before she could grumble loud enough for Drake to hear and drag on the banter. The dark mage cast his concealment, covering Chelsea as well with the help of his new gloves. Drake winched open the gate. When he didn't see Theodore unstealth, he shut it again, assuming they had gotten out. The butler's enhanced skill continued to impress him. Damn. Maybe I should steal those gloves from Theo, Drake thought.
You do not even have an invisibility skill!
Nato yelled. Not yet, Drake corrected. The construct rolled her eyes.
Just bring me back to the bumpkin's tent. I still have food to conquer,
she said, mentally pushing him. Yes, right away, your highness. Drake turned to Harley. She stayed unmoving, watching the gate with her hands pressed against her chest. It'll be all right. Theodore might not be able to beat people up as well as I can, but he can sure hide pretty damn well, Drake said, doing his best to console her. She snapped back from whatever thoughts she had gotten lost in at Drake's words, slowly nodding.
I know. I just wish this could have never happened at all. Why did this all happen? We were supposed to be planning for a child this year,
she said softly. Whoa. Big bomb there, Drake thought, his eyes widening.
It would be entertaining to see many small Theodores trouncing about. I am all for them producing offspring.
Nato laughed, obviously smiling. Drake considered the information she had just casually dropped and said the only thing that came to mind. Well, it can still happen. Once the tutorial ends, who knows how the world might unfold. All I do know is that I'll be here to do my utmost to ensure that you and he have the opportunity. I will stake my life on it, Drake said firmly. Harley looked up to Drake, tears beading at the corners of her eyes.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Shot,
she murmured. Drake scratched at his cheek, then snapped his mask back over his mouth, hiding his brightening cheeks. You don't have to say anything. I already told y'all, friends don't have to say thank you. And family most definitely does not. Drake left for Hudson's tent, glancing over his shoulder, only to give one last line. You can join us in watching paint dry, but I think it might be better if you rest some more. I can handle the wall. I have a special surprise for the next group that decides to make the worst decision of their lives, he mused, pulling his new staff from his inventory and twirling it between his hands, getting a feel for it. It's going to be explosive! Harley looked blankly at Drake, amazed at how he could go from saying something so meaningful to something so unbelievable.
Her face says you are most certainly a moron.
Nato giggled. Yeah. Well, good thing I can't see what her face is saying then, huh? Drake returned the staff to his inventory. Halfway back to Hudson's tent, he heard a notification get past his mute function.
You have reached Purity of Soul, Proficiency 2, 0%.
Nice! I love passive skills. Arriving at Hudson's tent with Harley hot on his heels, Drake gestured for Harley to enter first, since she had decided to accompany him rather than rest by herself. Although I'd hate to do this right now, you and the rest of them hole up here until the robot is done. Then you can come get me, all right?
What are you going to be doing then, Mr. Shot?
Harley asked curiously. I have some rats that need dealing with, he said, his eyes hardening. Without waiting for Harley's reply, Drake activated his lightning endowment. Through his aura, Drake had noticed something very unpleasant, but he couldn't say he hadn't expected it with so many people in such chaos. After all, chaos breeds opportunity. With just a few steps, Drake maneuvered to a tent near the edge of the encampment. Spreading his aura inside, he could feel 3 figures, and one more outside, currently shitting himself as Drake stopped in front of him. "I don't," the man tried to say. "Don't care," the tyrant said. An earthen spike went through the man's leg, pinning him to the ground as he screamed in pain. After dealing with the man, he entered the tent, pulling the flap back to reveal what he already knew was happening. A woman in tears and 2 men. One was holding her down as the other fiddled with his pants. All 3 saw Drake and froze, each with a different emotion on their face. Abject fear consumed the men. They fell to the floor, scrambling backwards. At first the woman looked relieved. Then colors swirled in Drake's eyes, and her expression froze to fright, his presence becoming more palpable by the second, the air growing cold. "Well, you said if we could leave if we broke the rules," one of the men shouted. "I might have. I probably did. But it looks like I'll have to change the rules to get rid of some bad apples. Men are meant to protect those who cannot defend themselves in situations of uncertainty and chaos, not take advantage of the defenseless, whom they were supposed to help. Neither one of you," his aura flexed, "deserve the air you breathe." Drake's aura bore down on them. He approached with slow, measured steps as they struggled, their breaths becoming ragged gasps for air under the pressure. "Marked," Drake growled out. Snapping, a thin blade of water sprung out from the end of Drake's finger, and in one swift motion he pierced the first man's heart.
You have killed participant Raymond Lurch, level 9. Experience earned. 12,253 TP have been awarded.
"Marked." The blade of water stabbed into the second man's heart. The clear blue blade, once pristine, was now tinged a hateful red as the spell cancelled out. The red war splashed onto the man's lap. Turning to the woman, Drake asked, "Are you all right? I hope I wasn't too late." She unsteadily shook her head, eking out the words,
Thank you.
His only response was a nod. He placed the 2 men's bodies into his inventory, 2 flashes of colorful light from his peripheral, causing him to pause in leaving. Drake's eyes widened. "Nato, does that really mean?" he asked, long-buried implications that he hadn't wanted to consider re-emerging.
Yes, people within the tutorial drop skill stones as well,
she answered. Drake clenched his jaw, nearly unable to hold back a scream. Fuck this place. Fuck this tutorial.
Chapter 90. Those with nothing to lose.
It is the reality,
Nato said softly, uncertain how to address Drake's displeasure. You're going to tell me that humans really can also drop skill stones? Where do they come from? The sponsors as well, Drake asked, furious.
They are selected randomly as a dropped item from the slain. That is as far as my knowledge goes, I am afraid.
Nato answered. Drake struggled to calm himself, turning his gaze from where the 2 men he had killed had fallen in the corner of the tent.
Drake? The stones?
Nato reminded him. He grimaced under his mask, not wanting to touch the stones himself, but he forced himself to collect them. He could not justify wasting any resources. He was almost relieved to find that neither were anything approaching rare, both being common warrior skill stones, and with that he attempted to crush them in his hand, but was unable. Cursing, he placed them into his inventory. The skill stones were lost in the piles he already carried. That left only the woman still shaking on the bed. Drake wasn't certain what to do, but he started with a few basic things. From what he could see, they had not gotten far. She was still clothed, although a bead of red liquid trickled from the middle of her lip. "Are you all right?" Drake asked, then amended his statement. "What am I talking about? Obviously you're not. Are you hurt?"
I'm fine. They pushed me into the tent, but you came just...
The woman tried to explain, but broke down in tears. Drake winced, not out of sympathy, as his emotions were still somewhat dulled, but from the sheer wrongness of what had been done to her. Once again he was forced to see the reality of what real assault was, and just how deranged Stuart was to falsely accuse him of such. Clenching his fists, Drake walked to the front of the tent. Outside, the sound of the screaming man grew louder. Drake left the woman with a terse word. "I will be outside. Take all the time you need to calm down and gather yourself. No one will come in unless they get through me." She rubbed her eyes and nodded, still struggling to wipe the tears from her eyes. Drake exited the tent. Just outside was the man he had stabbed in the leg, still pinned to the ground. Around him, a circle of people all looked on in horror and confusion. Drake loomed over the man. He was gripping at the earthen spike desperately. Walking up to him, Drake crouched down to eye level, ignoring the gathered crowd. If anything, he wanted everyone to hear what had happened, and what would happen to this man. "Why were you guarding the door for those men?" he asked evenly, being careful not to mention the act in particular. "They forced me!" the man spat, wincing in pain. Drake grabbed the man by the face, forcing him to meet his eyes. Between that and Drake's aura bearing down on him in such close proximity, it was a reckoning. "I didn't ask what they did to you. I asked, why were you doing it for them?" The man's paling face stiffened. He finally understood what Drake was alluding to. He started, but Drake flexed his fingers. The man's skull creaked in his grip. "We just didn't see a point in holding back anymore. You may be strong, but we aren't. It's only a matter of time before we die, just like the rest of some monster." The man stared into the tyrant's eyes. "Or another?" Drake cursed, releasing the man. "For your crime of being an accomplice in what just happened, you will be jailed for the remainder of the tutorial. Repent on what you allowed to happen to that poor woman, until either a monster takes you." Drake flooded his tattoo ring with mana. It flared to life in a blaze of ethereal blue flames. "Or someone like me, but worse, finds you." Drake wrenched the earthen spike from the man's leg as he screamed in pain. He poured a health potion on the man's open wound, to the man's surprise, but then grabbed him by the throat and dragged him through the camp for all to see. Once he reached the mines right next to Hudson's tent, those inside emerged with confused looks, all seeing the large entourage that Drake had brought. Opening up his inventory, Drake pulled out a familiar-looking wooden cage, which hit the floor with a thump. Swinging the door open, he roughly tossed the man inside. The lock clinked metallically as Drake locked it.
What is this all about?
Claire asked, looking on in disgust. Amir, Tom, Harley, and Hudson also seemed perturbed by the display, uncertain what to make of it. "He broke the rules," Drake said loudly, "but not enough to die for it." He drew a wooden tent stake from his inventory, breaking it down into a smaller piece. A single flame sparked to life on his fingertip, which he used to write something on the piece of wood. He affixed the makeshift sign to an earthen spike beside the cage.
Caution, self-centered bastard. Do not feed, will bite.
Satisfied with the message enough that he wasn't upset by the lack of more colorful words, Drake addressed the crowd that had followed him. "I want to make this abundantly clear. I know you have been through hell and back in the last couple of days. I know you might not think you have a chance in this new world and the changes it comes with. But I want you all to understand something, he announced. The world does not care, not this one or the old one. To give up is to die is now more literal than ever. You each have a decision to make. You can either give up your morals and do the unthinkable, as this man has, or you can continue to struggle and work hard, finding your place in this changing landscape, in whatever capacity that may be. If you claw and crawl through the mud for yourselves, for the people that love you, for the people you may yet meet, I promise you, I will protect you. I will work harder than I ever thought possible to make sure you survive this unfair tutorial to get to those people. You need only put in the effort yourselves and not give up. This world is hard, much harder than our previous one, but I know you can get through it. And with me here, you'll do more than survive. You will grow stronger. You will grow together. And we will find a way to the end. Do not think of everyone here as strangers, Drake continued, a knot forming in his chest. The ice freezing his emotions melted, yet he remained stoic all the same. Think of them as brothers and sisters in arms. As they have suffered as you have, they know of your struggle. Help each other! And help me help you. If you choose to reject that and harm others while in the occupancy of this camp, I will be fair, but show you no mercy. In a few more days we will make for Shigure's camp. They have a better fortified position, and you will be safe there. With a long exhale, Drake finished. He faced Claire and the others, his demeanor softening. Claire, I know this might be a lot to ask of you, but would you come see someone with me?
Sure,
Claire answered. The others still looked on, confused. They didn't understand the whole situation, but knew enough to hold their tongues. Sorry for the commotion, everyone. Hudson! Can you keep an eye on this bastard for me? Drake asked. Hudson nodded, sizing up the cage. What did the sorry sack do? Hudson asked. Something I should have killed him for. Drake spat. But he wasn't in the act, so he's going to remain in that cage like the animal he is. He shouted pointedly. At least for now. Until I know, or have time to figure out something better. He basically gave up on life, which is his choice, but he decided to push that decision onto an innocent person with two others. Sir, what happened to the other two, then? Amir asked. The tyrant said nothing, just patted his hip, his inventory. The group seemed to understand by the widening of their eyes. Jesus, dude, Tom whispered. Some people deserve what's coming to them, and I just happened to be the one that gave them what was deserved. Drake said, his eyes firm. Claire wanted to say something, but hesitated to. No one knew how to respond to hearing he had killed two people. Let's get going. I don't want to leave the person alone for too long, Drake said, walking through the crowd as they parted like the Red Sea for him. Claire pressed her hand to her chest, but soon followed after him with quick steps. You, think he really did that? Tom asked the others, still stunned. I reckon he did. We've all seen how he puts down those damned goblins, Hudson said.
he seems so hurt to have done it. Theo has hinted that it wasn't the first time Mr. Schott has killed someone.
Harley added. But why would he do it? Sir Schott has been blunt at times, but I have seen him very compassionate, giving food, shelter, even skill stones and equipment, asking nothing in return.
To think he has murdered people, I can only imagine what crime they must have committed.
Amir said.
I can think of a terrible few that deserve getting put down,
Hudson said, crossing his arms.
But to do it right in the camp, in front of all those people,
Amir asked. Harley looked like she wanted to divulge something, but chose against it, instead wrapping her arms around herself as she turned back towards her and Theodore's tent.
I think I'm going to go rest for a bit. I have a feeling it's only going to get harder from here,
Harley said, walking off.
I will also go to rest, I think. We were up most of the night,
Amir said, his face growing grim. Tom looked to Hudson, but he only huffed, turning to go back inside the tent.
Don't look at me, boy. You got your own damn mind. Go do what you want,
Hudson said.
Didn't Shot ask you to watch this dude?
Tom asked, trying to shift the subject off himself.
I can watch him from here, don't you worry,
Hudson replied. A silver magic circle formed outside the tent as a sentry was constructed in moments, the barrel spinning as it pointed it at the cage.
That's cool. Why in the world did I choose to be a tank?
Tom whined.
Now what the hell am I supposed to do?
Tom watched the dispersing crowd as he mulled over his options. He wasn't exactly tired, since he had relatively decent stamina, but there wasn't much to do in the camp outside of meandering about. Then an idea popped into Tom's head. He rushed to the side of the camp, a grin on his face.
Chapter 91. Mending.
Drake and Claire walked in silence as he considered how to further enforce the new camp rules. He couldn't constantly be on guard for both goblins and rule breakers. He needed to delegate. Could Hudson's robots possibly help? Claire broke the silence.
Shot?
Mm-hmm. He faced her.
What exactly happened with that man and the other, two?
Drake mulled over how much to tell her, as he didn't want to openly discuss someone else's trauma if they hadn't consented to it, so he tried his best to step around it. They, did something I forbade in the camp, and it was so severe that I couldn't let them leave. People like that, like them, they'd do it again, I'm sure. But could you possibly talk to the girl? I don't think I would be the best person to help her, he said gingerly, coming to a stop in front of the tent in question. Claire's eyes thinned as she processed Drake's words. They fell upon the bloodstain on the ground next to the tent. Drake entered the tent, leaving the flap open behind him. I'm back. I brought a friend who might be a better conversation partner. The woman had not moved from the bed. She looked up. Though her eyes were slightly puffy and red, she looked to have ceased crying.
Who?
The woman asked. This is my friend Claire. She's very sweet, when she wants to be, but also very mean when she needs to be, Drake said, earning him a glare. His voice dropped to a whisper as he told Claire. She was assaulted by those men. If you are comfortable with it, I just want you to help her, however you can. Claire's eyes widened. She looked thoughtfully from the woman to Drake, eventually nodding. She took a seat at the end of the bed, hesitantly. Drake just observed from the entrance of the tent.
No sappy comment this time?
Nato asked. Even I have some tact when it's needed. I don't think it needs to be said I'm out of my depth when dealing with something like this, he thought. Neither woman had said a word yet. Claire continued sitting patiently at the end of the bed.
Yes, well, it does not look like the girl is able to swim in the deep end either.
Just give her some time. This is as much therapy for her as it is for the other woman. Without warning, the woman on the other side of the bed broke down in tears again, her head in her hands. Claire moved a little closer, her own eyes watering, hesitantly moving to touch the woman's back. There it is. All right, time for us to go, Drake said, wordlessly exiting the tent.
What just happened?
Women's special ability to observe and understand, that's what. My mom used to know somehow all the time when I did something wrong or school didn't go well. Didn't matter how well I tried to hide it. It was almost like a second superpower.
What was the first, then?
Oh, her ability to use everyday objects as a way to punish you. Drake chuckled, rubbing his butt from remembering the random beatings he used to get. Never underestimate an angry Pinoy mother surrounded by anything she can get her hands on. Drake shook his head, scanning the surroundings with his aura and eyes. That's beside the point, though. My point is, mothers, sisters, even my exes, women in general, seem to be way more in touch with their emotions and can somehow empathize with others better than I certainly can, especially now when my mind is all funky. Drake thought.
That is rather observant yourself, is it not?
Nato asked, slight awe in her voice. Yeah, well, knowing what you're good at and what you have no shot in the dark at doing is a good skill to have. And I was way off from that back in there. Claire, on the other hand, has unfortunately been through something similar, and I don't think she ever had a chance to talk it out or grieve about the experience. I was hoping she would open up to me with at least her brother, but she just wasn't ready. This was a good chance for her to vent while helping someone else.
You truly are just a big softy. Or possibly you have feelings for Claire?
Drake scoffed, instead walking towards Hudson's tent once more, satisfied that their surroundings were calm for now. Don't get me wrong, she is actually surprisingly beautiful, but I'm not looking for anything right now. I need to focus on the task at hand. Maybe after the tutorial, if we miraculously meet up again, I would consider giving dating a try again, but that is a big maybe.
Who are you, and what have you done with the weeby immature ape I know as Drake? You actually sounded like an adult for once.
Nato snickered. I am an adult. Drake chuckled. But
only when it suits you.
Spot on. Or when the situation calls for it. Drake had carefully surveyed the camp on his way to Hudson. Eyes followed him here and there, unsurprising, as he had just dragged a man through the camp. He was honestly astonished that he didn't mind it. How to deal with it weighed more on his mind. I need to find someone to handle this camp, or to get to Shigure's faster. The speech earlier might have been how I really feel, but swaying the hearts of a mass of scared and disgruntled people is another. He thought.
You could always just threaten them into submission.
What is wrong with you? You can't just go around threatening people.
Certainly you can. I threaten you and your party members on a regular basis now.
She cheered. That is not helping. Guarding the cage beside the tent now squatted a metal menace. It turned back and forth with its 4-barrel muzzle, spinning every few seconds. Now, that is a real babysitter, Drake thought, then looked at the cage. I mean, bastard sitter? Nato made a gagging sound in his head, sounding far more unpleasant than Drake cared to comment.
That joke hurt me,
she said. Oh, maybe it was intended to get you to gag. You did eat a whole barrel of stew, Drake mused.
Are you trying to say something intelligent or funny? Because I believe you are, but it is certainly failing.
Drake rolled his eyes and pushed past the flaps of Hudson's tent. Honey, I'm home, he declared, his arms spread wide. Shut up, you git. Don't you knock. Hudson snapped. Drake laughed. That's not very nice to say to your fearless leader. How's the robot coming? And where's everyone else? Amir and Harley both went to rest, they said. The other idiot, I got no idea. Hudson answered, crossing his arms. Did he just say idiot? Drake thought.
He certainly did.
Nato confirmed. Oh, I knew I liked him. Maybe we can convince him to change his last name to Singer. I see you have a deadly metal bastard sitter outside. Nice touch. Hope the bigger ones are better. Need someone to help controlling this place until we get to Shigure's. He spoke out loud. It does seem a bit rowdy lately, especially after you pulled that sad sack through the place.
The big guy here is going to take a bit longer than expected, and I'll have to get more materials from the mines for the next one,"
Hudson answered. Drake thought, putting his hand to his chin.
"I think I'll go walk around. Maybe showing I'm an actual person and not just a big scary murderer might help.
Also, I haven't seen Sherry in a minute. Any ideas?" Hudson only silently shrugged his shoulders, closing both his eyes.
Very helpful.
Nato sighed.
I can't help being emotionally exhausted. It's in his nature, remember?"
Drake chuckled.
"He must be tired as well. I don't know what kind of stats he has, but I've been running him pretty ragged since yesterday."
Drake exited the tent, taking in the surroundings. High above, the sun had just passed its apex. Not wanting to lax about this late in the day and thinking about the conspicuous absence of goblins, he began snapping his fingers, practicing spells as they circled around him. Drake sauntered through the camp in the direction of the dinner tents, hoping to find a certain someone.
There she is.
Where in the world does she fit it all? Is she taking lessons from you, Nato? He said under his breath. Nato scoffed in his head, not dignifying the question with a real response.
"Touchy today, are we?"
He laughed. Passing the people still picking at the leftovers of last night's dinner, he stopped in front of a short woman with glasses, like a certain wizard's, her face halfway in a bowl of stew.
"Sherry, you aren't gonna rest? Aren't you tired?" Drake asked.
I'm good.
She responded through a full mouth.
"She's a life-size you."
Drake cringed.
She is nothing like me. I eat with dignity and grace. She is but a sleepy-eyed barbarian.
Drake bit back a laugh, as she was a pot calling the kettle black.
"Are you sure? We don't know when the goblins might be back."
Drake asked again, concerned for the girl. Sherry waved her spoon.
It's all right, dude. I'm used to long nights. I used to work at a company that did graveyards. A little bit of noise and sitting around eating food is a godsend compared to those days.
She grinned widely, revealing a bit of food stuck in her teeth.
You should make more of this stuff. It's really good.
She added, I can do much better. If only... Drake tried to say, but was interrupted as a crazy-eyed Sherry grabbed him by the arms. She leaned in close, her breath smelling of spices and meat.
Only what? What do you need? Just tell me who to hurt.
Whoa! I don't think I can get it in the tutorial anyway. I need tamarind and some other things to make a proper stew, or... I'd kill for some soy sauce or some rice. I miss my rice cooker. Drake said, suddenly downhearted. Sherry crumpled to her knees, her eyes watering as she nearly began to silently sob.
My only reason for being, and you tell me I can't have it?
She howled. Hey, stop that! People are going to think I did something, Drake said, shifting uncomfortably as he crossed his arms.
I understand her pain. You did hurt her, more than you know.
Nato said sympathetically. What are you, kindred spirits now? Jesus. Look, if you can somehow find me after the tutorial, I promise to make you some, and anything else I can cook up, all right? So stop crying already, he said. Sherry perked up. Suddenly, no worse for wear.
Sounds good, dude,
she said cheerily, returning to her seat by the cauldron of food. Well, she recovers fast, Drake scoffed. Hey, Sherry, do you know if Jacqueline is up, or where Tom is? Sherry shook her head at the first question, already chewing another mouthful, then pointed in another direction with a spoon. Thanks, Drake said, sighing. Looking there, Drake saw Tom through a gap in the line of tents. The man was trying to make something on the ground that looked like... Oh, what is he doing? Drake mused.
Chapter 92. Are you not entertained?
Drake cut through the line of tents, entering within earshot of Tom. But instead of immediately calling out to him, he just observed for the moment, interested in what the man was doing. I really wish I had some tools to work with. That snap stuff doesn't exactly make things break and measure the way it's supposed to. How am I supposed to bend the metal? I suppose there are magic metal benders now. Tom mumbled, fiddling with broken pieces of wood and metal. Drake moved silently behind the man, peering over his shoulder as he tried to work. Oh, he's trying to make a hoop? That's a cool idea, Drake thought.
Like a basketball hoop? The things where one team of buffoons tries to put more balls into a hoop than the other buffoons?
Nato said snidely. I don't think the NBA would appreciate you describing their game like that. Drake chuckled wryly. Hey, Tom, what you doing? He yelled in the man's ear. Ah! What the fuck? Oh! Hey there, Mr. Shot, all done with your murder thing? Tom said wearily, chuckling softly. Why, yes, I was, Drake said, pulling off his mask. Drake didn't like killing people, no matter what people thought or this reality decreed, but he knew full well what was required to live in it. And to make others safe, he was willing to shoulder the gruesome burden of being judge and jury for some. And if someone wanted to say he was wrong for what he had done, let them. Shaking his head slightly, he refocused on Tom and what he was building. So, what's this all about? He asked, pointing at the rather abysmal-looking basketball hoop. I was just thinking that there's not much to do here, so I wanted to make, a hoop or something? Tom replied, an embarrassed grin on his face. That's actually an amazing idea, Tom. I'm actually really surprised and proud that you came up with something like that. That is exactly what these people need, Drake said, growing more excited by the idea. Wait, it is? Yeah! They need a way to vent. Why didn't I think of that? They have no way to safely go out and fight to get stronger because of the sheer number of monsters out right now, and I couldn't possibly fit all of them in one party. Now, that'd be like shooting myself in the foot to spite my face, but then they're left with no outlet for their frustration. Here, I want to help. Walking further past Tom, Drake snapped his fingers. A large, expansive, flat slab of dirt rose up. Drake cut off the spell. The slab crashed back to the ground, forming a flat terrain, perfect for a sports field. Then he walked onto the slab, jumping up and down and testing its durability. Yep, this'll work for relatively normal people. He grinned, turning around and snapping his fingers again. A backboard and hoop made from earthen spikes shot from the ground. On the other end of the makeshift court, Drake repeated the process. And ta-da! He said, spreading his arms out. Tom stared with his mouth open, his piece of wood and metal rod in hand. He looked at both pieces, frowning, and threw them to the floor. The fuck was I wasting my time for? Stupid magic, he mumbled. Oh, don't be like that, Tom, Drake said, thumbing to a small sign he had made out of earth.
Tom's Initiative, Community Court.
It was your idea, after all. I was just able to make it faster, Drake said, giving him a thumbs up.
Who thumbs up anyone anymore? What are you, 60?
Nato snickered. You are very cranky today for someone who ate so much. Shouldn't you be taking like an itis nap or something?
It was not that much.
It was a barrel of food. A barrel. Like Donkey Kong barrel, but filled with stew. It was a lot. Is it really okay that people think this was me? Tom asked, hesitantly stepping onto the court. It was you, man. Be proud. Now, all we need is to figure out how to make a basketball. What do we need, leather and rubber? We have plenty of leather from the boars, but it isn't cured, and I have zero idea how to do that. I think I remember an anime where they said it needed urine. Drake huffed some air, shaking his head. He did not want to think about having to do that. After dispelling those unpleasant images, he remembered he had a plethora of leather from armor they could also use. Taking some from his inventory, they plopped onto the court. Now, do we know anyone that can stitch it together? And what are we going to substitute rubber for? Drake wondered aloud. Tom spoke up surprisingly. You can use the boar's bladder for it. That's what old balls used to use. Then wrap leather around 'em. Drake cocked an eyebrow. How do you know that? I like sports and I have the internet, Tom said as if it was the most natural thing. Yeah, I do like me some good internet searches. Drake agreed, then sighed, remembering there was no internet anymore. He turned to the rest of the largely open space of the outpost, a sparkle in his eye. Okay. Tom, what do you think of making some more fun things? Tom tried to reply, but before he could, Drake had shot off, creating things left and right in one space, then the next, filling the outpost up quickly. A dirt soccer field accommodated with goals and even markings for the field. A football field roughly measured out by him walking foot to foot, with 2 goalposts at a height he thought was good enough. Even a baseball field ended up getting built, including cages for warming up batters and pitchers on the side. The back fence for the batter's box covered it fully with hardened earth. Drake even tried to make a very unadvised pool, but then quickly sank the pool idea as it became muddied and gross each time, even when he lined it with hardened magma to try to stop it from leaking. So no skinny dipping, but the rest is good, right? He said, glancing at Tom. I guess. He gave Tom's back a slap. Come on, man, be more enthused. This is your idea, and it's great. Now, I'll leave finding someone who can make some balls for the fields to you, all right? And if you need to make anything, come get me and, I'll figure it out. Tom nodded, more out of falling into Drake's pace rather than actually agreeing, but didn't want to speak up, afraid that responding might entice the man to say more about how this was his idea. Good. Then what shall we do next? I think dinner might be on the menu again soon. But what to make? Drake pondered.
Dinner?
Nato perked up. Drake was about to respond sarcastically, but just as the sun began to set, a horn sounded. And here I thought we were going to get a really nice day off for once, he said, a grin pulling the side of his lips. He snapped his fingers and switched to his water endowment, wanting to refill his stock of mana. Looking over again to Tom, Drake gave a smile, snapping his mask back into place. Crouching to bend at the knees, he chanted, "My soldiers rage, my soldiers scream, my soldiers fight." A pulse of aura emanated from Drake, but not the same as his tyrannical aura. This one emboldened him, strengthening all as it pushed out like a wave through the air, catching Tom. A white sheen cascaded over him, the look of surprise on his face that quickly brightened to a smile. "Kogarasumaru!" Drake howled.
Kill him!
Nato howled back.
Wait, no, not again!
Not waiting, Drake shot from his position with speed to the walls. As expected, he was the first one to arrive. Gazing out into the twilight, Drake unfurled his aura. He could not find any goblins hiding around the wall beneath him. Even surveying the horizon, he had not spotted a single goblin exiting the forest. No catapults, no monsters, nothing. What are they doing blowing a horn but not fighting? Drake thought.
Perhaps they are changing tactics once again. There must be a few generals alive, or there would have been an announcement updating the quest.
I really wish you told me that. I feel like that's important information to know, Nato, Drake said, shaking his head.
You didn't ask, and you would have found out eventually.
He stayed vigilant as he continued surveying the surroundings, pacing back and forth on the rampart. Alone, and in pairs, the rest of the party joined him on the wall, the last being Jacqueline. She slumped up the stairs, her hair a mess, and her eyes half open as she lazily gripped her cudgel.
What are you cunts doing waking a lady up this bloody early?
She spat.
It's almost nightfall, Jackie.
Harley said wryly.
Don't change no ting!
She growled back. With her fingers, she combed through her hair, trying to iron it out.
What I wouldn't do for a straightener and a comb. Fucking, Why can't they just leave us alone? It's good that they're here. We need to kill them all anyway.
Claire interjected.
You're a real bloodthirsty one, aren't you, kid?
Hudson said from the corner.
Problem?
Ain't got a single problem with it, pup.
Hudson replied, shifting his gaze to the horizon. Hudson, is the big guy done yet? It's been all day, Drake asked. Hudson hesitated a bit before answering.
Not yet. It's taken a lot longer than I could have thought. Don't even want to try and predict how long. Just hope the blasted thing is worth the trouble at this point.
Drake nodded, a little disappointed, but it wasn't the biggest priority if the goblins were already here.
Sir, where are the goblins? They normally would be running for the gates after a horn sounded.
Amir asked, shifting on his feet. I'm not sure either. Y'all have seen how the monster's tactics change from time to time, right? All of them shook their heads. Sherry just plopped down in the earthen box with a bowl of food, taking another bite. What? Drake asked incredulously.
What do you mean, what? It isn't a thing.
Jacqueline asked back.
They most likely have not had to fight the large quantities you have, nor have they had to fight the stronger monsters who would command them.
Nato said, stepping into the conversation. Drake pursed his lips. That is unfortunate. That means this is the first time they'll experience this kind of thing. Then, and right after a big fight, he thought. All right. When facing larger groups commanded by higher monsters, I guess you can think of them as like boss monsters from games, they can quickly change tactics, and not just small things like adding more monsters or changing their weapons, but entire formations and how they engage in combat. So be more alert than usual until we know what we're dealing with, Drake explained. Each member nodded and dispersed into smaller groups across the wall. Harley, Claire, and Sherry stayed in one of the guard towers. Drake, wanting Harley close if anything happened, lingered nearby, at least near enough for him to move instantly, without hindrance. Amir and Hudson stood next to a cluster of sentries at another spot. And finally Tom and Jacqueline occupied the other guard tower. Now they waited, eyes trained on the forest, watching for the goblins. But they never came. The sun had well and truly fallen, and visibility was down by now.
Mr. Schott, where are they?
Harley asked, concerned. Her arms absent-mindedly ran along her bow. Drake was about to say when a sentry fired and a scream sounded. His gaze snapped in the direction of the bullets and spotted not a goblin, but a person. And they weren't alone. A long line of people edged out of the forest. All were bound to panels of wood. Hudson's sentry had fired at a goblin lurking behind one of the panels. These people were being used as shields. Drake turned to the gruff man. Hudson's face paled in realization as he quickly shut down all of his sentries. His head whipped back to the line of people inching out of the forest, his eyes trained on a goblin that stood taller than the others. It was garbed in an odd patchwork of robes and leather, an eye patch over its right eye, and a smile displaying its crooked yellow teeth. Drake ground his teeth, feeling his molars creak under the pressure. "You fucking sick piece of shit!" he screamed internally, his face furrowed into a fierce scowl.
Chapter 93. Flashdep Asura. Sitarfuv Jarek, level 24, F rank.
Drake clenched his fists. There came a sound of creaking earth as his knuckles cracked.
They're using human shields?
Harley muttered in disbelief. Claire leaned forwards over the wooden rail, her pupils pinpricks as she bared her teeth. Her fingers wrenched the wood below them. Drake met eyes with the goblin, its disgusting, yellowed teeth grinning from green pointed ear to pointed ear. It trudged forwards ahead of the line of human shields, holding Drake's glare. The goblin unsheathed first one, then two medieval-looking short swords, placing it on the neck of the struggling human on the block of wood. Drake's aura flared, but he was unable to move, for fear of retaliation against the rest of the human shields. The goblin noticed his hesitation and threw its head back in a cackle. Gently it pulled the sword across the person's neck, a river of red pouring out as they struggled more, until they fell, limp, covered in their own blood.
That bastard! Aren't you going to do something?
Claire shouted, turning her head to Drake. If I do anything, I could make a mistake and kill any one of those people on those shields, he said through gritted teeth.
If you do nothing, then they will all die. Are you just going to abandon all of them?
She pleaded.
Don't let them be used by those sick bastards like this. Save them like you saved me.
Drake's body heated up. Something he hadn't felt since he'd been fired flooded through his veins. A feeling he could only vaguely remember, although it had been so present in his mind only a few days ago when Stuart had told him the truth. Hatred. The monster moved to another woman. Tears gathered in her eyes as she looked at the blade slowly encroaching on her throat. They became rivers as she vehemently struggled to get away, screaming and kicking the board below her. Nato, he thought, pure determination shining through despite the reluctance.
Drake, I am against it. We don't know what it will do to your psyche,
she warned. The goblin took its time, slicing the woman's throat, licking the blade with a snicker. Raising one arm and shouting, the line of goblins advanced. It roamed behind them, a smile on its face as it held Drake's gaze. The dam holding back Drake's emotions began to rattle, began to crack. He could feel it, but the only emotion leaking through was unadulterated, seething hate. No. No more. No more watching as people who I can help suffer in front of me as I sit and debate all the possible consequences. I will go above and beyond. I'll go beyond what's needed, what's expected. He promised. Removing 2 stones from his inventory, he turned to Claire. Claire, chant, he said tersely. Her eyes softened, relief painting her face as she nodded. She joined him on the rampart.
The heavens shine brightly down upon the land.
She started, closing her eyes. Beside her, Drake took up a position to ensure no monster attacked while she was casting. The bright magic circle formed around them. Drake's gaze fell to the 2 stones he held. If I have to break myself, force myself to rebuild from the ground up to do what needs to be done, he thought, gripping the stones.
You wish to consume Skillstone, Lightning, Rare, Confirm, yes or no. You have learned Magic Exposure F rank.
The potent pulse of power washed over him. His body was rippling in it as he forced the process to stay stable within him. His gaze rose, fixating on the goblin lurking behind the line of human shields.
You wish to consume Skillstone, Oppression, Rare, Confirm, yes or no. You have learned Tyrant's Indomitability, F rank.
The power of the stone wormed its way through Drake's body. The heat merged with the heat of his emotions, the dam unable to withstand the tide as he imagined how he would kill, how he would make the monster suffer with his bare hands. Then it'll be done, Drake shouted internally. The dam inside of him shattered, the rapids flooding with his backed-up hatred coming full to bear. His eyes flashed yellow, and he mouthed the word, marked. Claire continued to cast next to him as Drake activated his own defensive spells.
But the world will not be protected from the rumbling of my heart,
Claire shouted, the deep timbre of thunder sounding. Guardian's reprieve, unbreakable, bulwark. Drake's body flashed in 3 successive viridescent lights.
I call down the rain! I call down the thunder! Be blessed in your fury, my people!
Drake did not snap his hand this time, but instead clapped them. His earthen arm disintegrated as a light yellow magic circle formed. A javelin of lightning protruded from it. I'm going to save them all. even if my body breaks. First is you, then I will kill that sack of shit king of yours, he proclaimed, clutching the javelin.
We are the wind of change. We are the storm that crashes upon the world. Storm colors rising!
Claire howled. A bolt of lightning crashed into her as she fell to one knee, drained and exhausted by the spell.
Beneficial magic has been applied by a party member. Storm colors rising is applied for 30 seconds.
Drake chanted his spell, dropping all of his free points into his dexterity, bringing it to 250 and over 300 with his accessories. Endowment of lightning! Twofold! Flash step! He shouted for the first time, pushing his heretical mind to change his endowment skill. His body strained under the buff, empowered twofold. The javelin in his hand shrank as his status dropped to half, his body creaking from the intense increase of his stats combined with the new spell. A bead of red dripped from the side of his mask, but Drake was not finished. "Water trifold! Asura!" he screamed. 3 magic circles formed on his shoulders, 2 to his right and 1 behind his left. 3 shimmering light blue arms sprouted from the base of his shoulders. The moment they materialized, the fingers sharpened to thin water blades. The goblin Satar looked on, unperturbed, until it saw Drake's last spell. Its eyes widened in fear as it scrambled to get to the nearest human shield, but Drake gave it no time. From the rampart, he rocketed forwards with such speed he was nigh invisible. He blinked from the wall to Satar. Seconds after he arrived, there came a boom. "Fear is binding! Cower!" Drake chanted, pressing a hand to the monster's chest. Dark, inky smoke spilled towards its head. Satar's eyes glazed over. It began to tear through the crowd, wildly. The rest of the goblins turned, finally noticing the tyrant in their midst. 5 seconds is plenty to kill every last one of you. Then I will deal with him, Drake said coldly, as he flexed his aura, freezing the nearby goblins. But that was all it took for him to rip through the ranks of their line, bisecting and beheading any monster in his wake. The blocks holding the captives fell to pieces, their bonds cut by Drake's multiple water arms. In less than 5 seconds, every goblin besides Satar was removed from the plains. Satar came out of its stupor with a shake of its head. It found itself surrounded by a wasteland instead of its former battalion. Its eyes quaked in fear. Quickly it turned to the forest, ready to run, but there, standing in his way, was Drake. For the first time in my life, I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer as you get what you deserve, he said. With a flash of blue, his arm moved, severing Satar's left arm. Abruptly, the monster noticed the absence of its appendage as it gasped and looked to its left. It drew a ragged breath as it tried to use a movement skill, teleporting to cover within the forest. But Drake had already marked the monster and followed to it at the same moment. "There is no place I cannot reach you," he intoned, then chanted another spell, Atrophy of the Mind. One of Drake's arms moved again, and the goblin Satar lost his right arm. It stared at its stump of a shoulder, flabbergasted. Drake's 2 right arms moved, and Satar became half his height as he lost his legs. Then the tyrant stabbed the monster in its chest with his 3 water arms. It struggled, blood leaking from its mouth.
Storm colors rising has expired.
Finally, Drake canceled his endowment. The ache and pain of the spell going beyond what his body could handle finally catching up to him. But he ignored it as his arms turned to ice, slowly freezing over, stopping the monster from bleeding out. Drake sauntered to the center of plains. Satar was still struggling, even lacking arms or legs. The rescued captives had gathered, quickly spotting the goblin. Scowls painted their expressions. "All of you, go to the outpost," Drake said. His expression was emotionless, but his eyes remained fierce. No one argued with him this time, as his Asura warned them that it was not a suggestion but an order. They all booked it to the gates of the outpost as it slowly opened and welcomed them in. Drake's party were still on the wall of the rampart.
Drake, what are you doing? Kill that monster and move on! This is not like you!
Nato shouted. No, he said, hurling the monster as high as he could into the air, its body spinning wildly as it flew upward. I'm going to send another message, wherever that king is, that this is what's coming for him. He scowled, his 3 arms melting away as his endowment changed to ice. Operation X. Soft flame. Drake whispered. An arm of fire spilled from the magic circle at his shoulder as Drake positioned himself parallel to the ground. Hard flame. A pulsing flame grew in his left hand, pointed right at the spinning, half-dead corpse of the monster. The glow of the spells cast his hair and tattoo in a hellish, reddish tinge. Drake dumped everything into the spell in his left hand. The flame shimmered to a bright azure, then was bleached to a hot white flame, heat threatening to consume him. Throwing his hand open and forward, Drake aimed right at the sky behind the monster. X Burner! The white pillar of fire exploded, engulfing Sitar. The spell shone so brightly that the entire area was illuminated in a beautiful, horrifying white hue, like a nuclear explosion had erupted from the ground and funneled into the sky.
You have subjugated Goblin General Sitar Vuvjeric, F rank, level 24. Experience earned. 350,000 TP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Elemental Miller level 17. 40 FP have been awarded. Tyrant's Indomitability P1 0% F rank. Your will cannot be undone and will not be denied. Nothing will impede your rule. Passive. Any and all external and internal debuffs that are not from personal skills will be reduced by 150% effectiveness. Increases with proficiency. Reduction will only reduce effects to 0 and will not convert said effects to beneficial ones. Magic Exposure P1 0% F rank. Lay bare the rules of magic. Strip your enemies of their right to protection through your mastery. Passive. Spells and skills now strip targets of 150% of their defensive effectiveness. Increases with proficiency. Effects will reduce defensive effectiveness of the affected to the negative if there remains a difference reaching 0. Effects cannot stack on the same target. Spells now cost 50% more. Reduces with proficiency. Chapter 94. The Other Side.
So did I tell you about that time when I was 22 and got involved with the Russian mafia? Ha ha ha! The only thing you got involved with at 22 was that girlfriend of yours in college who was nothing but a major ball hog, laughed the other man. Relaxed as ever, I see, Shigure said, walking up behind the 2 guards on the reconstructed rampart outside the main outpost's walls. Lord Shigure, we're sorry, we didn't mean to, the man said, fumbling over his words until Shigure held his hand up. It's quite fine. That just goes to show what a good job Sir Bear is doing, holding off the mountains of monsters that seem to keep finding their way here. Is he still out? He asked. Before the man could answer, a loud crash sounded in the forest beyond their vision, a large black cut, the only thing visible above the tree line. That answers that. Shigure laughed wearily. Yes, Sir Bear has been out there non-stop since the change in the quest. He's even managed to kill 2 generals and many more lieutenants. The other man replied, a smile on his face as he looked out into the forest. That is very reassuring, but I don't want him overdoing it. We only have a few more days until the king of these beasts appears. I'll go fetch him. We have a wall for a reason, and I wish he would realize that. Shigure sighed, hopping off the wall and onto the ground. After a few minutes of brisk walking, Shigure came upon a scene of carnage. The ground was split in 2, a great chasm in front of a daunting man holding a large claymore in his one hand, goblins strewn across the ground around him. There. Working hard as ever? He said, taking in the scene. His eyes stopped on a large goblin bisected down the center, a little further down the scar on the ground. Oh, Shigure! Good that you finally decided to come out. Going to stay for a bit this time? The monsters are only getting stronger, and we need to keep up if we want to protect the camp, bro. Bjorn said, resting the claymore on his shoulder. Shigure glowered as he crossed his arms. You know very well I can't do that. If you are out here, that means I have to be in there, in case anything gets past you. That's why I'm here. You've been hogging all the monsters. Bjorn smiled knowingly. Ah, that's what this is about? So I take it you've seen the ladder and you're getting worried, huh? Shigure fell back on one foot. What? Of course not. I just don't wish to fall behind any more than I already have. And with this invasion, it is the perfect time to level up, he said, fixing his obi.
Lord Shigure,
A female voice from behind him suddenly said.
you need not worry about someone so below you. Even if he has risen through the levels, that is only because he was so low at the start. Remember, giving birth to a baby is easier than worrying about it.
Shigure sighed, but the strange saying calmed him slightly. I suppose you are right, Uta. I am putting the cart before the horse, as they say. He may have begun catching up, but the levels are not the only difference between us, I'm sure.
Top level leaderboard. Rank 1, level 26. Bear. Rank 2, level 23. Shigure Kenzo. Rank 3, level 20. Joker. Rank 4, level 20. Chris Springs. Rank 5, level 18. Super Megan. Rank 6, level 18. Layden Hampert. Rank 7, level 18. Big Willie. Rank 8, level 18. Vitamin D. Rank 9, level 17. XXX Gunlover 69 XXX. Rank 10, level 17. Shot.
Miss Chelsea, this one must advise that we flee hence from this place. Whether thy comrade dwells thitherward is of no import. This place is filled to the gullet with goblins and—
Theodore and Chelsea watched from their perch in a tree, both still concealed by Theodore's magic, but close enough to converse in whispers. Below them was a disfigured, gnarled goblin bound in chains, standing at the front of a barricaded cavern, wrapped in a soft glow. Grubrik Fuvjeric, F rank, level 23. Chelsea bit her bottom lip, seeing the named goblin standing in front of the place they had tracked her group to. Her frustration only built as she watched the goblin army circle the cave for a way in, knowing she was too weak to kill them all herself. But they're waiting, she murmured.
What would such foul beasts halt their assault for? Does they want for the strength to penetrate such a blockade?
Chelsea shook her head, although Theodore could not see it. No, we have had 4 healer classes in our group, including Megan and Jackie. One of the other 2, Julia, specialized in protection. She gestured at the pearlescent glow coming off the barricade. That is one of her reinforcement spells. It's very powerful, but only lasts so long. I don't know how long they've been at it, but she will without a doubt run out of mana even with potions to help her regeneration. We need to do something. Soon. Chelsea gripped her bow, the wood creaking ever so slightly under her grip.
We mustn't do anything drastic. We are only meant to find the place of their refuge and leave the rest to our liege. We canst not help them if thou art but a meal for worms, or worse.
I can't just sit here and watch or go back and wait, though. Are you asking me to abandon my friends when they are right there in front of us? Chelsea said, her voice shaky.
This one is only asking of thee to take the best course of action. There are hundreds of those beasts thitherward, and one general, of which we knoweth. What lurketh in the shadows, we hast not the faintest. My liege would not forgive me, Harley would not forgive me, if this one allowed thee to put thyself in danger, knowing it could have been avoided.
Theodore entreated. Both fell silent for a moment, the only sound the clatter of armor and weapons from the army of goblins below. Their armor clanking clamored to finally strike the cave, and the cornered prey within. Chelsea's lip quivered. She gripped her bow tightly once more, using the fine and familiar weapon to calm herself. Let us hurry. There isn't a second to lose. Both jumped from tree to tree, causing only the slightest of shakes to the branches as they left behind the army of goblins and the raucous noise they made, both running at full speed back to the outpost. Chelsea looked over her shoulder once more as the army faded from view. Please stay safe. I'll return with help, I promise.
Know your fucking place, Turner!
Chris shouted, his breath ragged as he smacked the man to the floor with a gauntleted hand.
This is your fucking fault! If only you had listened and not fallen back, we could have made it to that outpost,
he screamed.
But I would have died if we stayed any longer. Chris, you can...
The man tried to reason with him, but was silenced by another backhand.
Just shut the fuck up! We are in this mess because of you!
Chris shouted back. His wild eyes leapt across each member of his group. Each one looked at him with fear and disgust.
What are you looking at? Keep that goddamn wall solid if you don't want to die. Those monsters can break in at any moment if Julia runs out of mana,
Chris commanded.
How did this happen? Why did this invasion have to get worse? It was going so well. I got rid of that pathetic, annoying bitch Chelsea and her little posse. But then it all went to shit when the invasion came and we didn't have enough people. Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
He thought.
Chris?
A voice said behind him.
What?
He roared, turning around to see Megan, their most valuable healer. Megan stood up to Chris's chest at around 5 feet, her blonde hair shimmering in the dim torchlight.
Megan, I'm sorry, I'm just stressed,
he said quickly, fixing his tone and putting back on his facade.
It's all right. I think everyone is stressed, but we'll get through it, I'm sure. We've fallen on hard times before, but we've always gotten through it. It's just... I'm worried about Chelsea and the others. They never came back from their scouting before this all happened. Do you think they're all right?
Megan asked, concerned. Chris cringed internally, although his outward demeanor stayed soft.
Oh, this fucking dumb bitch is still on about those useless idiots. Maybe I should have made them die in view of her. At least then she wouldn't be bugging me about them every other hour.
I'm sure they are fine. You know Chelsea, Megan, she's too strong to die to things like goblins. Chris lied, giving her a starlight smile. I'm sure she's coming back to us right now and going to come to our rescue, like she always does, yeah?
God, it's like speaking to a child. Well, I suppose she might as well be, with the state she was in when I found her. The tutorial broke her as soon as it started. Now she follows me around like a helpless puppy. She doesn't even question anything I do, just accepts even the stupidest explanations.
Chris thought. Megan took a moment, her gaze moving from Chris to the rest of the group behind him, struggling to keep the barrier intact and functioning. Her eyes fell upon the one struggling the most, Julia. She made for the front of the group, breaking the silence that had fallen.
I'm going to see what I can do to help Julia. I can't have her doing everything on her own.
Chris waved, a picturesque smile on his face.
I swear if I survive this, I'm going to kill every last one of them, one way or another, and then make it out of this infernal tutorial. Damn it! Why did everything have to change in the first place? The company was doing so well, and Father had just handed me the coziest position I could have asked for. Fuck! Fuck this place. Fuck this tutorial. And fuck that stupid old man for taking so long to give it to me. If only he had croaked a few years sooner, I would have just inherited the company and lived the good life like in college.
Chris ranted in his head as he looked at the struggling members of his party. His only thought was his own self-preservation. They were all no more than ants, tools for him to use and discard when he pleased. That was how life simply was. No one said no to him. No one.
Chapter 95. New Me Who Dis.
As soon as he had killed his opponent, the recoil from the spell struck Drake. His every strained muscle fiber in Drake's body screamed in protest. His status had fallen to 10% from the overcharged spell, slowly recovering thanks to his water endowment. He would meditate, but he was unsure of what might come out from the forest in that time. Using his new shawl, he brought a health potion into his hand, popping the cork and downing the liquid in one gulp. Well, that actually doesn't taste that bad. Kind of like fruit punch, if I had to say. Drake grinned from his seat on the ground.
Are you quite done?
What do you mean?
I am talking about how reckless you are being. Will you not listen to my counsel? What would have happened if those skills pushed you even further over the edge? What if your skill had turned you into a madman?
Nato screamed, genuinely furious. Honestly, I don't know. In that moment, all there was hate. Hate for that monster, hate for what it was doing, hate for my inability to do something about it, despite how strong I am. But I'm going to push myself, Nato. I need to, for both my progress and to protect those around me. Drake thought calmly. For the first time in a long time, he felt calm, truly calm and clear-headed. Touching the stump of his shoulder, he knew what he needed to do more than ever, and what the consequences might mean for him. But now he felt the serene bliss of having his mental fatigue swept clean, as if the sun had finally come out from behind the clouds. A genuine smile creased his face. I feel better than ever! Ah! He shouted, throwing his arm into the air. Ow, 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 okay, my head feels better, my body, not so much.
I would disagree. After all of the shenanigans you have just pulled, you are nothing but disturbed. The stones may have been fueling some of it, but you still have your own will, Drake. You cannot give in to impulse on a mere whim.
Nato chided with a drawn-out sigh. Come on, it isn't that bad, is it? Besides, it isn't like there's been a general yet who's given me a real run for my money.
You are allowing these fights to go to your head, you dolt. Have you already forgotten the struggles that got you here? Have you truly learned nothing?
Drake sat up, peering upwards into the seemingly endless night sky. No, Nato, I'm not forgetting anything. I'm just finally fully embracing the changes the system has made in me. I need to be strong. I want to be strong. And in this reality, if it means killing before being killed, used, backstabbed, or worse, I'm going to be all in. I thought with just my family on the line I had too much to lose, but now, more than ever, with everyone I've met and humanity itself possibly on the chopping block, I need to embrace this part of me that is screaming so loud inside to grow stronger and fight more and more difficult opponents.
Men! No, man, children! Why must you all go head first into death in the name of strength? Certainly I said I would support you, but this is hardly advisable, and I can hardly relate to the need to protect one's entire race. At the very least, it is a relief that you now have comrades to support you.
Nato reluctantly conceded. Speaking of party members, Drakes were still lining the wall of the outpost, looking at him with guarded expressions. He returned their stares with an amiable wave, letting them know he was still all right and alive, although very content with not moving for the next few hours, as his body ached all over. He couldn't see or feel anyone in his immediate surroundings, so he surrendered to the peaceful quiet of the night, the still after the battle. He was not one for praying, but he did hope that those he could not save had found peace in the slaughter of their murderer. Not even an atom of its wretched body remained. Above him glinted a mote of light, reminding him that skill stone drops came after the monster had perished. "This is Mariusep," Drake muttered. The glassy stone smacked him in the forehead. "Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am so glad he's on our side," Tom muttered. "Pup, think that might be the only thing you've said today that we agree on." Hudson nodded, but his face still bore regret for his mistake.
Mr. Schott seems to be getting stronger by the day. I'm getting levels steadily as well, but every time he levels up, it seems as if he jumps so far ahead.
Harley wondered aloud.
Yeah, I'll say. That man is a bloody army all on his own.
Jacqueline added. She held one faintly glowing hand over the resting Claire, trying to ease her discomfort. The high cost of the buffing spell and her low level had weakened Claire greatly. Additionally, her physical resilience was nothing compared to Drake when buffed by his heretical mind skill. The effort had exhausted her. Although Jacqueline's skill set focused on healing physical health, the weaker side effects of her healing skills still helped ease some of the muscle pain.
Now imagine if he had both his arms.
Claire eked out, fixed on what little she could glimpse of the man past the rampart's guardrail.
No need to be like that. The man's got 4 arms now, and just 'cause you've landed on your rump, love, doesn't mean my club won't find its way upside your pretty head. Schott and I have a deal, and I plan on delivering once he does.
Jacqueline chided, a cheeky grin on her face.
Someone must have warmed up to a certain someone, yeah?
Claire just scoffed. Amir was speechless, having just witnessed something out of this world. Yes, he had seen Drake use massive spells before, but this was quite different. He could only imagine the sheer destructive force the spell would have unleashed had it been aimed at the forest. Sherry was speechless as well, but for a very different reason. Her mouth was full of leftovers. Upon swallowing, she stayed as unimpressed as normal. Lackadaisically, she asked,
I wonder what he's going to cook for breakfast.
No one commented on Sherry's lack of enthusiasm at the destructive display Drake had just shown, but Tom did ask what everyone else was thinking. Why is he just sitting there? An hour went by as Drake was forced to sit and play with his spells, his legs refusing to move without searing pain equal to the growing pains of his teen years, but much, much worse. Wonder if this is how Goku feels after using the Kaioken, he muttered.
It is good to know that even after everything, your core personality still remains. Actually, I am mistaken. It is unfortunate that your personality has not changed for the better.
Nato corrected. You have been very mean today. I think I should remind you I saved like 50 people back there, which I still have to go help assimilate into the mass of other people I saved.
Quite the philanthropist. Please tell me more about how selfless you are without telling me you are selfless.
See, this is exactly what I mean. You won't find any nice boy constructs if you keep up this attitude.
Who in God's name says I wish to meet anyone? And it is your fault I have this attitude.
Drake chuckled, but then winced, holding his ribs with both arms as they stung from the motion. Oh, right. No laughing just yet. But I'm wondering if we can stand. I have a lot of equipment and stones to get. Not to mention I really need to do something about these dead monsters piling up. That can't be good for everyone's health. That really reminds me that I wish I had some fucking soap. He grumbled. All right, that's it. I'm taking a hot bath when we get back. I don't care if I have to do it on the wall while watching the tree line. And where the hell is Theodore? I told him to be back by now. Drake raised his arms again in protest of not being able to move. All right, it's decided. Hot bath, then burning down a forest. I'll just have to go to fisticuffs with Smokey on this one.
Why exactly do you want to fight a bear with a ranger's outfit?
A female voice said next to him. Drake turned as figures shimmered into view. One, a woman donning archer equipment, her twin tails a rusted auburn. The other, a man with a distinguished mustache, bowed at the waist. Sire, we hath returned from our endeavor, Theodore announced.
Shadow!
Nato screamed inside Drake's head. He stifled a laugh at Nato, then cursed.
I do not even know who Shadow is!
Perfect timing, Drake said, biting down on subsequent giggles. I can't exactly move, so bring me up to speed while helping me get around. I have some spring cleaning to get to. Both raised eyebrows, but neither protested. Each placed an arm over their shoulder and picked Drake up. However, they were both at very different heights. Theodore was over 6 feet tall, while Chelsea barely clocked in at 5'5", making the walk very lopsided. So, I'm assuming you guys found their location? Drake asked. a red magic circle forming in front of him. He didn't bother snapping his fingers.
We did,
said Chelsea, her grim and frustrated expression filling with anxiety.
But there's a problem.
Yes, there certainly is, my liege. 'Tis syrup. Drake cut the butler off. I'll stop you there, Theo. It doesn't matter what the odds are or what the actual circumstances are. Let me get my land legs again and point me in the right direction. You know the deal with me, and I'm all in from here on out, he said eagerly. Chelsea's mouth opened, but Drake's sheer confidence soon shut it again. He had been egotistical to a fault before, but at least he had been calculating. This was on a completely different level.
What happened while we were gone? You aren't even going to ask about how many there are?
She asked, confused. Let's just say it's the start of a new year. And you know what that means? New me, new phone, new skills. Who dis? He casually set another monster corpse on fire.
That made absolutely no sense,
Chelsea said. Her anxiety evaporated, replaced by disbelief. This one is inclined to agree, my liege. It is completely ill-advised to head into battle without any sort of information. It isn't that I don't want the information, Theo. It's that I'm that confident this time. I haven't felt this pumped since I was a kid and heard Evangelion's opening song for the first time. Now, don't forget to get me over to the foreman. I've got to burn that big fat bastard to ashes before he leaves a brick of coal for me. Drake chuckled.
Chapter 96. Feels just like vanilla.
Then, my liege, when whilst our company depart? Theodore asked, still supporting Drake as he incinerated corpse after corpse. The men winced, but still trudged on. Oh, I'd give it about 2 more hours, he said confidently. Chelsea's face darkened. Don't worry, we can leave sooner if I push it. He tried reassuring her. Then he finally asked, Is it really that desperate of a situation over there? Chelsea jumped at the chance to explain, describing what she had witnessed as they continued cremating the monster remains.
Yes, there was an army as large as the one at the camp where you found us all. The monsters are already at their door, she exclaimed. This is sounding more and more like a Lord of the Rings setup, Drake thought while listening.
Fool, do not interrupt! The least you can do is let her vent her concerns!
Nato chided. Yes, I know. I'm just wondering what we're going to do about the camp here. We need someone strong enough to either stall or fight off anything that comes. Now, my first choice would be Hudson and Tom, but I don't think either is currently strong enough. They're right around level 15 to 17, if I remember.
And there's only so long the barrier can hold before Julia exhausts her mana pool. Please, Shot, I'm begging you, we should go as quickly as possible.
She pleaded. I got it, Chelsea, and we will. But I need the time to set up our defenses here. The goblins are ramping up the scale of their attacks again, and we have 5 other generals, and who knows what else to worry about if I leave. I'm gonna have to have someone either set up a defense strong enough or... Oh. Drake smiled.
You are evil. Why would you even think of something like that? This is not a game!
Nato protested. I know it's not a game, but that doesn't mean the system doesn't work like a game. My plan has no flaws.
Certainly no flaws, if you exclude the one where the other 2 may die.
I would never let that happen, and you know that, so just go with the flow and let it happen, you squirrel in the mud. My liege, what might exactly be thy plan for such fortification? Theodore asked, squinting in concern as he glimpsed Drake's expression. Oh, don't you worry about it. Old boy, just leave it to me, and, Drake trailed off as his eyes wandered to the wall of the outpost, watching 2 men in particular with a sinister smile. What in the Sam hell did you just say, pup? Hudson blustered, his arms crossed as he scowled at the question. I would also like to voice my concern, sir. Are we not going to be put in danger? Amir added. Yes, that you are, Amir, but look at it this way. You're always going to be in danger from now on, Drake said, spreading out his arms. Monsters exist now. At least this way you both will be with me, and I can ensure your safety. Well, for the most part, at least. Hudson continued scowling, unconvinced. Amir began sweating cold buckets as his eyes darted around. Hey, look. Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes to plan in this accursed world. You two are the ones I need to make this work so I can leave to save Chelsea's friend and possibly even go after the king. Hudson needs levels for stronger sentries and more advanced robotics, and you are the only one able to speed up the process. You both agreed that people need help here, and this is how we're going to do it in the short term, Drake said, struggling to communicate his sincerity. Hudson's face wavered for a moment, but then returned to his stony scowl. You idiot! I won't be guilted into risking my damned life. Wow. Did he just quote me? Drake thought, holding back a laugh.
Certainly it was unintentional. Why in the seven hells would anyone want to say the same thing as you, dolt?
Nato snickered. Drake mentally rolled his eyes and addressed Amir, who was still perspiring profusely. Do you feel the same, Amir? He asked. Amir took a moment to think, mentally weighing the pros and cons. No. I knew what I was getting into when I asked to help. If this is what you think we need to do, then this is what I want to do, sir. Drake nodded, then looked back to Hudson. All right. My spry old friend, let's take a walk for a bit, he said, kindly but firmly, still assisted by Theodore and Chelsea. Wincing slightly but mobile, Drake rolled his shoulders and stretched his legs. The stiffness faded, if only a minute bit. Nonetheless, satisfied with his range of motion, Drake waved over Hudson and began down the earthen steps of the rampart, not looking back to see if he was following. Through his aura, he sensed the man following, Drake assumed, reluctantly. Once out of earshot of everyone, he looked Hudson in the eyes. Is that the first time you've killed someone? Hudson jolted slightly, his scowl melting into a sullen expression. Yes. Never imagined I'd be taking another's life. Even more so unrightfully. If only I could— Drake cut him off with a gesture, then removed his mask so Hudson could fully see his expression. His face, filled with sympathy and pain, was fully revealed. Hudson, I don't know what that means to you personally, or what demons you may be facing, but you know of the two men I killed earlier? He asked, his visage lit by the distant torches and fire pits of the tent area. Hudson nodded silently. For me, that wasn't the first time. The first time I killed someone, I didn't have a choice, or I'd like to think I didn't. You see, they were holding Theodore hostage, and they had been torturing him. I watched them sink a knife into him right in front of me. Now, you might think that made it easy, but it didn't. At least not for the reason you'd probably think. Drake said, clutching his right shoulder. For me, family is everything. They got me through the good times and the bad. And I don't just mean blood family. Friends I've made have helped me through things you might even find trivial, but were world-shaking to me at the time. And you? He gestured towards the top of the ramparts. And the rest of the party? Yes, even Tom. Are now a part of that for me. Hudson looked at Drake like he was crazy, conveying a sense of pure, where are you going with this? Drake scratched the back of his head. What I'm getting at is, sometimes we do things because we have no choice. Sometimes it's because we make mistakes, and others because we must, for our principles and what we hold dear. That person you killed was in defense of this place, and these people I hold dear. And for that I do not fault you. I thank you. What befell that poor person who was taken hostage is something I will make those monsters pay dearly for, but it was not your fault. Don't let me see you sulk about it and make me give you another speech, because it's making my fucking mouth dry. Drake smiled. Hudson scoffed, but his face brightened ever so slightly. Pup, you are 20 years too young to be teaching me anything, you hear me, idiot? He said. But, thank you. Fine. I'll tag along with your plan so you can go help the girl out. Drake chuckled. Good, because I wasn't giving you the option of saying no. He said, clasping Hudson on the shoulder. And don't you worry about getting hurt. I won't let it happen. I get hurt if you get hurt on my watch, thanks to this contract, and no one wants that. Hudson's mouth fell open, then curled into a smirk. Selfish little bastard. Only when it suits me. Drake laughed, backtracking up the rampart steps. They both returned to the group. For now, the night still cloaked the forest and land beyond the outpost in pitch black. Soon it would be dawn, and another day would pass in the hellish tutorial.
Time remaining until tutorial's conclusion. 105 days, 22 hours, 45 minutes, 43 seconds. Remaining participants, 2,254.
Drake dwelled on first the ticking timer, then the remaining participants. Well, looks like the rate at which the participants are dying is slowed, he thought solemnly. Nearly 2/3 of the entire participant list were gone, and they hadn't even survived 80% of the tutorial period yet.
Do not dwell too long on it, Drake. This is how the system intends it for these type of tutorials. The weak are taken, and the strong survive and prosper.
Nato consoled. He held his tongue, his new skill stabilizing his emotions better than ever before. Despite his wanting to scream, he choked it down like bad medicine. He needed to hear it. He needed to accept it. He may have wanted to defy the system and the tutorial, but it would do nothing, for he had been told that was an established fact in the multiverse. At least for now. All right, everyone, it's decided. Drake started.
What, breakfast?
Sherry said, half yawning. Yes and no. I managed to find some flour in the supplies I looted, so I was going to try and make some pancakes later. Problem is, we don't have syrup, so that's a no-go. Sorry, Shares, Drake said, dramatically. But, on a serious note, I will be taking Amir and Hudson with me to power level them, essentially, so we can run over and save. He turned to Chelsea.
Megan,
She said, slightly irritated. Right. Megan. And hopefully most of their group, minus one asshole.
Oh, that's a kicking idea. Does that mean you're staying there?
Jacqueline jabbed.
The funny one beat me to it.
Nato laughed. Only if that means I get to stay further away from you, Jacqueline. Drake grinned.
How long is this going to take then, Shot?
Claire asked, her face conveying her inner thoughts. I will get them as far as I can in 1 hour. It's speedrun time! Drake shouted, raising an arm. As far as the rescue goes, I'm not entirely sure. I'm told there is an army waiting for us, so possibly one day. If I had more time, I would have taken Harley to level up as well as Tom. Their skill sets would massively help the defenses. But all in good time. You all will grow stronger, I'm sure. It isn't like I'm going to end the invasion while on this rescue mission. Everyone exchanged glances. What? He said.
I swear you are clueless.
Nato sighed. Drake was about to comment until he heard another goblin horn in the distance. Well, that saves us the trouble of going out there. All right, everyone who isn't Hudson, Amir, Chelsea, Harley, or Theodore, you are free to go. In fact, please go for now. I need people to handle the new arrivals and make sure everything is settled.
Don't have to ask me twice, dude.
Sherry said, waving him off and sauntering down the steps. I guess I'll go finish those sports courts we worked on then, Tom said, slightly disappointed after hearing he was in the running for power leveling.
Oh, guess I'll go rightly fuck off then, yeah?
Jacqueline sneered. Oh, don't worry, Jacqueline. I'll save your friend to be back before you know it. Don't miss me too much. Drake laughed.
Fuck you, wanker. I hope you don't come back.
She shouted, storming off in a huff. Drake turned to Chelsea with his big, goofy smile. Yeah, I think she's warming up to me, he said, but Chelsea just sighed with a shake of her head. Theodore placed his hand on his mustache and stifled a chuckle as Harley gently nudged with her elbow. He coughed. Last was Claire, and she was obviously reluctant to leave.
Try to be back soon. I don't want to fall behind,
she said softly.
I'm going to go back and have a talk with Gracie.
Gracie? Drake asked.
The woman who, you know.
Oh, I see, he said, realizing that he had never learned the woman's name. And don't you worry about anything. I promised you the revenge you deserve, and I won't go back on it. Claire nodded stiffly, descending the steps with the rest. Now, Drake said, trying some different things until he received the first notification.
You have removed Claire Osberg from your party.
Got it. That was surprisingly easy, he thought as he removed the rest rapid fire.
You have removed Tom_the_King from your party. You have removed Sherry Turner from your party. You have removed Jacqueline Evans from your party. You have removed Theodore Rotwood from your party. You have removed Harley Mongrass from your party. You have removed Chelsea Jackson from your party.
There we go, he said. He faced the forest, spotting exactly what he wanted. A fresh army of just regular old goblins with a few sparsely placed lieutenants for some juicy experience. Would it be inappropriate to state that this one feels naked as a babe without the camaraderie of my liege? Theodore asked suddenly. Of course not, Theo. Totally not weird and perfectly normal, Drake lied. Now let's get to it. Power leveling. Feels like I'm back in Meridon. Now pay up, 15 G's a pop, people, he said, offering an upturned palm to his confused party.
Chapter 97. On the 5th day, look to the east.
Shrieks sounded as massive fireballs fell from the sky, incinerating monsters left and right as they flooded the surroundings. And the culprit was none other than Drake. Hey, really are sending nothing but relatively normal goblins, huh? Drake said, waving his hand in an arc over his head as 4 more fireballs formed. His new skill turned each one from a deep crimson to an ethereal azure, and finally a bright hot white.
Magic exposure, P1 37% F rank. Lay bare the rules of magic. Strip your enemies of their right to protection through your mastery. Passive. Spells and skills now strip targets of 150% of their defensive effectiveness. Increases with proficiency. Spells now cost 50% more.
Oh, this 50% cost increase is really kicking my mana pool in the butt. My regeneration can't really keep up anymore. Hopefully when it ranks up in proficiency, it'll alleviate it a bit. He sighed. Sir, with that last batch, I have reached level 14, and we've collected around 1,000 cores again, Amir reported. Wow, already? They are really sending in a lot. Now, the quest mentioned thousands as the bonus quest, but this is getting up there into the tens of thousands, isn't it? Drake said, firing off another round of white fireballs. Thanks to it, though, just hit level 15 myself. Well, shit! Got a new variation on my little ones! Hudson cheered, showing genuine enjoyment for the first time in a while. Oh, good to hear. What's this one? Hudson's eyes went distant as if reading something. Upon focusing again, he beamed. Well, I would say it's a welcomed upgrade. These little ones are definitely going to help with those damned goblins. The man planted his hand on the ground, a silver magic circle forming. Drake and Amir watched as metallic parts grew from the ground up, almost like a 3D printer, coming together in the form of a flying drone. The whole process took only about 5 minutes. Hudson's smile spread to Drake. The drone was not one of the typical ones you see with the 4 propellers. These had some form of propulsion to them, keeping them upright as they lifted vertically off the ground. Even better, they were dead silent.
Now that we have this, can we go?
Chelsea asked, her face impatient. Hold your horses, Chelsea. I know you're in a rush, and so are we, but I'm going to do this right. Let's see what the little guys can do. Hudson, you're up, Drake said, giving him a wave. Hudson nodded, growing serious, as he stood, giving a mental command to the drone. It flew off towards the distant tree line.
That there is hard to deal with,
Hudson muttered.
Once a little one gets out of vision, it switches over to a sort of heads-up display thing like out of those movies. But I can still see from my perspective as well. I don't like that shit, not one bit. I think I'm gonna...
He tried to say, then expelled the contents of his stomach on the rampart.
Ow, man,
Drake said, grimacing as he washed away the vomit with summoned water. Besides not being able to hold your lunch, how's it looking, Hudson? Hudson stood back up from retching, wiping his mouth with his sleeve.
Yeah, before I let the meal go, the little guy took out a goblin with no problem, with a small turret from its undercarriage. And looks like the little guy had a surprise as well, pup.
Hudson grinned.
Little bastard has some explosives. Won't kill him in one batch, but a few more of these little guys, and I'll be carpet-bombing the Sam hell out of those little vermin.
Then, my liege, shall we proceed henceforth? Theodore asked, both hands on his cane.
I think this counts as a green light, yep.
You have everything you need to make more of these, Hudson? And what's the count on these ones?
It's 1 for every 5 levels, so I can only manage 3 right now. But I got the big one in the tent waiting as well. With that, I think I can manage with the rest of us to hold off anything short of the king himself,
Hudson said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Oh, that's all I needed to hear. With these, the sentries on the wall, and a mini Big O, I think we are all set to go, Chelsea. Theo? Chelsea's face relaxed, heaving a sigh of relief. Finally, she'd be able to keep her promise. Theodore nodded tersely.
As you command, with all due haste, my liege.
Then he turned to Harley, squeezing her hand and laying a peck on her lips.
This one will return swiftly, my love. Be safe.
Harley smiled dotingly and nodded.
You too, Theo.
Then she looked to Drake, silently telling him to keep Theodore safe. Drake nodded once. That went without question. He would make sure everyone would make it back at any cost. Then let's get going. Make sure you two can keep up. He grinned. Also make sure to keep the order here as best you can. Anyone doing anything naughty gets put in horny jail with the bad guy till I get back. And make sure to let the others know we've left for now. Harley, Hudson, and Amir nodded in unison as they saw the group off.
Theodore Rotwood has joined your party. Chelsea Jackson has joined your party.
Then lead the way, you two. I want to be there by sunrise, or sooner. Drake directed, when a thought hit him.
If only you guys met with them before.
Why in the world would that be a thing we would want?
Chelsea asked, confused. Because then we could use one of the greatest quotes of all time. Look to my coming on the first light of the 5th day. At dawn look to the east. Yeah? Drake said, pulling out his staff and grooming a non-existent beard.
You have to be the worst person I could have been stuck with.
Nato sighed, her tone indicating she was cringing.
Come on. You know you love me.
Drake chuckled.
God damn it. What are we supposed to do? What am I going to do? I can't die like this. I won't die like this.
Chris screamed internally with incredible desperation as the banging on the barrier from the outside continued. With each thrum, the light enveloping the makeshift barricade visibly dimmed.
Fuck! Can't you refresh the barrier yet, Julia, you useless piece of shit?
Chris growled, his eyes shaking wildly.
I just refreshed it. I won't be able to do it for another 15 minutes. Don't ask for the impossible, you lunatic!
She shouted back, pools of sweat streaking down her face as she fought to maintain the spell. Each blow to the barrier depleted her mana bit by bit.
What did you say to me, you filthy bitch?
Chris howled. He leapt at her, metal ringing as he drew his sword.
You're lucky I ever asked you to be in this group, you ugly pig!
Chris! What are you doing? Stop!
Megan yelled from beside him, struggling to hold him back.
Get off of me, you fucking dumb college skank!
Chris snapped, throwing her to the ground. Why? Why did I have to end up with so many incompetents? It wasn't like this at the company. All I had to do there was tell someone to do something, and it would get done without fail. But here you all miss the mark every time. I've had enough. I won't die here, not like this. All of you get to the front and protect me when they break the barrier!
Are you crazy?
Someone screamed. Oh, he's finally snapped, said another. The fuck did you just say? Who do you think got you all together? Who do you think got us this far? Chris shouted back.
You mean got us into this? We would have been better off with Chelsea in charge.
Someone whispered. Who fucking said that? Chris was about to roar, but loud thumping from outside cut him off. Fuck! 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 Chris stammered, his brain running at 1,000,000 miles an hour to figure out a way to survive. Oh, I know. He said. Low chuckles grew into a maniacal, booming laugh. I'll just kill you all and throw you to the goblins. Maybe that will distract them long enough so I can run out of here. Why didn't I think of it earlier? You're all dead weight anyway.
What are you saying, Chris?
Megan said, her face paling.
You said you would protect us. You said I would be safe. You said that we could make it through this together.
Blah, blah, blah. Stop running your mouth for once and shut up, Megan. It's like it never closes. The only reason I tolerated it for so long was because you were a cleric. And what's worse, you never even put out. How was I supposed to know you were some pure little girl who's saving herself? He said, spitting the word in disgust. The least you could have done was give some service to your fearless leader. Megan recoiled, her face shattering into despair. Her entire image of Chris was falling to pieces, like the shower of tears falling from her eyes.
You promised,
she cried. Shut up already, Chris shouted. For fuck's sake. Oh, I know. Before they get in, I'll let you die with at least a little bit of pleasure. I'll save you and Julia for last. He cackled. She can't very well stop using the spell if she wants to live even a little bit longer. And she can't lose too much concentration either, which makes this perfect. He finished, licking his lips as he looked them both up and down. You sick fuck! One of the men from at the back of the cave screamed, drawing a sword, but Chris was unfortunately faster. He had methodically planned to stay at the top level in the group. No one here could match him, regardless of class. Chris dodged the swing with ease. His own sword glowed red as he raised it, bringing it down swiftly on the man, gouging out his back and the meek leather armor he wore. Chris had also hoarded all of the good equipment in the name of protecting everyone else, even going as far as to confiscate people's quest rewards from them. Standing above the man's bloody body, he stared at the rest of the group. Some were clearly unwilling to go down without a fight, mainly those who had just recently been his own lackeys. So, you're just going to throw us in with them, huh? Don't forget, we have some of that equipment too, one of the men growled. He drew his bow, the nocked arrow shining green. I'm not dying here, not without a fight! The man screamed and loosed his arrow. It screeched across the cave, building speed and power as it left the string, now blazing a brilliant emerald light. But that meant nothing to Chris and his class. Chris raised his free hand, his red shield shining. The arrow collided with it as sparks flew, until the arrow shattered into motes of light. A smirk creased the madman's face. Did you forget? I'm a tank class, you fucking idiot! And still far above your level. Chris cackled as he rushed the archer. The red light spread to his sword, but he halted in his tracks again as the noises from outside grew louder, startling him. The goblins again. What? Are they getting through already? Do something, you stupid woman! Chris sneered at Julia. Julia's face had gone past pale and was turning ghostly white, jerking with every strike against the spell. Her hands shook as she struggled more and more to stay not only focused, but upright. Her form wobbled back and forth. Julia reached into her shirt pocket to retrieve a vial of blue liquid, removing the cork with her teeth.
Julia, no!
Megan shouted.
You've already drunk too much already. Any more so soon will give you mana poisoning.
Julia brought the vial to her mouth, ignoring Megan's pleas. She didn't want to protect trash like Chris, but she had no choice if she wanted to live even a moment longer. She could only pray for some kind of miracle. The banging and thumping intensified as she gulped down the liquid, but the mana potion backfired. She had taken too many too quickly. Julia coughed, drops of blood flying from her mouth. She convulsed, falling to the ground.
Julia!
Megan cried. Fucking useless! Now what are we supposed to do? All of you, get the fuck up there, or I'll kill you my goddamn self! Chris roared. The commotion outside fell silent. Within the cave, all were hesitant to speak, even Chris. When nothing more happened, some of his confidence returned. You cowards in the back! I thought I told you to get the fuck... But he never finished his sentence. The barricade crashed open with a sound of cracking wood and wrenching metal, the dust covering the entire cave entrance, as everyone shielded themselves from the debris. What the fuck is going on now? Chris cursed. He peered over the arm he'd used to shield his vision, only to see a scowling woman, her twin auburn tails fluttering behind her as she roared and sprinted at him, her fist thrust forwards as it connected with him, square in the face.
Chris, you fucking psychotic asshole!
Chelsea howled.
Chapter 98. This guy really is a classic villain, huh?
The sound of the blow reverberated throughout the cave, but it was not exactly what Chelsea had been hoping for. Just before her hand connected with Chris's face, it was stopped by a red-hued shield. Oh, look who's back. Just in time for the goblet. Wait. What happened to all of the goblins? And the general! Chris yelled, his condescending sneer contorting into confusion. Chelsea recoiled, shaking out her fist.
Don't worry about it, you goddamned crazy silver spoon baby. You'll get yours.
She sneered. Get what? And from who? You? Chris laughed, spreading his hands wide. I think you're forgetting who you're talking to, bitch. I'm leagues above you in both levels and status. You should have just died when I sent those brain-dead morons after you. Do you think you're going to come in here like some sort of hero? Save your dumb bimbo friend? God damn, is that what I sound like when I monologue? Oh, please tell me I'm not like that, Theo, said a voice behind Chelsea. And no, Mr. Classic Villain, I'll be the one saving everyone today. The owner of the voice stepped into the cave's opening, the new dawn silhouetting him with bright white and yellow ribbons. From his hand a ball rolled into the cave. Or at least it seemed to be a ball until it rolled to a stop in front of Chris's feet. His face paled. This is the general, then the goblins? You couldn't have killed them all with just the two of you. Chris stammered, becoming hysterical once again. This one is forlorn to be left out of my liege's conquering band. 'Twas this one's illustrious illusions that helped a handsome sum, Theodore said, shimmering into existence behind Chris, his cane pointed at the back of his head. You were very helpful, Theo. I'll be sure to sing your praises when we get back to the outpost, Drake said from the light, and fully entering the cave. Gilded black battle robes fluttered about him as his mask obscured his face. But I do have to say, this general, he said, pointing down with his finger, was honestly kind of meh. I've fought better, if we're being honest. I was hoping for a bit more... Chelsea gave him a sidelong glance before turning to the other people of the cave, ignoring Drake's overdramatic entrance. Looking around, her eyes finally landed on Megan, holding a limp Julia, the shuddering woman's mouth dribbling a purplish liquid.
Megan!
She yelled, running to her, nearly skidding to the floor as she slid down next to her. Tears streamed from her eyes as she wrapped her arms around the cleric.
You're right! He hasn't done anything to you, has he? And what happened to Julia? This is... blood and mana potion? She didn't overdose, did she?
Megan's eyes watered as she started to sob all over again. This time, thankfully, from relief. Finally, she and the others were saved.
Yes! She took a potion to save us, and then she started seizing.
Megan eked out through her crying, pressing her face into Chelsea's arms.
I don't know what to do. Please, Chelsea.
Chelsea's face turned serious.
It's going to be all right, Megan. I won't let anything happen. Now that I'm here, Shot is going to take care of everything, and you are going to be safe. Who is Shot? Do you mean the number 1 on the TP ladder?
Megan asked, her face incredulous. Chelsea laughed wearily, knowing his personality saying something like that may not be for the best.
Yeah, that one.
Across the cave, Chris shouted as he swung his sword at Theodore. Do you think you're going to be able to do anything to me, you stupid asshole? You're only level 17. Ugh! Even if you're a pure damage specialized class, you can't get past my defenses. I'll outlast you and kill you myself. All you've done is hand-delivered me more experience in TP. Theodore deftly dodged the swing, shimmering back out of sight. The fuck did he go? Get back here! Chris howled, whipping his head back and forth. Now. You should be more worried about me, Drake said, his gaze falling on the dead man in front of Chris. After all, seems like Chelsea was saying all the right things about you. Drake's focus moved on to the fallen woman, Julia. Nado, is there anything we can do to help her?
I regret to say that there is not, unless you wish to magically find herbs that can't possibly be in this tutorial. Whether she survives or not will be up to her. If the snippy one that I am fond of was here, the healer, she may have been able to help a little, but not much can be done besides numbing the pain she's feeling. The mana potion must disseminate itself through her body naturally. That is why it is inadvisable to use too many too quickly.
So I just need to get her to Jacqueline quickly, then?
That would be the best course of action, yes.
Drake mentally acknowledged Nato, then returned his gaze to Chris. The man was slightly taller than Drake remembered, and broader built. The armor he wore resembled that of a medieval knight without a helmet, and in his hand was a similarly themed blade. In Drake's mage sight, mana flowed from Chris's hand. Chelsea, Drake said, addressing her as he kept his focus on Chris. You said there were others he had, doing some of his dirty work? If you'd be so kind as to point them out. Chelsea surveyed the group with slight disgust.
I only see one. Looks like the other already turned on him,
she said, pointing at a man in robes. Okay, then, Drake said, rolling his shoulder. Everyone but the robed guy and the wannabe villain can move over here if you want to leave the cave and go to a safe place. Most seemed hesitant, with only a few sprinting when given the offer, confident from seeing Chelsea that the man wasn't lying. How do we know you actually killed all the goblins? A person in the back asked warily. I didn't kill all the goblins. I killed all the ones outside, Drake said, shifting his mask to offer a smile. Wait. I know you. You're that fucking loser I tried to recruit at the beginning of the tutorial. How the fuck did you survive for so long? And make it to the top of the TP ladder? Chris sputtered. A few people ran past him. And all of you, no one move! Chris screamed wildly. I said don't fucking move! His sword came. It moved quickly, but not as quick as the now red-haired Drake. An ethereal blue radiance enveloped his arm as he caught Chris's sword. Nah. Well, looks like you were telling the truth. You don't have much strength. Or at least not more than me. Drake scoffed. With his mask back in place, he jingled a ruby earring hanging from his lobe with his earthen right hand. Drake's earth magic, just like his fire magic, had evolved from his new skill, deepening in color to an almost obsidian black. It was closer to steel than earth now.
What?
Chris gasped, struggling to remove his sword from Drake's grip.
Ow! I have over 200 strength. Are you a pure fighter?
Drake laughed. Guess again. In front of Drake's chest formed a cobalt magic circle, conjuring a large, deep blue sphere with hints of seafoam green, aimed right at Chris's stomach. Chris yelped as he was thrown backwards into the rear of the cave by the water ball, right into a mess of debris. As the dust cleared, a red shield was revealed in front of Chris, right where the water ball had impacted. Drake whistled. Oh, he is tough. Ugh, Nada wasn't joking when she said tank specs are crazy durable, he said, checking the people now staring at him with wide eyes and gaping mouths. All right. Ready to move now? Absent-minded nods answered him, their feet slowly beginning to shuffle. Drake looked back at the pile of rubble containing the makeshift villain. Not far from him was his lackey, paling where he stood. And now it's just the three of us, you guys and I. Drake chuckled.
Fuck you!
The robed man screamed. The mana around him shifted to crimson, pooling in his hands. Oh, a mage! On a fire one at that. It's a good chance to see how well my defenses do against a proper human mage, Drake said, casting his defensive skills before the mage could finish casting his own spell. Several green lights flashed. The robed mage finished his spell with a shout. A fireball sized similar to Drake's appeared, classic red rather than white. The ball shot forwards towards Drake, covering the distance between them quickly, but Drake didn't move. He allowed it to smash against his shields. The spell did nothing. Oh, you're joking, Drake chuckled. Then he said, flabbergasted, It didn't even break through my extra shield?
That is quite something. Your armor set's extra defense is doing wonders against these particular people. It would seem they do not have particularly high levels outside of the cackling chicken you put into the rubble, nor high proficiency.
Nado surmised, her tone light and obviously impressed, despite her perpetual instinct to tease Drake. Yeah, but with this, I can't even use my movement skill. Oh, I'll have to think of ways around that. Maybe more maneuverability with fire and air? Like a jet!
How? I thought you were a damage dealer. There's no way you can fend off an attack like that if you're spec'd for damage. What kind of bullshit equipment do you have? Or is it your class?
The man shouted at Drake, stumbling backwards as he tried to gain distance. Me? I'm just a hero who's doing it for fun. Wait, no, that's not right anymore. I'm just a guy who's idealistically selfish and contradictory when it suits him. And I'm finally on time to save some people for once, Drake said, deciding to get serious. And I will take on the burden of giving you judgment for what you have done. Drake's hair and tattoo shifted to black. A crystal of pure white ice sprouted from a pale magic circle. It glowed faint blue until Drake crushed it in his hand, his hair and tattoo cascading into white. The pristine white circle was stained blood red. Let me show you what a real fireball looks like, Drake growled coldly, pinning the other mage with his gaze. The searing of my heart. Give him fury. Fireball. The ball of white fire formed and pulsed in Drake's hand as he chanted, condensing into the size of a baseball on the last word. It screeched towards the man in the blink of an eye. The little star passed through him, searing a hole of molten rock right above Chris. The man gurgled his last breath, blood spilling from the sides of his mouth, the smoke from the charred remains of his chest obscuring his pain-stricken face. Then he collapsed, slumping to the floor. Only the sound of his sizzling and smoldering flesh remained.
You have killed participant Ash Ketchup, level 17. Experience earned 273,423 TP have been awarded.
Chris looked on in abject horror. His gaze settled on the molten hole above him. A small bead of lava dripped down to his shoulder, turning his armor into a sheet of hot metal. Scrambling to his feet, Chris placed his sword in front of him, with his other hand struggling to wipe off the burning lava. "What the fuck are you?" "How are you so strong when you're at such a low level?" "It isn't possible!" he screamed, his body involuntarily shaking. Drake's eyes swirled with colors. Drake slipped off his tattoo ring, trading it for his morning glory. "Oh, it's possible, believe it. I'm just someone who turned a shit roll into an opportunity to change and better myself. And I'm gonna be the one that kills you, Chris Springs." Drake pointed his staff at Chris, or more specifically at the molten rock behind him. A magic circle spun at the tip of the staff, a small pellet of lava forming. Then it shot at the wall and burrowed deep within. Chris's face contorted into confusion. "How are you going to kill me if you can't even hit me? And I'm a tank, remember? Even if you are strong, my defenses are stronger." He snapped, breaking out in a confident smile. "That's where you're wrong. And even if I can't kill you in one blow, I will outlast you. I'll go further beyond." Drake laughed, his head tilting back into a sneer. "Plus ultra!" With heretical mind, he pushed the burrowed lava pellet into the rest of the wall, melting a large portion of it behind Chris as the ignorant madman drilled into Drake with a death stare. Finally noticing the moving lava, Chris twisted around to see the wall crumble, the lava oozing out of it. But it was too late. The lava lunged forward, wrapping around Chris's feet and immobilizing him. "Marked," Drake whispered. Chris screamed in anguish as the lava singed and charred his legs, but he could not fall. The lava slowly crawled up him, burning him bit by bit, then hardening to encase him. His eyes teared up as his legs were consumed by the spell, his voice growing hoarse from the screaming. "Please! I'm sorry, I won't do anything again! Please, you'll never see or hear from me, I promise! Just let me live! No, I'll apologize! I'll do whatever you want!" he pleaded. Drake did not cease. His frigid gaze was unrelenting as the lava inched further and further up the man. Once it had consumed his lower half, Chris began activating his skills to protect his torso and arms, body glowing red. But all it did was draw out the torture as molten lava encased him. "The world is different now, and it has no need for people like you." Drake spoke. The spell claimed the last remaining piece of Chris, a teary, hate-filled eye. True to his class, the man survived for several more seconds in the tomb, the screams muted inside it. When notification came, Drake's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly.
You have killed participant Chris Springs, level 19. Experience earned. 432,253 TP have been awarded. Chapter 99. All-Out War.
Drake gazed coolly at the sarcophagus of lava he had built around Chris. He exchanged his staff for his tattoo ring, slipping it back onto his middle finger.
"And I thought you didn't like torture."
Nato asked, leadingly. You know I don't, but it isn't about what I like, it's about what he deserved. The world is different. Measures must be equal to the crime." Drake answered. A crystal stone clattered on the ground with a clang, soon joined by a dimensional bag. Where the mage had stood was left a similar bag. Drake collected them all, slipping both bags into his inventory and giving the stone a cursory glance.
Subtree Skill Stone. Protection. Rare. Unlocks the Protection Subtree branch. Requires one open subtree slot and have an unlocked warrior main class tree.
Well, at least he wasn't lying about being a tank. A lot of good it did him. Drake sighed.
You didn't have to kill him so brutally.
Megan shouted from where she kneeled next to Julia and Chelsea.
Megan.
Chelsea chided. Drake faced her, his expression colder than it should have been. Yes, I did. What he did, what he was going to do to all of you was unforgivable. I was told of the things he was doing behind the scenes and what he was capable of. He made his own bed. Hate me if you want, it won't change the fact that he died because he deserved it, Drake said.
What makes you the judge and jury?
Megan snapped. Nothing. Nothing makes me any better than him, but I know that. The only difference is that I'm strong enough to carry on, and he wasn't. I killed him because I was stronger, and it suited my morals. That's the new world. His gaze fell on Chelsea. Your friend seems to be in shock, Chelsea. She was moments away from being killed herself, but still defends him. Chelsea's face twisted between anger, sympathy, and confusion.
She's just in shock,
she said finally. Best we get moving then. This is no place to recover. If we move quickly, we can get back by midday, I hope. Drake explained, checking the now still Julia. If we have any luck, we can get her to Jacqueline and save her. Theo. Yes, my liege, Theodore said, appearing. Would you please scout ahead for anything that might stop us? If you can divert them without risking yourself, do it. If not, report back immediately and I'll take care of it. By thy will, he replied, bowing slightly as he vanished once more.
I'm not going anywhere with you. Chelsea, how can you be with a man like this? He killed Chris and Johan in cold blood.
Chelsea gently pushed Megan to arm's length, looking her deep in the eyes.
Do you really believe that, Megan? I know you latched on to Chris because he was the one who reached out, but after everything, you can't say you didn't see what he was doing,
Chelsea said, her voice rising.
I know he wasn't perfect, but he protected us. Protected me. He even went out of his way to send more people to get you when you went to scout for the goblins.
Megan snapped back, desperately grasping at the broken facade of the man she thought she knew. Chelsea shook her head.
No, Megs. He sent them to finish the job, but we ran into the goblins first. They didn't kill us and instead took us captive. They did unspeakable things to us. Made us fight one another for their enjoyment.
She recounted, her grip tightening around Megan's shoulder as she did.
They tried to take me, but I fought back. The unlucky ones, they were turned into food, or used to birth more of those disgusting things. And all of that was because of Chris. If he hadn't tried to kill us, kill me, I would have never ended up there. And you know who saved us?
Megan just looked back into Chelsea's teary eyes, slack-jawed.
It was him. And all we did when we met him was fight the whole way. He did nothing but offer us safety, food, shelter, and protection. And we spat in his face every step of the way, but he still did it, never asking for a thing in return.
Chelsea grew serious as she wiped the bubbling tears away.
Don't make the same mistake the rest of us did. Face the reality of who Chris was and who is saving you now.
Chelsea watched as Drake lifted up Julia, gently cradling her. He even went as far as to summon wind to cushion her body so as to not rock her while carrying her.
It isn't as easy as that, Chels.
Megan rebutted.
How am I supposed to just trust some man who came out of nowhere and killed 2 people?
Chelsea's regretful expression twisted as she wore a forlorn smile.
Then you will just have to see for yourself. You aren't the only ones he's saved,
Chelsea said. She helped Megan to her feet, guiding them to the entrance of the cave. All right, everyone, are we ready to get this ill-advised show on the road? Drake said, checking over his shoulder. Tired and weary faces returned his gaze, as most were on their last legs of energy. The few nights they spent huddled in the cave, waiting for death at any moment to either Chris or the goblins, were taking its toll on them. Well, I guess I should have expected that. All right, if we can make it back to the outpost in time, there will be plenty of space, food, and hot water to go around. So bear with it, and put your running shoes on for me, people. He requested as they left the cave, only to hear a notification.
Tutorial-wide quest update. The 10 goblin generals have been slain, forcing the hand of the Goblin King. He has now deployed his army early in response to such disrespect. Mothruvar drags his army by its heels to an all-out war, while his most trusted knights accompany him to battle. Bonus quest reward for subjugating the king prior to all-out war has been removed.
Well, shit. Who killed the other 4 generals? It has to be Bjorn and Shigure, right? Drake thought, sighing.
I would certainly believe so, although there could be a group we do not know about. Perhaps a group of PKers have decided to fight or were cornered and had no other choice. Regardless, we now have more to worry about.
Nato explained. Now we'd best get back to the outpost as soon as possible, then. All right. Looks like we have to double time it. Chelsea, you know these people better than I do. I'm going to have to ask you to keep track of them while we make a dash for the outpost. And do you know of anyone with a class that could help speed up everyone? Drake asked over his shoulder. Chelsea's eyes wandered to Megan.
Megan has a group buff, but it will only affect those in her party, so a max of 10 people.
Drake turned to look over at Megan. She scowled. And then find the 10 slowest people and get them to the outpost as quickly as you can. Chelsea, you're in charge. Drake directed.
Chelsea Jackson has left your party.
Chelsea nodded hesitantly, turning to Megan. The cleric scoffed, facing fully away from Drake, but seemed to have accepted the party. A few more people gathered around as she began mumbling a spell, enveloping all of them with a large, bright, white magic circle, reminiscent of Claire's, but a different color. I wonder if her mumbling was intentional so that I couldn't hear the spell. Drake thought.
It does beg the question of if she will be yet another problem that you have to take care of. I am certainly surprised that the mouthy one has decided to fall in line when she seemed to be so adamantly against you only a scant few days ago.
Nato giggled. It's my devilish charms. What can I say?
You can say something that makes sense, you dolt. I will be amazed beyond reason if you someday find a person willing to tolerate you as a partner.
All right. Bet on it?
I have never heard of a more easily won prize. Certainly, then. What shall we wager?
Nato asked, intrigued. All the candy in my apartment when we get back, and any future candy found or made.
I have never tasted candy. You cannot expect me to wager that.
Can't you just go into my memories and taste it that way?
Well, of course I can. A moment.
Nato said, going silent. When no more was said, Drake shrugged it off and began the march. He fully left the cave, with Chelsea and the group following closely behind. Thanks to Drake's magic, he kept good pace without disturbing Julia in his arms, but it still wasn't anywhere near even his normal speed, as Chelsea and the others in Megan's party began to overtake him. The group of 20 people crossed the forest relatively unhindered. Only Drake began to lag behind, carrying the injured Julia. This wasn't the worst option by far. It let him keep a close eye on everyone and cover their rear, providing a way to retreat if necessary. This is going a bit too smoothly. Why haven't we run into any monsters yet? Drake thought, scanning the surroundings tirelessly. He raised his brow when he didn't receive a reply from Nato. Hello? Nato?
My apologies. I was, preoccupied.
She replied. You're literally in my head. What could you possibly be doing? Wait, did you actually use my memories to see what candy tastes like? He chuckled, still surveying the group and surrounding trees.
I do agree that it is certainly suspicious that there are no signs of monsters nearby. Perhaps they have all retreated to rally with the Goblin King?
She speculated. Then, with a small cough, she added,
I would like to also state that I will accept that wager.
Uh-huh. Any reason why you decided now to agree to it?
None. Now pay attention, you buffoon.
Nato chided, trying her best to deflect the conversation. Drake rolled his eyes, letting her. The group marched through the forest for several hours as the sun slowly moved through the sky. Their increased physiques from the system level-ups were doing wonders for their pace, but it could only go so far, as many of the group who were lower level or not endurance-oriented slowed once the sun reached its apex. Drake jogged to the front of the group to join Chelsea. She was still breathing evenly, but the same could not be said about her friend Megan and some of the other forerunners. It looks like we need a break. I'll get a light snack out and some water, he decided, then raised his voice with wind magic so everyone could hear. Break for 10 minutes. Eat what you can without slowing you down. He quickly brought out some food he had stashed, dried jerky from the goblins' rations, and not the human kind, as well as some of the stew he had made the day before, still just as hot as when he stored it.
Hey, that's my stew! Why are you giving it away yet again to these ungrateful apes?
Nato roared. Come now, you could go for a bit of a diet. Those, chipmunk cheeks are getting a little out of hand there. Drake teased.
Why, I have never!
Just, think of it as making room for all that candy you're gonna have. Drake chuckled, gently placing Julia down with his magic onto a spare bed from his inventory. While overseeing the group of people getting their break, Drake felt something unseen enter his aura sphere. He knew it was not Theodore. He would have never sensed Theodore, meaning this was someone, or something, else. Drake fired off a small white flame bolt. A yelp sounded as the bolt pierced whatever it was. Some of the startled people shrieked.
You have subjugated Goblin Scout level 16. Experience earned. 1,500 TP have been awarded.
A scout. That certainly can't be a good sign, Drake said, ignoring the yelling. Theodore appeared in a bow. My liege, he said, 'tis most certainly not. Thitherward the path to thine outpost is treacherous, to say the least. Is it that bad, Fubar? Drake asked. This one doth not understand thy reference, sire, but this one believes my liege will have to see to understand the magnitude of which this one speaks. Not that I'm against killing more monsters today, but I'd really enjoy it if a rescue just went smoothly for once, Drake said with a sigh. As would I, my liege. Drake scanned the weary faces of the group, not even 5 minutes after sending out the food and water. Each one stared back, with clear worry and anxiety, save Megan, who was still glowering at him, and Chelsea, who was clearly waiting for a plan. Drake turned to Theodore. Can you shroud everyone here, Theo? He asked. This one regrets to inform my liege he canst not. Drake clicked his tongue, one of his options gone. Are they, blocking the path entirely, or are they just in the vicinity? On the last moment this one checked, thy quarry 'twas marching, as with Mercury's winged sandals. We can't outrun them then, I'm guessing. Do we just go back and let the new people hole up for now? Drake pondered aloud. This one believes that is the correct course of action, sire. Drake nodded. No need to get them in the line of fire if we don't have to. He agreed, then raised his voice, addressing the group. Listen up. We are going back to the cave, and you are going to hole up. I will leave supplies to last you enough time for when I can come back. Megan's scowl deepened.
What about Julia? We need to get her to Jackie or she might die,
she shouted. If I force you all forward, you're all going to die, not just her. Pocket your damned entitlement for a second and look around. Everyone here, besides a small handful, are exhausted and frightened. Yet not only that, there are only a few of you who would even be helpful in a fight out in the open at full status. We're going back, period. Drake stated evenly, lifting Julia without waiting for a response. There would be no time to wait for a response either. Several more entities entered his aura sphere. Shit. Drake cursed, his eyes falling on a group in the distance.
Mothru Var, level 28. Induru Vixric, level 26. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 5 Royal Goblin Knights. Reward. Experience. TP. Map of the King's Treasure Hoard. Avir Ru Vixric, level 26. Voker Ru Vixric, level 26. Zibrick Ru Vixric, level 26. Laurier Ru Vixric, level 26. Chapter 100. The King is the last one standing.
Loud screaming and scrambling broke out as the group suddenly realized what had surrounded them. Theodore, how did they get— But before Drake could finish his sentence, one of the knights dashed forward ahead of the pack, 2 small javelins in its hands. The goblin knight raised one arm, the weapon shining red as it hurled it forwards, aiming straight for the group. Shit, not even room to talk, Drake thought. His hands and mind moved at breakneck speed, activating his wind endowment. His hair shimmered a mint green as he snapped his hand, summoning lances of flame and water simultaneously. Drake closed the distance to the knight's javelin, making it just barely in time to swat the weapon away. His left arm burned like a star from the mana poured into it. At the same moment, he willed his own magic javelin forwards, aimed at the incoming goblin. But the goblin deflect avoided the two spells. They collided together, forming a screen of steam. Looking down, he saw a scratch on his arm, a small bead of red trickling down his forearm as it minutely trembled from the impact. Fuck. That's no joke of a skill or a weapon. Everyone, make a run for the outpost. I'll hold him. Theo, do your best to delay them with illusions and get to the outpost, Drake barked. No one leaves, hissed a deep, gravelly voice within the steam. What? It can speak? Drake said in disbelief. Before he could even parse the revelation, an arrow ripped the steam wall wide open, glowing green as it flew straight for him. Drake clicked his tongue, dropping 2 of his rings into his inventory and ripping out 2 peridot rings simultaneously, thanks to his shawl. In one swift motion, he dumped mana into his ring. His arm blazed blue as he threw it forwards, his fingers precisely equipping the dexterity rings as his adrenaline acuity ramped up. His hand didn't stop there. It turned with Drake in the trajectory of the arrow as he grabbed it out of the air, spinning in place from the momentum and hurling it back through the mist. The arrow flew true, like a curved bullet. There was a cry of pain from within the mist, but no notification of a kill. Tough sons of bitches, aren't they? Drake cursed, summoning 3 fire lances and a ball of water to his side, ready to go the moment he might need another screen. Sensing where the targets were, Drake chucked the 3 lances into the still dissipating steam cover. He glimpsed a flare of light as 2 of the 3 struck their targets. But there were still no kill notifications. For the first time in quite some time, Drake was unable to one-shot these monsters. "My liege! Thine enemy's aid hast cornered us! We are hounded at every corner!" Theodore shouted from behind. Drake's eyes widened. How did they surround us so quickly? Did some of their scouts manage to trail us outside of my aura's perception, or did my mage sight miss an advanced stealth unit? Drake wondered, trying to go over the answers in his head. He only had so much time, though. The steam fully dissipated, revealing the entourage of royal goblin knights and their king. Drake's new skill kept him calm, but even now, a spark of emotion for the beast that had started all this suffering smoldered. The reappearance of these goblins revealed Drake had been unable to inflict any real damage. The long, drawn-out pause in the scuffle allowed him to examine the goblins more thoroughly. Each one held a specific weapon made to fill in a role, almost like an adventuring party. 2 wore similar armor, bearing staves, much like the mage generals, but much more extravagant. I thought this was supposed to be a tutorial. This is more like goddamned hard mode. The goblins sneered back at Drake, meeting his scowling, hate-filled eyes with equal resentment. Only the arrogant king held them back. From left to right, the goblins guarded him in a semicircle. On the far left was the one holding double javelins, which seemed to be some sort of unique item, as the one it had thrown had been replaced. Next to it was one of the mage-like goblins, garbed in long, dark robes that dragged on the forest floor, a gnarled staff in one hand, and a bright blue gemmed ring in its other. On the other side of the king, the 3 remaining royal knights stood, all of them equally eager to be let loose on Drake and his companions. One carried a bow and quiver attached to its back, one eye covered by a goggle-like lens. It wore leather equipment, a matching glove adorning its drawing hand. The second to last of the goblins was the other robed individual, this one with a lighter beige hood that covered its face, but did nothing to veil its large, bumped nose and pointed ears. Finally, the last of the royal knights, and the most problematic at first glance. This one boasted a kite shield. It was at least 3 times the size of the goblin generals Drake had faced before, but the monster seemed unimpeded by the bulky mass. Its abnormally large frame was covered head to toe in glistening metal, holding in its other hand a sword that reminded Drake of Bjorn's. Oh, we are well and truly fucked, I think, Drake thought, a wry smile forming behind his mask.
Then why are you smiling? You are certainly becoming a battle junkie, and I am fervently against it. There are better ways to increase your level without facing death every time!
Nato screamed in Drake's head, her worry and caution spilling over. Yeah, but what's the fun in that? We're stuck now, might as well enjoy it. And if they don't kill me, this spell surely will. He answered, allowing Nato to glean parts of his plan.
Drake, not only is that going to kill you, but I am not even sure if it will work with your level of mana manipulation. You are not even E-rank yet. Your skill will not compensate for the control.
She pleaded. In for a penny, in for a pound. As a great man in multiple anime once said, it's now or never. Drake roared, his fierce eyes drilling holes into the Goblin Kings. Kill the vermin. King Moth hissed, its jeweled finger pointing right at Drake. No, past him. Drake whipped his head around. The encirclement of goblins were closing in from all directions. He cursed, his plan already off to a horrendous start, and he was forced to change it. Crushing the ball of water in his hand from earlier, Drake activated his water endowment. Lightning and ice weren't options, as he needed his wind magic. Swiftly, Drake threw up a gust of wind in front of him, hoping to blind the group of knights and the king. Then, with a burst of fire from his hand, he backtracked towards the group, another ball of fire conjured in his hand. Closing in on the group, he hurled the ball forwards, pouring mana into the spell. A ball of wind soon joined it. The white-hot ball of flames flew into the crowd of oncoming goblin troops with a beautiful explosion of white fire and debris. A fraction of a second later, the wind ball arrived at the center of the impact. Drake snapped his finger. Detonate. The ball of air exploded in a gust of destructive expansion as the debris from the ground was flung up and out, including the remnants of the fire and the impacted goblins' armor and weapons. The explosion made for an incredibly successful pipe bomb of earth, weapons, armor, and partial goblin remains. They rained down on the surrounding forces, killing a whole section of the encirclement instantly. Theo! Chelsea! Run! Now! Drake shouted, magic circles at his hand firing twin fire lances. Both the lances stopped at the impact, forming a fiery wall to hold the lane Drake had opened. Theodore did not even look back as he pulled Chelsea forwards. She did the same for the group, all running as quickly as their exhausted bodies would take them. But it was not fast enough. The double javelin goblin broke off from the group behind Drake, sprinting forward at such speed he overtook the tyrant in a breath. Fortunately, thanks to Drake's adrenaline acuity, he was able to catch the instant it came into his peripheral, allowing Drake to conjure a third lance of fire. He threw it directly in the path of the goblin, slowing it down by a hair's breadth. Simultaneously, Drake activated his wind endowment. Moving at a speed incomparable to earlier, Drake lunged forward and passed the goblin. The surprise on its face made him even more jubilant. "Marked atrophy of the mind!" he chanted, passing by the monster as its eyes followed Drake. He reached out for the lance of flames he had thrown earlier. It had slowed the goblin down by just enough for Drake to block it. With one quick motion, he brought down the lance onto the goblin. It was unable to change course, unable to get its feet under it. Forced into desperate straits, the goblin raised its javelins into a crossguard above its head, spinning its body for the impact. Phew. fool! Drake sneered. The lance fell downward, but split in two as it met the javelins, painting a near unbroken line of white onto its body. But Drake wasn't done there. After the spell seared into the clothes and flesh of the goblin, screaming in anguish, Drake raised his arm again quickly. The tattoo flared to life in ethereal blue and red from his martial skill before he slammed it down into the face of the goblin. With a deafening crunch, it flattened into the earth.
You have subjugated Royal Goblin Knight Voker Ruvixric, level 26. Experience earned 500,000 TP have been awarded.
Drake had no time to even revel in his triumph as the sound of a soaring arrow tore through the air. Drake narrowly avoided it as it collided with the ground, the impact much larger than should have been possible, throwing debris into the air all around him. He lost sight of the rest of the goblins, but felt two fast-moving targets to his right, and the army of foot soldiers closing in around the walls of flames. Drake exchanged wind for ice, needing the extra power for his magic and regeneration. With a terse glance, he saw the group was only halfway through the wall of flames, and cursed. Fuck, I need those spells to deal with two at the same time, and there's no telling when the rest are going to join, Drake swore. And with that, Drake's fears came true. The two beings that Drake had felt ran past the shield of debris. Drake cursed as he saw them, but the composition surprised him. The two goblins that sprinted at the group were the Archer Goblin and the Dark Robe. Turning his head to the falling debris, Drake peered through it to find the shield-bearer and the Beige Robe were still by the sneering king's side. Is it keeping those two by its side out of fear? I want to just throw everything it has at me. Drake wondered.
A king does not lower himself to deal with vermin. You heard it yourself. It must not think much of you even after felling its generals and one of its knights. It will be its certain downfall if it continues. You are far stronger than it gives you credit for.
Nato conceded. Drake smiled as he dashed backwards, boosting his speed with bursts of fire. Ah, Nato, I didn't know you thought that way about me. Makes my heart all warm and fuzzy. Drake thought sarcastically, closing in on the two running monsters. Nato had no time to interject as the archer knocked and released another arrow, this one tinged in blue light. There was something ominous about the incoming arrow, and Drake decided to dodge it completely. With a burst of fire, he changed his own trajectory at the last second. But that only did so much. As his eyes widened, the arrow tracked him, striking his pauldron and piercing it with ease, leaving Drake aghast, but unharmed, saved by his armor. He took the initiative and propelled himself forwards with a burst of fire towards the pair, but caught the wide yellowed smile of the Archer Goblin.
Drake, the arrow!
Nato shouted. He continued to stare at the goblin, only to see its eyes move, and followed its gaze to the group. Seconds dragged out into hours as Drake forced his head to turn. He tracked the arrow as it changed directions again. It was aimed right at the backs of the retreating group. Drake could only look on helplessly as the arrow flew to its true target, straight into the back of Chelsea, piercing right through her shoulder as she fell to the ground. A phantom pain pierced his chest. The contract dropped his own health, plummeting it to below half, despite taking no damage. But Drake hardly felt the pain. Sound faded as he watched one of his party members once again lay on the ground in a mess of their own blood, injured. Drake's pupils shrunk into pinpricks. He swung his head around, zeroing in on the archer. You die first.
Chapter 101. The King is the Last One Standing, Part 2.
Marked. Drake muttered, snapping as he produced a lance and ball of white flames. On blessed wings, Guardian's reprieve. Drake took a languid step, instantly closing the distance with his quarry. Both goblins flinched as Drake blinked across the field, his eyes flashing from blue to yellow to green. Brilliant sapphire flames swallowed Drake's hand as he thrust it towards the archer. The goblin tried to move, but Drake's aura flexed, freezing it, while stripping it of at least one of its buffs. This forced the goblin to raise its bow in an attempt to block the hand, but Drake cared not. His hair and tattoos cascaded in a bright crimson red, becoming a vibrant orange glow. He gripped the wood of the bow, the clash of magic sending sparks for a brief moment before his hand reached the goblin's eyes, wide as small, fearful moons. Drake surged forwards and gripped the monster by the throat, slamming it to the ground in a crater of earth. Red hair shimmered back to white as Drake changed endowments once again, his jet-black earthen hand raised above him. A magic circle spun above it. The dark-robed goblin shrieked in fear and began muttering something off to the side, but he ignored it. His sole focus was the monster in his grip, like a predator locked onto prey. Nothing else mattered but killing it now. Oh, darkness, shrouded in light. Drake began, a red burst of flames blooming in his hand. Frenzied blaze clad in night. The flame shimmering to blue as it started to fully form, and the mana poured into the spell. In the name of the crimson demons, let the collapse of thine origin collapse. A spell struck his shoulder mid-cast, but he barely felt it. Nothing would prevent him from completing this spell. Not attacks, nor notifications.
Fear of the Forest applied. Skill Tyrant's Indomitability has nullified Fear of the Forest.
Drake smiled, wrenching open the archer's mouth. Summon before me the root of thy power hidden within the lands of the Kingdom of Demise. Drake roared, the flame brightening into brilliant white as it grew to the size of a wildfire. My name is Drake Wallen! The flame condensed into a small marble, as bright and fierce as the sun. Drake slammed the small spell into the goblin's mouth, then threw himself backwards. Make sure they know who sent you, Drake said, grinning wide enough to reach his eyes. Snapping his fingers as morning glory appeared in front of him, his tattoo ring slipped into his inventory. He pointed his staff at the archer, its eyes wide in horror as smoke sizzled from its charred mouth, now seared shut. Explosion! With the snap of his fingers, Drake's spell went supernova, tearing the goblin limb from limb, piece by piece, in a cacophony of thunderous roars and bangs. It was dead instantly. The spell cost Drake a hefty sum of status, but he reaped the rewards with a bonus kill.
You have subjugated Royal Goblin Knight, Zixbrick Rue Vixrick, level 26. Experience earned, 500,000 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Royal Goblin Knight, Laurier Rue Vixrick, level 26. Experience earned, 500,000 TP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Elemental Miller, level 18. 40 FP have been awarded.
Ignoring the notifications for now, Drake landed, then lunged forwards to Chelsea's side, where Theodore, Megan, and the others surrounded her. Drake looked on, his eyes frowning as he saw the mess. Her arm had been separated from her shoulder like his. She coughed, losing blood quickly. This time, having experience with his own injury, he quickly took the severed arm and placed it next to her shoulder, pulling a potion out of his inventory and uncorking it with his teeth.
What are you doing?
Megan screamed, waterfalls spilling from her eyes as she clawed at his robe. Drake let her do as she pleased. She wasn't strong enough to hurt or stop him either way. He poured the potion onto Chelsea's wound, hoping for the best as he kept a honed watch on the surroundings with his aura sense, making sure nothing would interrupt them. With a quick flex of his will, the firewalls bent, connecting to raise a circle around them. He waited impatiently for a sign. Chelsea struggled in pain, but still fought as she yelped again, the potion mixing with her blood, gradually seeping into the wound. Her flesh slowly but surely mended, and he heaved a relieved sigh. When the mending stopped, it had not fully mended the arm. It was enough to let Drake sear the rest of the flesh, saving her arm and stopping the bleeding. Even against Megan's fervent screams he did so. Then he looked at Chelsea, her face pale but more peaceful after the ordeal. He addressed Theodore. Get them to the outpost. After an hour, give her another potion and have Jacqueline look at her, and when she wakes up, Tell her I'm sorry that I couldn't protect her like I promised. My liege, Theodore whispered. This one doth not thinketh. Drake cut him off by standing. When mistakes are made, we must take accountability. I put myself in charge. It's my fault. I won't hear otherwise. And for that, I'm going to make it right, he said, gripping morning glory in his hand. It's time I broke this bad boy in, he declared, approaching the edge of the ring of fire. With a wave of his staff, the fire blew outwards, killing the waiting goblins in the closer proximity, charring them at their bisected midsections. Make it there safely, Theo. I'm counting on you once again, Drake ordered, crossing the charred line left by his fire spell. The group quickly rallied behind Theodore, and the exit made again by Drake, rushing forwards as fast as they could manage. Drake then twirled his staff in his left hand, slamming it to the ground. His earthen arm disintegrated, as he would require all his spells for full use of his staff. His hair receded to black as he cancelled his endowment. 5 magic circles formed around him. Red, blue, brown, green, and finally yellow winked on as their corresponding magic bloomed to life. Symphony of Elements! Drake shouted, the spells soaring to the encircling remains of the army the king had brought. Drake's spells began wreaking havoc upon the goblin's ranks as he met the king's arrogant gaze. Its face gradually shifted from a sneering confidence to a worried scowl. Drake's fire magic threw bullets of piercing white flames through goblins, ramping up his magic damage with every kill, quickly reaching its max of 20%. His water spell was lashing out like a whip, bisecting the soldiers with ease, rejuvenating him with flat mana regeneration each 20th kill. Next, his earth pillars pierced goblins like barbed lances, launching them back into the crowd and striking more as they went, activating his defensive boosts. Small air bullets fired off rapidly in all directions, leaving marks in the foreheads of any goblin that dared to approach. Drake used it to bide his time, waiting for the 100th kill notification. In the wings, his lightning spell crackled. All mana regenerated by his water spells was dumped into this one. The rumbling slowly grew fiercer and more pronounced, the lightning tinged with a sinister violet color.
100th air spell kill stacked. Next spell's cost reduced by 80%.
As soon as the notification came in, Drake dropped down to the ground like a sprinter. His staff vanished into his inventory, replaced by his ring. Drake cancelled all of his spells besides the lightning and water. A small ball of water fell in front of his face as he bit through it, launching himself forwards. Blue dyed his hair and tattoo. Drake screeched through the air, closing in on the king, his lightning spell traveling in cadence with him. He met the king's eyes and threw his arm forwards, willing the spell into action. The king's face turned again into a snide smile, instead of the fear Drake expected. The goblin with the kite shield appeared before the king, its large metal slab of a shield raised in defense. But Drake didn't care. A blue bottle of liquid appeared in front of him. Drake roared as he shouted the spell. Almechia Lance! He devoted all his mana and status to it, then crunched the mana potion in his mouth, glass and all. More mana to feed the beast that was his spear of lightning. The spear, vibrant white, shimmering cascade as sparks flew from it like whips, surged forwards. Drake willed it straight into the center of the goblin's shield. The spell clashed against the shield, roaring and thundering with a boom that could be heard for miles as the collision kicked up dust. The battle went back and forth between the throngs of lightning and the shield painted red from the skill. Drake howled like a primal thing as he pushed his will and control of the spell to the limit, pressing his desperate want for the spell to pierce the shield. The goblin shrieked and screamed in turn against the pressure of the spell. Drake's aura flexed, erasing the shield's defensive skill as he screamed out, "Marked!" The shield glowed red-hot, vibrant orange and yellow as the spell melted a hole through the center of it. The goblin screamed in disagreement, its helmet shaking back and forth, fervently trying to deny the situation. But it was all for naught. The spell still burrowed through the goblin's armor, deep into its chest. Yet somehow the goblin survived. There was no kill notification. Drake cursed, forced to jump backwards. He kicked the shield-bearer into the goblin King Moth. Neither would survive unscathed. The shield-bearer may not have died, but was left mortally wounded. The spell pierced through its shield, armor, and body to singe the armor of Goblin King Moth. Forced back and low on status, Drake considered his options. He hoped he had bought enough time for the rest of the group to get away from the goblin army as he released a ragged breath through his mask. Looking at the nearly dead shield-bearer and Goblin King Moth, who was nursing his side, Drake smirked. He was so close. Just a little more and he could easily finish them, he thought. Unfortunately, fate was not so kind. The beige-robed goblin stepped out from behind the king, its hand and staff bathed in a white glow. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me, Drake thought, his teeth clenching. The goblin that had stayed behind and by the king's side this whole time was a healer. Drake cursed, admonishing himself for being so naive to think he did not have a pocket healer, being a boss. He had made a grave error, one that might cost him. Searching desperately for a way to recover, he spotted the dredges of the goblin army, and smiled. He could do it, but only if the king acted exactly how he hoped it would, now that Drake had shown he could hurt, if not kill it. Drake exploded from his position, running as fast as he could. With one swift motion, he traded his 2 strength rings for dexterity, necessary for his plan. Behind him he glimpsed the shield-bearer rising from the ground, green flesh showing through the new gap in its armor. The Goblin King recovered just as quickly, leaving a bad taste in Drake's mouth. But he knew now which one would have to die before the others. Reaching the still disoriented army of goblin footmen, Drake's disgruntled emotions became pure anticipation. Oh, just you wait for what I have in store.
Chapter 102. The King is the Last One Standing, Part 3. Drake Wallen, Tutorial Alias, Shot, Race, Human, Profession, Minor P2, 7% F rank, Class, Unique Elemental Miller, Level 18, Vitality, 294, 15%, Strength, 330, 20 plus 15%, Dexterity, 250, 40 plus 25% plus 40, Intelligence, 606, 15 plus 20%, Wisdom, 286, 29%, Endurance, 200, 20 plus 20%, Free points, 80, Skill branches, Primary, Elementalist P2 47% F rank, 0 out of 5, Mage Sight P2 58% F rank, Heretical Mind P2 63% F rank, Multiplicative P2 98% F rank, Elemental Endowment P2 36% F rank, Elemental Conflux P2 25% F rank, Secondary, Shield Miller P1 96% F rank, 0 out of 5, Warrior Stamina P2 47% F rank, Guardian's Reprieve P1 94% F rank, Aura of Command P1 5% F rank, Martial Strike P2 21% F rank, Empty, Primary Subtree, Internal Mastery F rank 0 out of 5, Of the Apex P2 15% F rank, Weak Point P2 13% F rank, Tempered in Flames P2 35% F rank, Tyrannical Aura P2 24% F rank, Tyrant's Indomitability P1 23% F rank, Secondary Subtree, Soul Mastery F rank 0 out of 5, Mana Manipulation P2 79% F rank, Atrophy of the Mind P1 45% F rank, Cower P1 30% F rank, Sound body and mind, P2, 55% F rank. Purity of the soul, P2, 13% F rank. Tertiary subtree. Weapon mastery, F rank 0 out of 5. Hoarder, P2, 27% F rank. Fully loaded, P1, 10% F rank. Weapon of choice, P2, 24% F rank. Adrenaline acuity, P2, 33% F rank. Magic exposure, P1, 46% F rank. Quaternary subtree. Empty. Titles: First Blood, 2 vs 1, 1 vs Many, Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge, Close Call, Dead Man Walking, Dual Class, Punching Up, Improbability, Rounded, Dog Hater, One Man Army, Dog Killer, Battle of Attrition, First of Your Kind, Goblin Hater, Goblin Slayer, Murderer, Serial Killer.
Drake tore through the packs of goblin footmen, his knife-like earthen arm butchering and crippling goblins as he went. His goal was to keep a slow pack of them around him, blocking the Goblin King's view of him. Well, perhaps he could even use them as goblin shields. He did not stop, he did not slow, but took glances at his status. He was happy with his growth, but was also irked that Proficiency 2 to Proficiency 3 was such a steep wall for many of the skills. That some of the skills were still Proficiency 1 just showed how much Drake had neglected them in recent fights. Thankfully, some of his most used skills were close to reaching their peak for this rank, giving him renewed hope for the fight.
You are now weakened.
Drake's adrenaline acuity had finally run out of juice, leaving him 10% weaker for 5 minutes. He cursed. Damn it, right at the worst time. Feels like the old days with this, living on a knife's edge. One blow might mean certain death. Drake laughed internally, dancing his way through the goblin soldiers. He dodged sword swings, magic spells, curses, and arrows, his regeneration slowly replenishing his stores. Drake began placing some of his free points into his status, knowing exactly what he needed for his next spell. He could only hope the amount he had now would be enough. Dodging and weaving, only nicks and scrapes grazed against his guardian skills barrier, not even enough to break it, and with every passing moment Drake became more adept at dodging. "Ho-ho! This is the best practice I've had in days! Maybe I should have done this earlier." He joked aloud, dumping points into vitality and endurance. Both pools of resources needed to be as large as possible. He ended with 300 in vitality, with his endurance at 274. His stats and skills weren't ideal for what he wanted to attempt, but it would have to do. If he didn't at least try, he wasn't sure he could kill the healer and tank with enough to spare for the Goblin King. Drake continued to harass the Goblin army, biding his time and allowing his status to recover steadily, his new vitality and endurance doing wonders for his body. Then another horn sounded. Drake's head snapped in its direction. He glimpsed something through the trees dotted across the battlefield. More goblins.
Tuz Fuv Crooks, level 25 F rank. Ikrub Fuv Crux, level 25 F rank. Sud Fuv Crux, level 25 F rank. Mora Fuv Crux, level 25 F rank.
From a distance he could identify 4 knights, with more peering through the spaces by the second. Endless armies marched behind them through the forest. But Drake didn't panic. In fact, this was exactly what he wanted and needed. "Good! More experience decided to show up," he yelled, almost laughing.
Drake, you certainly are becoming a battle maniac.
Nato sighed, voice tinged with worry. "It'll be all right, Nato. I'm doing what I must to get out of here alive. I need to have you meet my mother, remember? You need a lesson in manners." Drake chuckled, deflecting a downward strike from a foot soldier.
I take it all back. I hope the king does kill you. Maybe I will find a better owner in my next life.
She humphed. Drake smiled gleefully, enjoying his banter with her. It let him breathe in a bit of the comfort of normalcy he hoped to survive to enjoy once more. His family, his friends, his new comrades. To see them again, to speak to them, to eat meals and joke with them. That was what he was fighting for. That was what he was going to risk it all for. His status was still barely at half, but that was all he needed for now to take on the goblins, outside of the royal knights and the king. Drake turned up the destruction. No more simply injuring the monsters. It was time to farm some experience. He started skewering goblins left and right. Some he tossed into others, extending his earthen arm to pierce and cut through several at a time, bit by bit, stacking up his experience again. But the easy part was soon over as the horn sounded from the same direction once again. Massive hordes of the goblins flooded the battlefield, all vying to kill Drake first. He only laughed at the bloodthirsty, red-shot eyes of the goblins. Now that more have arrived, it's time to turn up the pace. He traded morning glory for his tattoo ring. Drake canceled his endowment temporarily, using just his basic spells in quick succession, dodging and shelling out spell after spell to stack his buffs from morning glory, laughing with each kill. Upon stacking 20 kills for his water buff, he exchanged weapons once again, quickly reforming his earthen arm and reactivating his water endowment. The added buffs, along with his recovery from his endowment, allowed him to slowly eke out a sliver more of regeneration to speed up his recovery. The others helped with his defense and attack, and most of all, reaching his 100th kill, and allowing him to use the spell he had been preparing. Every second ticked by. Each was a longer, more drawn-out fight for Drake as he was forced to dodge, turn, block, and deflect incoming swords, spears, spells, curses, claws, and arrows. But in his turmoil he also found solace. He was fighting to survive, to make it to the end, but the process... Oh, the process. His body reveled in it. Drake's new skill, Tyrant's Indomitability, brought him clarity, helped him wipe the slate of his mental anguish clean. But now something else was taking its place, slowly eroding it as he bathed in the experience of one fight to the next. His ripped wider like an open wound, and his daring and confidence bloomed to heights he didn't think possible with every passing kill, every inch of ground he gained. Drake continued to weave his spells for their buffs, then switched out for a deft melee, inching his status and experience forward.
You have subjugated Goblin Knight Ekruf of Crux, F rank, level 25. Experience earned, 400,000 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Goblin Knight Tsudf of Crux, F rank, level 25. Experience earned, 400,000 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Goblin Knight Moraf of Crux, F rank, level 25. Experience earned, 400,000 TP have been awarded.
Then, what he had hoped for happened. His eyes met with the Goblin King's as the notification sounded in his head.
You have reached Multiplicative Proficiency 3, Max. You have gained the title, well on your way. 100th air spell kill stacked. Next spell's cost reduced by 80%.
Drake's eyes fixed on his status as his weakened debuff began to blink, indicating it was falling off as well. What forced him to click his tongue, however, was that his status was still not full. His mana sat at only 60%. Pulling a blue vial from his inventory, he heard Nato.
Drake, no, you have done enough. You can just leave. There's no point in poisoning yourself.
Nato shouted. Run? There's no running, Nato, not anymore. There's only forward and upward. From now on, there are only going to be worse and worse monsters and stronger enemies. You said so yourself. He spat, dancing around the few remaining knights in the field, clutching the blue vial in his left hand. And I made a promise to make this fucker suffer. And you know me. I'm a man of my word. At least when it suits me. Before Drake popped the top of the vial, he chanted his last defensive spells. I am the wall on which my enemies bellow. Unbreakable. I am the shield. I am the rampart. Bulwark! Their familiar green glow cascaded over him. Drake downed the vial and stiffened. The mana caused him to seize up, but he forced his own mana to keep circulating, using every fiber of his being to control and move it as best he could, softening the damage. It tore at his insides all the same. It only kept the process going at a snail's pace. But it was enough. Drake flexed his aura to the limit, releasing his normal constraints. The monsters surrounding him froze, enough for him to cast his spell. Throwing his hand in an arc in front of him, all 7 of his mastered elements manifested. Heretical endowment of the elementalist, Septenarius, he cast, each spell winking out of existence as Drake shuddered from their combined infusion. His hair and tattoo shimmered in the colors of each element, fighting for control and dominance. But they were not the master. Drake was. And he won. His body glowed in a golden hue, the colors sparkling in tandem across his hair and tattoos. But Drake was not unscathed. Blood dripped from every one of his orifices, the spell guzzling his stores of health, mana, and stamina. It was fine. The spell only needed to last long enough to kill the king, and he had no plans of wasting any time. He approached like a tsunami, blowing and pushing away anything and everything in his wake as he roared forwards to the king. The shield-bearer barely had the time to jump in front of Drake, stopping him from beheading the king. Drake's earthen arm froze to a sharp obsidian jet-black blade. The two clashed for only a moment, before Drake threw a punch with his left arm, glowing a deep red. Drake's fist shattered the shield, throwing the goblin backwards as it slammed into the king. The healer was left exposed and confused. Its eyes were unable to follow what had just ensued. Drake darted behind the healer, his right arm disintegrating and reforming in ice. He quickly plunged the hand through the goblin's chest, staining it green. "The most annoying one down," Drake said coldly, the ice spreading from its wound as it encased the creature.
You have subjugated Royal Goblin Knight Indu Ru Vixric, level 26. Experience earned. 500,000 TP have been awarded.
Drake turned to see the Goblin King and his last knight stumble to get up. Both were shaking their heads, trying to remove the disorientation from their impromptu flight. In disbelief, they laid eyes on Drake. Seeing that he had killed their healer, their faces contorted into unadulterated fear. "Human vermin," Goblin King Moth hissed, wagging his finger in anger as he pointed. Drake stepped again, closing the distance in an instant. He blinked in front of the king, gripping its finger. "The only vermin here is you." He spat, breaking the finger with a loud snap and howl from the king. "I'm disappointed. Your knights are stronger than you, your army doing all the heavy lifting, and you put on this invasion, causing all this suffering. And for what?" He roared, his mana and aura flexing, almost warping the air around him. The Goblin King Moth looked defiantly at Drake. "Forced by system, no choice. But is our way." Drake's face cringed at the hissing sound from the monster's mouth. He turned to look at the last knight, struggling to raise itself to the defense of its king, its bones mostly broken from Drake's earlier strike. "Yeah, well." He scoffed, his right arm melting into magma. It dripped over the knight, who began to scream in pain and anguish. "Your way sucks pretty hard, donkey dick."
You have subjugated Royal Goblin Knight Ever Ru Vixric, level 26. Experience earned. 500,000 TP have been awarded. Quest complete. 5 of 5 Royal Goblin Knights. Accept rewards, yes or no.
Drake swiped the notification away mentally, having other pressing matters. Over his shoulder he could hear the stomping of footsteps from the last remaining forces of the goblin army. Turning back to see the Goblin King's face, he was disgusted. The monster still had hope in its eyes, as it saw his forces rally. Drake summoned 2 large magic circles, one of carmine red and one of mint green, wind and fire. He placed both next to each other as he poured mana into them, his palms facing outwards to the incoming force. Impact. A tremendous boom cracked the ground around him. He rushed forwards, propelled by white flame and wind. Drake twisted with it, spinning and snapping in a torrential blast of fire. The goblin army was immolated. Only charred remains now stood in their place. The king's face became one of horror once more, as his last hope was wiped off the face of the tutorial. It looked up at Drake in fear.
"Not human monster!"
it screeched, skittering backwards on its hands and feet. Drake sighed. Blood leaked from his mouth, eyes, and ears, dripping past his mask and pooling on his chin. Only when I need to be. And it seems to be more often than not now. Looking at the pitiful Goblin King Moth trying to scamper away as fast as he could, lit a fire in Drake's heart. He had expected more. He had expected the monster that caused all of this to be strong, to put up a fight, to not be this. He screamed at the back of the monster. "Don't run! Don't run! After everything you've done! Take responsibility for thousands of your own kin dying! Of all the people you enslaved, killed, and—" In Drake's head, Claire's face flashed, then Amir, then Hudson, Sherry, Jacqueline, Tom, Harley, and finally Chelsea. "And worse! You fucking coward!" Drake tried to roar, but coughed instead. His body was beginning to give under the stress of all his magic. But Drake refused to stop now. He grit his teeth. He rushed forwards, adamant to keep his promise. With his lunge toward the king, he reached it quickly, gripping its skull and slamming it into the ground, crushing its face. Then Drake thrust his magma arm out. It hardened to deep black earth. With 4 quick swipes of his arm, Drake removed all of the king's limbs, then used a small fire spell to cauterize them. And with that, he silently dragged the monster by his hair to their final destination. "Open the gate! This one bringeth new refugees in need of thy treatment!" Theodore shouted over the outpost gates. Within seconds, the gates shot open. Harley and Jacqueline rushed forwards. Harley threw her arms around Theodore, welcoming him back, but he reluctantly kept her at an arm's distance, focusing on Jacqueline. "Miss Jacqueline, Miss Chelsea has suffered a severe injury. This one implores thee to aid her," he asked. Without hesitation, she rushed to her side, offering the still crying Megan a brief nod. She gave Chelsea a once-over, then got to work. Her hands began glowing with a warm white light as she chanted her spell. Theodore beckoned the rest of the group. "Inside, the rest of thine fare! We wouldst not wanteth to be ambushed here in the open. 'Twould make more trouble for my liege," he directed. "Once Miss Chelsea hast received an ample amount of healing to keep her from the Styx's Plutonian shores. Prithee, look at Miss Julia as well, albeit inside," he added for Jacqueline. Jacqueline nodded, but kept her focus on healing.
What in the bloody hell did this to her?
She asked, sweat lining her brow. Theodore grimaced. "'Twas the king's guard." Both Harley and Jacqueline jerked slightly.
Then does that mean that's where Shot is?
Claire suddenly said, emerging from the gate.
Is he still fighting them? Is he fighting the king?
Theodore's face darkened. "Yes, this one suspects so."
Then we have to go. Even he can't fight something like that on his—
She began pleading, but soon stopped as a figure appeared on the horizon, backlit by the sun. Without waiting, she ran forwards, popping a health potion into her hand. She slowed as she saw the state of Drake. In his hands was an abomination, a goblin with severed limbs and a crushed face. Drake was a bloody mess. His robes were disheveled, his pants torn, his hair caked in blood and sweat. And worse, from every opening on his body, blood slowly oozed. Drake stopped in front of her, throwing the monster at her feet, ripping away his mask with his other hand. "Kill it. It's the king. The one responsible for everything that happened to you." he said weakly. Claire recoiled in disbelief for a moment, her hands shaking. Her mouth opened and shut. Drake was silent.
Shot? Shot!
Claire said, concerned. At his unresponsive state, her hand went to grip him, but Nato popped out from his head and stopped her.
Do not touch him for now,
She said calmly.
he is passed out on his feet. Kill the pitiful beast, then find a healer.
Her attention was fixed on Drake. His eyes glazed over.
Kill the monster! Is that not what you have wished for since coming here? Revenge? Kill it and be done with it!
Claire still hesitated, but deliberately took out her staff, the health potion she returned to her inventory. Pointing the staff at the monster, she chanted the only attack spell left in her toolkit.
Spark!
A small yellow magic circle formed at the tip of her staff. From it emerged a small ball of electricity, jolting the half-dead corpse of the king.
You have subjugated the Goblin King Mothruvar, level 28. Experience earned. 2,500,000 TP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Stormcaller, level 14. 24 FP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Stormcaller, level 15. 24 FP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Stormcaller, level 16. 24 FP have been awarded. You have gained the title Accomplice of the Vanquisher of Kings. You have gained the title Aid in the First of Many. Tutorial Wide Quest Update. The Goblin King Mothruvar has been slain, ending the invasion. Contributions will be calculated and rewards will be bestowed to the participants. Calculating rewards. Rewards based on contribution. Experience earned. 250,000 TP have been awarded. Distributing titles based on performance. Supporter of the Vanquisher. Survivor of Torment. Follower of the Tyrant. Calculating leaderboards. Contribution leaderboard. Rank 1. Shot. 32,741 goblins subjugated. Rank 2. Bear. 11,475 goblins subjugated. Rank 3. Shigure Kenzo. 7,362 goblins subjugated. Rank 2,136. Claire Osberg. 57 goblins subjugated. Chapter 1. It might be time to visit some old friends.
The sun was reaching its apex as the day droned on.